Good morning. It's Nerd Rage weekend. Welcome back. We're in Newark, Ohio this weekend. We've got a Team 10K. We've got Modern, Legacy, and Pioneer action today. We got a Modern 5K tomorrow. So we're happy to have you here. We'll be with you all weekend long. I'm Joe Lissette. I'll be hosting. And we have got a lot on the line. This is the beginning of Season 3. So players who are looking to qualify for the end of the year championship. The overall leaderboard continues rolling along, but Season 3 starting fresh. Everyone's at 0 points. So excited to kick off the season. To join me for the first half of the day, we got Julian Knob all the way from Germany. Welcome.
Hey, good morning, Joe. I live 6 hours in the future, and I can tell you it's going to be a great day.
All right. That's good to hear. So, Julian, we're here. We've got Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy. Now, we know Modern has seen a shakeup within the last month with Yorion being banned. Pioneer kind of settling in to where it's at. No bannings, although there was some speculation that maybe Fable could go, maybe Karn could go, but everything stayed. So it's kind of people just finding their spots in the metagame, really figuring out how the decks work. We'll get into that later on today. And then we've got Legacy, which is the format that you're most familiar with. And the deck you're most familiar with, Elves, which is almost not even really an elf deck anymore. I don't know what's going on there.
I mean, that's absolutely fake news, right? Calling it still elves. Maybe we're going to see some of it later down the line, but Newton has been like, you know what? What if we just like remove anything that still looks like an elf deck and just for we pretend we're still an elf deck by keeping like 4 elves left in the deck. But it's basically, some people call it Nick Fit, some people call it Modern Maverick or something. Mm-hmm. We will see, but it's certainly not the, hey, I can kill you in turn 2 deck anymore that it used to be.
All right. So this being a team event, the way we're going to do this here is instead of Julian and I poring over deck lists between games, between matches, what we're going to do is since we've got 3 matches in the feature match area for representing the 3 team members playing the 3 different formats, we are just going to skip between formats. We're going to try and minimize the downtime. If the Pioneer game match goes to sideboarding, we're just going to show you Modern Legacy and try and keep the action flowing throughout the day. We're going to be starting with Legacy when the players are ready, as there are some mirror matchups on tap in Pioneer and Modern that we're not too excited about. But in Legacy, we've got Red Prison versus the Minsc and Boo 4-color control deck. So that should be at least somewhat of a show. So we'll see how that plays out. Julian, how's your feeling now about Legacy? Like Minsc and Boo is kind of more available now. What's your, in the last, let's say, year or so, how are you feeling about the format compared to now versus normal versus the rest of the time?
Versus the rest of like the other, I don't know, 14 years or something that we have.
No, let's just say in the last year.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's not as bad as you would think. I think it's actually...
Okay.
No, seriously. Like if you had like an over or under, like is it one of the better or one of the worst ones? I think this is one of the better meta games that we're playing in. Even though, I mean, there's concerns about certain cards, most importantly, Murktide Regent and Expressive Durations, which are the 2 biggest we talk about. But I think overall, even though I wouldn't mind some changes, I think these are not the kind of changes where I've heard like in the past, oh, this has to go. So right. I'm feeling pretty relaxed about the metagame as it is right now because there's some exciting stuff going on.
Yeah, I was definitely in the camp when it was announced that there was going to be a ban restricted, update. The Pioneer is the format I follow the most closely right now, and I was in favor of no changes, which is what we got. And in Modern, I think a lot of people felt like 4-color control had to lose something.
The thing about 4-color control is kind of cool. Because I think you were gonna continue your thought there, sorry, but Wizards mentioned the shuffling aspect, right, in paper, that was like one of the major factors that led them to ban Yorion, because shuffling 80 card decks is just so much more annoying than shuffling 60 card decks, especially once you're like double, or I've seen people triple sleeve. So yeah, I mean, that's crazy.
I mean, if we're gonna ban Yorion on the grounds of dexterity issues, then shouldn't we ban double sleeving also? I mean, it's basically the same, if not worse.
Oh my god, you're gonna cut into the business model of like, I don't know.
I'm gonna help the business model. If the cards don't last as long, then people will need to refresh them more often.
This is like if you want to be a good doctor, be bad at your job so people keep coming back to you.
Yeah, I'm shilling for the sleeve companies now. Yeah. All right. So anyway, we are ready to go. So let's go ahead and go down to the table. for our first round match. You can see we'll get those settings cleared out here as we're on game 1 across the board. Connor Mullaly, Will Krueger, and Dominick Paolercio versus Tim Hatch, Harrison Fang, and Mack Enderss. And we're going to begin in Legacy with Mono Red Prison versus 4-color control. And
yeah, you would think, especially in the first couple of turns, that Mono Red Prism being the Blood Moon deck that it usually is, and I'm looking at the decklist right now, there should be at least 4 Blood Moons, 2 Magus of the Moon in the main deck. This is what you're looking to land on the first turn, right? If you are able to get, let's say, your Simian Spirit Guide and your Ancient Tomb down and get the Blood Moon down, it's almost lights out for the 4-color control deck. Like, they have ways to fight back, most famously Force of Will, and sometimes they play something like Force of Negation in the main deck. But this is really what you want to do. And I think usually the first 2 or 3 turns are quite decisive, even though I gotta say the mono red decks, they have some more staying power than they had to compared to in the past. Like, now that they have Fable of the Mirror Breaker, they can, loot through a couple of useless cards, and also sometimes just like eventually get you with a card like Den of the Bugbear.
Right. All right, so it looks like the players are probably waiting for us, so we can go ahead and give them the go-ahead unless they're waiting for the whole tournament. Okay, so now it's just going on, and let's get the game counts reset when we get a moment there. So we'll get into the leaderboard and such later on, but certainly these players' names are recognizable to people who frequent the coverage or the series events themselves. Thanks everyone for being up early. Well, it depends on where you are. Julian's not up early. I am. So it really is a local question. But so now, okay, so in Modern, if Yorion was banned on the grounds of dexterity issues, also, wouldn't that apply to Legacy just as much?
I was literally thinking the same when they announced it. I mean, Legacy, if anything, shuffles even more than Modern. But I guess a big part of that is just like in Legacy, the card has not been as problematic as it has been for Modern. This is what we're talking about, right? This is the turn 1 Magus of the Moon. We're going to spend basically almost our entire hand just to get that down. And it looks like Mack actually has the basic island, even looks to be a foil basic island, best island, right? But what we're going to need here is, I guess, another basic planes if we have it, which should be in the deck, I would think.
Yeah, there is.
Snow
There are
planes here, one of.
deck. Yeah, it looks like there's 2 forests, 2 islands, and the plains. So there are some basics. It is obviously fortunate to have the island, and the ponder was kept. With obviously the ability to shuffle is very limited without fetch lands. So we'll see if Dominick's able to build a significant offense here alongside the Magus. And well, okay. I don't know
Trinisphere not that big of a problem, right?
Right. Yeah, I don't think Trinisphere is going to matter a ton here. I'm sure Mack is much happier to have that on the board than, a Rabble Master or something.
Looks like Mack has 1 card I don't recognize, which usually means it's some kind of removal spell. Could be Swords to Plowshares, could be Prismatic Ending. But Prismatic Ending is problematic, right? Because we don't get to 3 colors yet to actually remove the Magus of the Moon. Yeah. So since we kept, there must be something we are able to do.
Yeah. All right. Well, so we've got a Fable on the board now for Dominick, and he's going to actually discard both of his cards.
That card is so good. It's basically an all-star in almost every single format. The only format I haven't really seen it in is like Vintage.
No, it does a ton here. All right. So now we have a sizable offense here for Dominick, and Mack's not going to have much time here. And yeah, he's got a couple mountains and an island. So Prismatic Ending is going to require white mana. But at this point, even if a plains is drawn, he may not have time to take out the Magus of the Moon.
Do you recognize what those either altered or promo cards are? Those 3 copies in Mack's hand. I thought it might have been some kind of Swords to Plowshares. But it looks like, yeah, we're oh my god, this is the Ponder Keep, die on the 3rd turn, on the 4th turn rather.
Yeah, man. That's rough. I mean, Mack did have the basic island, but with no Force of Will, the turn 1 Blood Moon effect in the Magus is I mean, it's just tough. It's just tough. Yeah, it's just not the way you want to start your tournament if you're Mack Enderss. But you've got some teammates and you've got some more games yourself. So that's why you get 3. So if the opponent nut draws you in the first one, you're not out of it. So let's go ahead and switch formats here and see if we got something going on here in Modern. We've got a Hammer Mirror.
Oh man.
Fang and Will Krueger. Will Krueger has played Hammer off and on for quite a while now. I imagine both these players know the ins and outs of what's going on. We have Stoneforge on both sides, all the equipment on the Harrison side, but it's unequipped. So really, I'm not sure that's actually worth a whole lot.
Is there what are the best ways to get them equipped? I guess we got Sigarda's 8, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah.
one way to do it.
That's the ideal way when they're coming into play, which we don't have yet. So core outfitter potentially, or pure steel
Pure Steel
paladin
Paladin, yeah,
would be
yeah.
what we're looking for. But we do have a germ at the bottom of the screen there that is carrying a Calder complete, I think.
I mean, for Stars, nothing really seems to be going on. I guess that's the I guess the level 0 play. Like you have your aggressive potential in that. And Whirl is to present something, right? Whirl is basically defending right now, but we don't really know. I guess this could be the third turn, or could have been the third turn for Whirl. But we will see.
Yeah.
By the way, I really like those Batman sleeves.
Yeah.
That looks amazing. I usually say people with like yellow sleeves, they scare me, and Will certainly does. But these Batman sleeves, man, this is something.
Yeah, we got yellow sleeves on both sides here. All right, so but yeah, Will without a superhero maybe at disadvantage here.
Very much.
A Calder complete for Will off of Stoneforge would allow, defenses here. So yeah, and Dominick, Harrison's not even going to attack, and was likely aware of that because Stoneforge Mystic has a habit of revealing, what's coming.
To us, it looked like the smartest play in the world to not attack there.
Yeah.
But to Harrison was like, dude, I just saw it coming from basically the last turn away. So yeah, how do we break a stalemate like this, right? We see on Harrison's side of the board, we have Inkmoth Nexus, which can eventually take to the air and try to win the game that way. We also have an Urza Saga coming off next turn, which is it going to find another hammer? I mean, that doesn't really do anything for us.
No, I think often what you'd look for in this spot would be Shadow Spear.
Oh yeah, that makes sense, right? So you get to go over the top of the trample, and you can also maybe just get everything with Nexus.
Yeah, maybe we'll see. These constructs aren't going to hold up against the Calder complete on Will's side. Will also has the Giver of Runes, so maybe there's the ability to get through unblocked. But with the Germ and the white creatures and the Memnite, it's going to be pretty hard to force things through on the ground. And here's the Pure Steel Paladin for Will. So the Calder complete can now move around, although it would cost the Germ to do that.
This is interesting next turn. So from Harrison's side of the board, are we gonna make a second construct token, or are we gonna keep the option of maybe equipping a Shadow Spear to an animated Inkmoth Nexus to try to maybe get their own poison? I don't know how viable that really is.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can happen, but doing it 2 points at a time, I think, is a little rough. So, I mean, because you get to draw your card first, and we see the draw was actually Steel Shaper's Gift, Harrison will get to decide now. If it's just yeah, go ahead.
To do it in the first place, we would have needed an untapped land, right? And it doesn't really look like we had a land there, but yeah, okay, no construct token. We're gonna go straight into what you predict to be Shadow Spear, I guess.
I mean, I think that's something that even it's a Springleaf Drum, so actually Harrison's looking for more mana.
That makes sense. You're quite limited on that.
Right. And also with the Steel Shaper's Gift being drawn, that's another way to get equipment anyway. So if you're using your Urza Saga trigger, maybe you want to, if you're on the fence, you get the non-equipment since you can tutor.
I mean, with the Steel Shaper's Gift, it also becomes viable to just get Nethercyst and try to equip that on the Inkmoth Nexus, even though that's still like a lot of mana and a couple of turns, but you could potentially be able to win the game in 2 swings.
Right. Okay. So here's a Pure Steel Paladin for Harrison, and with 2 Colossus Hammers on the board, this will eventually be pretty intimidating, although perhaps not this turn, as there is, as big as Harrison's creatures can get, the Calder complete on Will's side on defense will be able to handle them.
So once we get to next turn, I keep going back to the Inkmoth Nexus. I wanted to poison the opponent. Inkmoth Nexus turns into an artifact. We already have Metalcraft turned on anyway, so is that the play? Are we gonna try to just like poison Will next turn?
I think next turn, I think that is extremely likely to happen. Harrison may be considering whether he can make any inroads this turn, or even just force a block, but that's profitable for the attackers. But I don't really see that happening either, as the Giver of Runes plus the Cauldron Complete gives Will effectively 2 decent blockers.
Look at this.
Yeah, I mean, this is how big is this construct?
How
This
much power
is
does it have? Yes.
yeah. Well, it's at least 25 just based on the equipment, plus its own self, which is probably another 10. And here's an attack, and
It has Trample, so how are you going to handle this? And Will is down to
yeah,
15.
yeah, yeah. This
So
is
yeah, he
this is
just packs it
done.
in.
Yeah, yeah. The trample from Cauldron Complete. No reason to wait for next turn for the aerial attack, as the trample on Cauldron Complete is just going to charge right through Will's blockers. Were going to survive, but the problem is that Will's not going to.
That's one way to do it. Yeah, yeah. Indestructible. Players should be able to gain indestructible. I don't know. I think at some point in the future, as Wizards develops new mechanics, they will create equipment that you can equip to yourself as a player.
Well, we have that for the opponent. We have curses, but
Yeah, exactly.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Same mechanic.
yeah. I mean, a lot of enchantments are
Kind of that.
sort
Yeah,
of
true.
kind of like that. Yeah. All right. So here we are back in Legacy. We have a Trinisphere for Dominick, but Trinisphere, okay, and Blood Moon is more significant. Although, let's see, what do we got here? We got Islands and Forests in play.
Yeah, but we would need another basic forest to be able to eventually escape Uro. I think now we don't have enough escape cards anyway. Let me see if we actually have a second basic forest. Well, we would need to draw it anyway, but I don't. I see 2 basic forests in deck, so there's one left. But there's also the option of maybe. Oh, but we don't have once again, we don't have a basic plains. Basic plains is so important in the matchup because it allows you to prismatic ending to basically deal with a lot of things that you care about otherwise, and we don't have it. So what do we even have to interact with? What's on the board here? We have Hydroblast from the sideboard that could take out the moon. We have 2 Force of Riggers in the sideboard that certainly must have come in.
I mean, all that sounds good.
Yeah, that's what we need. And now that the threat has been presented and we don't have white mana to fight it, maybe something like an Icefang Codal. I see that Mack is playing the more over the top list that also plays 4 Abundant Growth and 4 Icefang Codals to make full use of. Oh, there goes the Hydroblast. Okay, to make full use of Yorion eventually. Interesting, we didn't go after the Blood Moon.
Right. So Hydroblast takes out the threat, and then it gets replaced. And Mack Enderss is gonna. This is tough. Surprising, which I imagine it's pretty hard to get Death Touch on Coatl with Blood Moon on the board, but Mack actually does have 3 Snowland in play. So
True. Oh.
he can actually hold this off.
I guess the idea is that we just try to take out the threats, because now we get to take out the second threat with the Icefang Codal, and then eventually we'll be able to deal with the Blood Moon or present any kind of other thing that we really care about. For example, we are already able, once we find it, to cast Minsc and Boo. We have the green, we have the red, thanks to the opponent fixing our mana. And then we can take over the game, because those 3 Goblin tokens are not going to do it. Oh, there's Magus to Well, that doesn't really matter all that much if our plan is what I just referred to.
Yeah, it didn't, except I think Mack found Force of Vigor, which he would. I guess he can still cast. But now he can kill the Blood Moon and Trinisphere, but now there's a Magus on the board, so it's not enough to get out.
Oh, that's such an interesting thing. In which matchup you have to prioritize Magus and which matchup Blood Moon is more important. You also see that in Painter sometimes, because it's not quite clear, because as certain cards die to spells that your opponent might or might not have. But this, look at Dominick. Dominic's like, you know what? I got a third one. I just like keep goblining you down every single turn. And we got another Icefang Codal. No?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Force of Vigor.
Okay, Force can take out Trinisphere and Blood Moon, and this Magus might be attacking to its death here, and this may have been an error for Dominick. Is this going to potentially allow Mack to clear out both of the moon effects on the board?
Oh, we found the second basic forest.
and this is, I mean, now there's no Blood Moon effect on the board, which I thought was going to be really the kind of hang up there. And Mack Enderss's hand is now unlocked. He's got a bunch of cards. Uro potentially could come in. Oh, you're right. There is the second forest.
We got all the possible options in the world right now. And it looks like Dominick. This is how one card looks on the table. Yeah.
All right, Prismatic takes that out. Mack's going to activate a fetch line for the first time in the match, probably.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
if Uro comes down, actually no, we're gonna go to 3, unless we're gonna play another land. So what are we gonna cast with 3 mana here? Maybe Expressive Iteration. I mean, that's somewhat brave, but if it's the only thing we get. Oh,
Yeah.
we're okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay,
Uro.
we're just cycling an Uro for life and a card. Oh, yeah, sounds good.
All right. All right. So these are the games Mack Enderss needs to win the games when his lands are unlocked, because obviously you're going to lose a fair amount of the ones where they are all mountains. Having 2 islands and 2 forests in hand is going to make it easier to recover if another Blood Moon effect comes down. And Dominick looking at just 4 tokens now.
Yeah, the choice for Dominick right now is, do I get in with the Den of the Bugbear, or do I cast what looks to be either a Trinisphere or another card I didn't fully catch right now?
Well,
I don't hate attacking with the Den. I
no, I
don't
don't
think the Trinisphere
either.
doesn't really do all that much for you.
Yeah, it's a matter of, even if you send in the Den and your opponent brings out Uro, can you beat that? So an attack this turn would be for 8 if the Den goes in.
That takes the
Dropping,
opponent down to 6, then they
right,
gain 3 life down to up to 9.
right.
That's rough. That's really
Yeah,
rough.
that would allow Mack the ability to block the Den next turn and survive. So now, yeah, you're right. Dominick is contemplating this. The racing here looks like it's not a feasible plan, but casting Trinisphere isn't exciting either.
Yeah, maybe there's a second card, but it doesn't look like that's what we want to play here. Yeah, we just get in for 4 damage.
Right. So
Ideally, you'd have something like a Pyroblast on Dominick's side of the board, so you can punish your opponent for almost fully tapping out, and then you get in for damage on the next turn.
Mhm.
But we are 1 mana short of attacking with the Den and casting Pyroblast, so yeah, we're just gonna get in for full damage.
Yeah.
And that looks like Uruman on the left side if I've ever seen it.
Yeah.
Oh, those are brainstorms. Oh,
Yeah.
finally. Finally. We saw Mack die with 3 copies of that card in hand in the first game, and I wasn't quite sure what it was, but now we found out. Yeah, brainstorm doesn't really do too much for you when all of your spells can't really be cast under a Blood Moon.
No, it is
And that
true.
looks like a Swords to Plowshares that we're keeping there.
Yeah, and I think the Plains is in hand also. And even if it's not, Prismatic Visit can find it. So Max mana is fully enabled here.
Yeah, here comes Uro.
Plenty of cards in the graveyard. Dominick's like, isn't this card banned in some formats?
I guess you could you Mind Harness this? Yeah, it's a 3 mana green blue creature.
Nice.
Hey. I want to bring back Mind Harness to Legacy. It's been such a long time since we've seen that card.
Is that the control magic that has cumulative upkeep?
Yeah, and it costs just a single blue.
Right.
And it can only be cast on red or blue creatures.
Okay, somewhat narrow, but yep, strong enough. I'm sure that's grabbed a Tarmogoyf for 2 in the day.
Rock Swarmonk, man. That's the one. I used to
Wow,
see with
that's
Merfolk
going
all the
back.
time.
Yeah. All right, here is a Blood Moon.
Mack is like, sure.
Yeah.
we shut off your manland.
Yeah, I have Uro in play. I don't care about that. Here's a Chalice. That might matter somewhat. No attack here, though.
Yeah.
And now the Den of the Bugbear is shut off by Dominick's own Blood Moon, too.
Yeah, I was thinking Mack might even want to play the Blood Moon in this situation. Yeah, now we take out the Chalice here, and I guess we just send an Uro. It's pretty safe. We get to draw the extra card.
Yeah. All right, so here is Uro on the way in. Gets Chump
I'm not
Lock.
even sure I
Looks like
jump
it.
block there.
Yeah. Dominick could have the idea that, well, he can live for quite a while chump blocking Uro, so maybe he can eventually get out of this. But it does look rough at the moment.
You're down on the board and playing against an opponent with a one-sided holding mind that also like an ivory tower basically as well. This is really rough. The red deck, it has some more staying power thanks to Fable of the Mirror Breaker, like I mentioned earlier, but this is not the kind of situation that this deck really gets out of. This is not what it's designed to do. This is too endgamey for it.
Here's an Uro cycle into a Caracas.
Sure.
And pick up Yorion.
This is basically one of those situations. The only card that people sometimes put in the deck is one of those end game Chandras, right? For 6 mana, uncounterable.
Sure.
And then they
Yeah.
try to tick it up with the emblem where the opponent takes like 1 damage every turn, and eventually it just like outgrinds the Oro if you got enough jump blockers. This is exactly the kind of situation where it was designed for, where it could potentially come back. But I'm not really seeing it here. This might be headed for a third game.
Yeah. Maybe a sequencing hiccup there from Mack last turn, as that Uro that evoked and dropped. Actually, I take it back. I was going to say Karakas potentially could have saved it, but it died to the legend rule anyway, not to the escape. So that actually was irrelevant. But Karakas being on the board is certainly nice. The ability to recur the Uro if you're escaping it. But that only works when it's the only one on the board.
Yeah. I feel like this is almost the time where Dominick like just buys some time to maybe help the opponents or mentally wear out your opponent, but I don't really see that happening to Mack here. This is pretty clear. Yeah, and we just go into the third game. Like there's no point in trying to continue this from there.
All right, so this word's even up. Let's find us another game. All right, so Modern is in between games. So let's go ahead and shift over to the Mono Green Mirror and Pioneer and check out how Connor and Tim are doing. Mono Green is a mess, but I appreciate that both players have original artwork Llanowar Elves. That's nice.
I don't know, man. Like when we watched that Mono White Mirror in Pioneer the other month, that was kind of crazy to me. But when I watch the Mono Green Mirror, I'm excited because there's so much power going on, and I feel like eventually somebody's gonna put Genesis Wave in those decks. I'm not even sure if that's Pioneer legal, but that's what I would be doing in Modern, in Pioneer. That's where I want to be. It's so crazy, and you want to see that kind of crazy happen. But it looks like we are going down the combo route that you explained to me last time, and I'm very much gonna trust you on that actually being a thing.
Yeah, so
because it seemed quite complicated.
All right, so there's a lot that goes on. So this is Chain Veil here in play for Tim Hatch, and so this is going to allow each activation is going to allow your planeswalkers to reactivate
Sure.
for the rest of the turn. So this allows Kiora to untap Nykthos, which I think is what we saw. It can allow Karn to wish again. Now these we know that there's not much sideboarding going on in these matchups. These green decks in Pioneer have realistically often 1 or 2 actual sideboard cards only. The rest are just artifact targets for Karn to search up. And the decks, I think the trend in Pioneer is away from the off-color planeswalkers that make comboing easier.
Mm-hmm.
But at this point in the game, it's still very much doable. And I believe that the dice in the middle are floating mana for Tim.
Usually the way it works is once formats become more restrictive in their card pool, they get a little bit, more chilled out, more creature combat. Hey, lightning bolt, sure, attack your block. Oh, cool. But I look at Pioneer, and what I see going on in these mono green mirrors is by far the most busted thing of any of the tables right now.
Yeah, these green decks in Pioneer are extremely powerful. They can be very fast. That was a damping sphere pulled up for Tim, which implies that he
tends to pass the turn, right?
Right, exactly. But now we're flashing back Storm the Festival. Okay, so the reason, all right, I get it. The reason why he wished first, because you don't want to off Storm the Festival, you hit another Karn, you would legend rule the Karn, so you want to wish first, even if you're not entirely sure what you want to get or what your plan is.
Could we be doing this in Legacy? Like, I feel like Control decks could almost struggle against this. This is just like much stuff.
We have had the artifact Karn decks with I forget the name of it. The format artifact that lets you play off the top. I mean that exists.
True.
But here we have Teferi.
Oh, you mean Forge? Yeah, that's
right.
Forge,
yeah, here's the Teferi. So this is going to allow. Okay. So this Teferi is one of the cards I was saying how some of the versions are going away from this, but this makes it much easier to combo as you can untap a land, a creature, and an artifact. So Nykthos plus an elf plus Chain Veil, allowing more activations. And that Teferi already has an extra activation because Chain Veil had already activated. So that is the end of the Pioneer match. And as you can see on the board, it looks like Harrison Fang 2-0'd Will Krueger. So I believe we were just done as far as round 1 goes. Tim Hatch, Harrison Fang, and Mack Enderss. No reason to play out the legacy match if the result is already completed in Pioneer and Modern. And so that's how that works in teams. You only need to win. Your team needs to win 2 matches. And that's it. So Connor Mullaly, Will Krueger, and Dominick Paolercio fall into round 1. But plenty of Magic left in the day. Julian, so have you played now I don't know if this is necessarily a regional thing, but like do you have much experience playing in team events in Germany? Is that something that comes up often?
I've played in a couple of team events. I've played in a team GP, and that was a lot of fun. That was especially a lot of fun. I remember seeing my teammate right next to me in Modern, and he was like about to scoop up the match. And I was like, dude, stop. I literally stopped him, physically stopped him from scooping up his cards. I don't even know if that's like technically legal. And I told him, no, wait. I think you can win in like 3 turns. And he literally did win in 3 turns.
Oh,
and
that's fun.
There's some interesting dynamics. I think it's more interesting when you actually have a good understanding of the other formats. I once played as the 3rd player in a limited format. I had no idea how it worked. And they put me in the middle, right? Because I had no idea, so I needed all the help I could get.
I mean, that's really that's the 2 ways to go about the team event for limited, or if it's like, triple modern or something, where you either put the best, most experienced player in the middle so they can help both of their players, or you put the worst player in the middle so both players can help them, which I guess was in your case.
Yeah. Well, it pretty much was. But I think after a couple of rounds, we decided we're going to call it quits, and then I won the Legacy side event, and it was a great time.
Of course you did. Yeah.
But that was amazing. I very much love team events. And I think I actually talked to a couple of people. I think we want to do them again, but I'm not sure who's actually offering them in Europe right now. Guys, right. You should be coming to Europe. NRG Europe, I've said it before.
I should. Yeah, we should. We have NRG Europe. No problem. We'll get right on top of that. We are already stretching a little bit. Yeah, in Ohio this weekend, which is a bit of a trek from the home grounds of the Chicagoland area. And definitely, we didn't have as full of a house as we have sometimes. So maybe this is, it certainly is under consideration for the 2023 planning that, it's in some respects, will you want to spread the series out geographically further to pick up new players, but also the players that's kind of your base. Sometimes you travel too far away. So there's a balance that goes in there. Working out the schedule for next year, we will see how it shapes up. In the meantime, we'll see if we can talk to one of the players from that first round. Okay, so that's being set up. But
yeah, you ever played in team events?
Oh yeah, I've played in team events. I've played.
They put you in the middle, and for which reason?
I have played. I actually find for myself, I didn't notice this for a long time, but eventually, several years ago, I did that. I'm able to. This is probably true for a lot of people. That I'm able to play better if I only focus on my own match. And so, even in individual matches, I try and pay less attention to my neighbors than I used to. And so, I'm not as like the drop off is significant when I'm trying to help other people in my own match. So I actually prefer not to be in the middle.
That makes sense. I think if you have 3 people who are very comfortable with what they are doing right now, there's almost, at least from what I've seen when I've watched other players play, there's very little interaction until maybe somebody loses their match, and then they might be looking over your shoulder, but they won't like actively stop you unless you're about to like basically blow up your board accidentally.
All right, so we are ready with the interview. Let's. I don't even know who we've got here. There we go. All right. Well, Mack, that went all right there in match 1, I would say, for your team at least.
Sorry,
yeah. So that went all right. Benefited from the team scenario there a little bit in round 1.
Oh yeah, it was excellent. My team played some good mirrors. I was probably going to close out our game 3. Pretty happy.
Oh,
with
were
the
you?
play.
So yeah, so we didn't see your game 3. We saw. Okay, so just to kick off the event, game 1, round 1, going second, facing Blood Moon on the play. Probably not what you were hoping for.
Oh yeah, I looked at my hand. It looked pretty bad. I was hoping to get some information out of my opponent and their exact construction, but I was very dead.
Yeah, okay, but then game 2, you're facing down, Blood Moon, Magus, Trinisphere, and that time you're able to kind of dig your way out and take control of that game. So how does that kind of like what's your priority as far as the threats from the Bright Prison deck? Like what matters the most? What ones can you kind of just try and play around when they're in play?
So the priority is to get out of their lock. And I'd already started to dig out with some basics at that point, so I was pretty happy. But they're pretty good at presenting a clock while doing so. So I want to like disassemble enough pieces and then try to avoid dying to like all their 2/2s and 1/1s.
Yeah.
At some point, I found enough my basics to cast Uro. So the Blood Moon wasn't scary, but I was still getting mana constrained by the Trinisphere.
Right.
And then eventually I was able to clean up because Uro outmatches their entire aggro plan. Even
Sure.
swinging into Uro, they're just not going to be able to raise the life gain.
Right.
I'm curious about the 2 spare pieces in your sideboard. I've been pretty vocal about that. I think spare piece has much more of a place in Legacy again than it used to have. Is that also like a concession to Minsk and Boo being a lot more popular?
Yeah, basically these spots kind of coincide with the Hydroblast, Pyroblast, your 1-mana interaction. And you want to diversify, and in many ways it's a concession to not only Minsk because you want more Hydroblast effects, but also this mono red Stompy list because you really want to beat turn 1 Chalice.
Sure.
So you,
And
you feel like reasonably confident after sideboarding. I guess the first game can be quite swingy, depending on how the opening turns play out, and you often don't know what you're up against.
Yeah. I think on the play you have like a reasonable chance of winning, but on the draw you're basically conceding this matchup. Frequently, if they've kept any reasonable hand, you're sub 20% to win or something. But the post-board games are actually pretty close. The mono red deck has gotten a lot better at grinding recently, and the way people have built it means that like even if you parry their first or second lock piece, sometimes you just die to their 2/2s. But I feel pretty good about this matchup. In fact, I chose to play the version of 4-color that plays a bunch of basics to have a bit of an edge here.
Yeah, we saw that. I think there was 5 not basics in your deck, so that's certainly some nice spread, some nice protection against the Blood Moon effects. And then yeah, so you guys were really on your way to a clean sweep there in the first round. That's got to feel pretty good as far as your prospects the rest of the day.
Oh yeah, it's good to start off on your front foot.
Did you guys? Was there any? So you're playing the legacy seat. Was there any, team consultation on what decks you were going to play in each seat, or did you just kind of all decide this is what I'm playing, and then we're going to team up together?
Well, we generally trust each other.
Mhm,
I've basically committed to teaming with this group for most of the year, if not
mhm.
for a while going forward. And we trust each other to select our decks. There was some consultation, but mostly we just locked in what we wanted. Maybe talked about a few sideboard choices.
All right, all right. Well, certainly off to a good start today. Mack, Enderss, Harrison, Fang, and Tim Hatch, the teammates, and you guys are off and running. Thanks for talking with us, and good luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Have a good
Okay. So that's going to conclude round 1, but let's go ahead and go through some of our upcoming information. We've got the season 3 schedule. So if we're coming to your area and you're just in playing, or if you just want to mark it on your calendar so you can watch and see what Julian has to say about the legacy format, Pioneer and Modern throughout the rest of the upcoming year, so you can see where we're at this weekend in Newark. Next month, there are actually 2 Nerd Rage events in Fort Wayne, Indiana at the beginning of the month, and in Mundelein, which is the nearby Chicago event at the end of November. And then the season wraps up in December in Louisville, Kentucky, our first event in Kentucky. So the top 2 players in points from just these 4 events will qualify for the end of the year championship, as well as the winner of the Louisville Showdown. So if you're interested in potentially trying to make an appearance in the championship at the end of the year, that is the way to go about doing it. Also, I want to highlight the Mundelein Saturday main event will be our first 10K Pioneer event. It's shown up as team events and in Sunday 5Ks, but it'll be the first standalone 10K. You can see there that event highlighted itself with some goblin token or other, or some card. I don't even know where this artwork comes from.
I saw chat actually asking, what have you been playing ever since the ban of Sunset's Winding Top in Legacy?
What have I been playing in Legacy? I have been
Yeah.
playing, actually, I've been playing mostly goblins.
Yeah, exactly.
With Food Chain. I haven't picked it up much in the recently. I am qualified for the DreamHack next month, so I've been playing pretty much exclusively Pioneer lately, and actually, I gotta say, enjoying that. But it's nice to have a project to work on, and in this case, having an event to prepare for. It's fun, it's enjoyable, and I tried out a few different decks, more or less settled on one, and then have been
Oh, but you're not going to reveal which one it's going to
no,
be?
I've been playing I've been playing Lotus. That's what I played in the last Pioneer Pro Tour, and it's certainly different now. With Underworld Breach having been banned, the deck is totally different. I still like it, but it is not the same as it used to be. I don't necessarily know that that's 100% what I'm going to play in Atlanta, but if I had to lock in my choice now, that's what it would be. But
so you can't be swayed to try the Mono Green Devotion. Dude, I just keep going back to how busted that deck looks.
It is. Well, also, I will say that I did try. I played a few decks, and I tried Mono Green Devotion, and I didn't give it a fair shot because the first match I played, I was trying to learn how the deck, and I timed out on Magic Online trying to combo through, and I was like, oh, this is a drag. So I kind of set it aside, and I was like, I'll revisit this later on. And I haven't really done it yet. But yeah, I mean, that's obviously not an excuse to not actually try a deck out, especially for a paper event. But no, I mean, Mono Green is obviously, I mean, Pioneer is interesting because there are a couple decks that are top of the metagame, but there are a lot of viable decks to attack those. And Mono Green, one issue I have with Mono Green is the lack of a sideboard. I mean, You're not really sideboarding much against anything. And that is in a big event. I feel like, all players from all levels are going to have qualified for this because the qualifiers are running across the world, across the country, and they're small. So it's not going to be just pros in this event, but there's going to be players that have experience. And you're not going to surprise anybody with Mono Green. Everyone's going to know exactly what you have. And that's not something that I feel like is an appealing aspect when you're going to an event where the players are experienced. But we'll see. We'll talk about this later. We're going to take a break now. We'll be back with round 2. This is Nerd Rage Gaming. We'll be here all weekend. Stick around. All right, we're back. Sorry about the wait there. We're here for round 2 of the Nerd Rage 10K Modern Pioneer Legacy Team event. So where players are sitting down for round 2, we're going to start with Pioneer this round. Change things up since we didn't see much Pioneer last round. And Charles Fitzpatrick versus Ivan Espinosa, who some of you may recognize. It was the winner of the 2021 Nerd Rage Championship. So he was also thus the first person to qualify for this year's championship. Charles Fitzpatrick, joined by Tyson, Cromeens, and Rami.
Mansour, I believe.
Mansour, yeah, okay. And then we've got Ivan Espinosa, Raja Sulaiman, and Zach Allen. But we are in Pioneer. Rakdos Sacrifice versus Mono White. So Rakdos Sacrifice, not even the most popular black-red deck in Pioneer. In fact, not even close. But a deck based on very cheap spells and sack outlets, claim the Firstborn as a threaten. And this deck is good at stalling in combat, if nothing else, versus Mono White, which wants to attack. So we'll see how this plays out.
This is good old creature combat, right? With some combat tricks, some stealing of your creatures, sacrificing them to the oven, for example. Who's the beatdown here, Joe? Who's gonna win in the long run, and who needs to try to close it out quickly?
Well, I think Mono White probably wants to be applying the pressure here because Ivan's deck is more capable of grinding than the Mono White deck. The Mono White deck is going to put bigger threats on the board. And its interaction is mostly going to be Brave the Elements, which is going to be pretty strong So Charles is gonna have to consider: do I want to Brave the Elements as a protection spell from something like Claim the Firstborn, or other removal spells, or do I want to try and hold on to it for like the Alpha Strike? And that's also going to depend on whether Ivan's able to put blockers into play of multiple colors to be able to defend against the all protection swing in here.
So technically, you would set up a board where you would need 2 Brave the Elements to really break through for the Alpha Strike.
Conceivably,
if it comes to that.
Yeah, if it comes to that. But we'll see. I mean, Ivan's creatures, or I'm sorry, Charles's creatures are going to be bigger than Ivan's at basically every point. And we can see here Luminarch Aspirant growing. So we've already got a 4/4 coming in, which is going to be bigger than basically everything that Ivan's deck could put out there.
So yeah, I guess Ivan can just like go and suck up a little bit of damage, right? Before things actually become problematic.
Yeah.
As you build up your board with all those interactive creatures that you have.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be looking for Witch's Oven to combo with the Cauldron Familiar to give himself a free blocker. We have the Blood Tithe Harvest. Is that a Blood Tithe Harvester? I think it is in play. There's the Witch's Oven. All right, that's significant, as now this Cauldron Familiar can block free forever.
This is almost like a Maze of It that also like drains the opponent for 1 life every single turn. So you get to disable their biggest creature unless it has trample, I guess, and take it out of the game that way. But also having, I guess, some long-term potential. Like, how often does it really happen that you literally just grind out the opponent with the Witch's Oven and the Familiar?
I mean, I think it's more of, it's just a way of stalling and stalling and stalling. I mean, this deck wants to stall. It has a lot of 2-for-1s. And here is, I thought we'd see this. Blood Tithe Harvester is going to pick off the 1/1 Aspirant just to stop that from getting out of hand. And yeah, these Cauldron Familiars and Witch's Oven is just going to block for days. And then you're going to set up, you have Deadly Disputes, you have Fable. So there's more card advantage, more card filtering on the Rakdos side here. In fact, the mono white deck doesn't have any of either. It's just, and there's a third Luminarch Aspirant. So it's just going to grow bigger creatures. And you see spreading out of the counters to provide multiple threats. And Brave the Elements and Sacrifice the Creature is the primary. I'm sorry. Claim the Firstborn and Sacrifice the Creature is the primary removal for the Rakdos deck.
I'm just looking at the mono white deck, and outside of the Brave the Elements that you mentioned, I don't really see a lot of technology to really make it so that you can break through a wall of random jump blockers and like 2-for-1 creatures.
Yeah, it's just, you just have to go wide and big at the same time. But this Mayhem Devil is going to put a stop to that. This is going to allow all these sacrifice triggers are now going to be pinging, which is going to be a major problem for the white deck to get through. Cauldron Familiar blocking forever is now just going to do a damage on the way in and on the way out.
Yeah.
Through the Mayhem Devil. And I didn't look at the specific list, but generally the only removal in the white deck is Brutal Cathar.
Yeah, we got a couple of those. We got 4 copies of Brutal Cathar, yeah.
Right. So if one of those doesn't show up almost immediately, this Mayhem Devil is just going to pick off the board. And even if the creatures on the board are too big for the moment, anything freshly cast will immediately get killed.
I guess the only other removals where we have is Agancho, Seed of the Empire, where you can deal 4 damage to an attacker or a blocker. I guess that's one way to get rid of the devil.
It is, although I would be surprised if the sacrifice player allowed that vulnerability to happen here. So here's a Cauldron Familiar getting sacrificed, ping on the stack. Here is Brave the Elements. All right. So this is a key interaction here, although there's obviously only so many copies in the deck. And so
are we trying to just like swing for some damage and maybe have another Brave the Elements on the next turn to potentially get there?
So how much is this coming across here? This was like 4, 8, 11. So that's great. But this Cauldron Familiar, Witches of Interactions, that gains life also. And now there's food in play. There's a blood token. So everything that gets sacrificed.
Second
right.
Mayhem Devil, dude. This feels like this card should be legendary. This is way too good once you have multiples. I need to fix this format, like Emergency Errata or something.
It is quite good. Now, another Brave the Elements here looks like it would be enough to potentially end the game, but it would probably have to be this turn. How
I
much
guess
damage?
technically Mayhem Devil could actually kill Thalia.
Let's see. So this is so much damage here. Actually, we might even be past that point. So this is 2 damage here, yeah. And then now, Witch's Oven can sacrifice a familiar, and then sacrifice the food to bring it back again. So that's 4 more damage available.
We're actually taking it back. Like no chances to be scared of just like losing to the beatdown and the cat being baked and coming back. Or like flavor wise, don't tell me they weren't aware of that, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Cauldron, Familiar, and
Yeah,
Vicious Oven.
yeah.
I feel like this is one of those things when Wizards like puts together cards and sets. They're like, hey man, this is so flavorful. Let's do it.
Yeah, no, definitely. So, Mutavault available to block the Cauldron Familiar here, but there's a couple of problems with that. One, it's kind of a worthless. Killing a Cauldron Familiar is not worth very much, and two, the sacrifice deck can just pick off the Mutavault at will with 1 Witch's Oven activation.
True. So yeah, I feel like from Charles' side of things, this is the last turn where you can actually make something happen, right? You're just gonna be overrun by the next turn. You need to either win here or I don't even know. I don't see any of the cards in the deck that actually would get him out of this. But maybe we get away. What is this?
I mean, this is a Brutal Cathar, but it's kind of too late. Because this is a 2/2, so this can come into play and target a Mayhem Devil. But yeah, you just saw right there. Sacrifice Cauldron Familiar, dead.
Yeah, doesn't even matter. Yeah,
No.
this is over. Like I'm not a Pioneer specialist by any means, but this looks very much over to me.
Yeah, this is pretty much impenetrable. The ground is clogged up, and the Mayhem Devils allow all the reach you could ever want.
But this is chess. This is white against black. Like black is defending very much, and white just can't break through.
Mhm.
And well, okay, I guess technically black doesn't just like take over in the late game in chess by laws of nature, but it very much feels like here.
Yeah, this is. I mean, the sacrifice deck doesn't even have to necessarily attack to win. It can just use Mayhem Devil triggers and Cauldron Familiar triggers to just drain out the opponent if it wants to. As we see here, yeah, here's a swap. And this is just a free swap every single turn with the Witch's Oven and Cauldron Familiar. A common and an uncommon, I believe, that are just, marginal on their own, but put them together with a Mayhem Devil, which is also an uncommon. Yeah, who needs rares?
Dude, I feel like every time I look at this format, you want some kind of like instant speed graveyard removal, but I think we talked about like what's available and what people play, and it doesn't seem to be that common of a thing. But when I look at this and I'm looking at the white side of the board, I feel like, dude, I'm almost struggling to just beat like one of those devils and the Witch's Oven combo quotes in quotes, but this must be pretty frustrating from the other side of the board. Like your deck performed, your deck did what it's supposed to do, and it literally doesn't matter. I would think.
Yeah, no, it's definitely. I mean, this is going to be a tough. I mean, this white deck is based on small creatures that can grow and then go wide, and the Mayhem Devils can prevent all of that from happening. And so here's an attack all out, 2 blocks, and then Witch's Oven Sacrifice, throw in some extra damage.
And it comes back. Easy game.
Yep, more extra damage, and plus a drain. So that was 4 pings plus.
Oh, this is so crazy because you get to sacrifice the food as well. So you ping.
Mhm.
Oh my! I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
caught up to this now. This is, dude. This devil. This is what we need. We found your deck for Atlanta, man. Don't tell me about any other deck. This is what you're gonna play.
I mean, like I was saying, this is the second most popular black-red deck in the format. It's not even the most popular one. We can move into Modern here, where we've got. We can go back to Pioneer later, but we've got.
I think we got the decks reversed on the graphics down there, right?
We do. We have some. Yeah.
But as you can see on the right side, Eldrazi Tron. In Europe, you also call it Eltronzi. I told you about, right? I just I really like that name. And this is your typical Tron start. Tron, turn 3, big planeswalker. This is gonna be Ugin the Ineffable. So this is, I want to say, the least powerful or the less powerful version of Ugin, right? We also have the Spirit
Yeah,
Dragon, which
right.
we can't quite cast yet.
Yeah,
But on the other side of the board, is it gonna resolve? Like, what can we do here? I guess. Oh yeah, Force of Negation, Legacy All Star. I was gonna say. Well, also Modern All Star here.
yeah, Force Negation takes care of that. Yeah, this is definitely the less powerful Ugin. It should be the only one in the deck, though. I don't. Well, maybe. I wouldn't expect Eldrazi Tron to have 8 mana Ugin.
It does. It has one copy here.
Oh, does it? Okay.
See, one copy, and then like basically all the good stuff, like 4 Reality Smasher, 4 Thought Not Seer, 3 Matter Reshapers, some Walking Ballista, Ulamog, the Ceaseless Hunger. Like we're having a lot of things on the top end. And this is a way to find them.
Yeah,
Actually, no, this is not Eye of Ugin. Eye of Ugin is banned in the format. What am I talking about? I would have totally let like Roger get away with this here. I was like, yeah, sure. Eye of Ugin, easy. Yeah, this is, I guess, this is just like how it works, especially in the first game, right? You keep asking questions with your big creature spells, and eventually the blue-white control deck is maybe going to run out of answers. Like this, maybe this is just like where we get down a Thought Knot here or something.
Yeah, that would be excellent.
Yeah, the most important thing is just like to sequence our things correctly. Ideally, ask a question on a creature when the opponent only would have like Force of Negation available. And this is a big Chalice. Chalice on 3, which should disable quite a lot of cards out of the other side of the board, especially Teferi, I would think. Like that's one of the big ones, right? Which would be able to deal with the Chalice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this Eldrazi. I mean, when Eldrazi Tron actually assembles Tron, it's very powerful. It is not great at assembling Tron, but when it happens, and there's a cavern, so yeah, Tyson can forget about really doing much here.
Ooh.
Wow. That's a Kozilek. What? All right, I need to look at this deck list. This doesn't seem like a normal Eldrazi Tron deck list here. Let me see what's going on.
This is the second game. I was wondering because I didn't see it in the main deck. But yeah, Kozilek, Butcher of Truth, that's in the sidebar, the one-off.
Okay.
And that's just going to refill our hand, and we're going to cast a lot more uncounterable Eldrazi's over the next couple of turns.
Well, we might not need to cast anymore. I mean, this might do it by itself. Original Kozilek here with Annihilator. I mean, Tyson only has 4 permanents, and that's how many get annihilated when this thing attacks.
And what do we actually have to deal with it? We got a copy of Supreme Verdict.
Well, that'll
dress down into something, I guess.
Yeah, okay. So there are ways. But yeah, Tyson is down the game and kind of getting smashed here. I mean, you're the control deck, and your opponent just cast a creature and drew 4 cards. That's bad.
This is basically why I always like to have some kind of combo finish in your control deck, so you can switch gears almost to now use your counter spells to try and protect your own combo to win the game. But of course, that's not always like available to any control deck.
Right.
And sometimes also by remember Breach and Legacy, that was a control deck with a combo finish that was way too broken, or it was more like a anyway. But yeah, we see Solitude taking care of Kozilek, and we are going to have a lot more Eldrazi's coming down over the next couple of turns, I would think. We have another Urza's Mine, I believe, in hand. We're going to have so much mana, but for now, maybe it's just going to be a Thought Knot Seer. Just like see whether there's anything we care about. Yeah,
I mean, there are bound to be things that matter there. Looks like Leyline Binding, Supreme Verdict, Kahira, and a Flooded Strand. But you can see that the Tron deck is just so flush with cards after that Kozilek that, I mean, this is just going to be almost an impossible scenario for this Azorius control deck to fight back against.
Yeah, this feels like, I can just like take any of those cards, even though I'm probably not going to take your companion here. And I'm just going to power through because all of my cards matter, whereas you have like one answer after this and a couple of creatures that don't matter too much to me. So we're going to take out the Leyline Binding. That card has had a huge impact on Modern, right?
Yeah, it has. In fact, sees play in some play in Pioneer also. But especially in Modern, I mean, it's once you get everything set up, it's a 1-mana removal spell for basically anything. And the blue control deck here, you can splash colors off of triomes just to be able to cast it for less mana, even though you're really only playing 2 colors.
So this is basically like an instant speed Oblivion Ring that can get
Yeah.
even cheaper.
Yeah.
I can see why that would have an
Quite
impact.
strong. And then all kinds of cool interactions. For example, I mean, stuff that you don't really see come up too often, but like with Shark Typhoon Hardcast, Leyland Binding can be a 1-mana 6/6 flyer. That's pretty neat. Or 7/7.
Oh yeah, I see.
6/6, yeah. It's pretty disgusting.
Did you see what we grabbed? Oh, we grabbed the Sundering Titan. Oh, we're gonna wreck havoc on that mana
And
base
that's
then.
the problem with these splashing these off-color lands for the Leyland Binding is Sundering Titan gets 10 times better, even though it's already good.
But there's the Mystic Gate. I remember when that was a legacy card for like a week or two.
But
yeah.
I was trying to avoid using the player names there for a moment because there is some confusion on the what I have written down is that Ivan, Raja, and Zach Allen are a team. So we do have some.
Yeah, chat tells us that Raja is actually the control player and Tyson is the Eldrazi Tron player.
Yeah.
And also Zach Allen is probably playing 4-color and Rami is playing Mono-Red Painter. Yeah, that's probably what it's gonna be like. So yeah, well, Joe, as a retired control player, what does it feel like to sit there on the control player's position to try and fight back against a wave that keeps building up and eventually it's just gonna engulf you and it's gonna be over, but you still fight?
It's discouraging, man.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, because what are you supposed to do? I mean, you're fighting. I mean, the control deck has 6 mana in play. This Tron deck has currently 13.
All the mana.
And everything's uncounterable. And they already have Planeswalker in play and a Chalice. I mean, you're oh my gosh. Yeah, why not? Let's load up. Chalice on 2, Chalice on 3. Get out of here.
I mean, keep track. So Chalice on 2 means that we can't cast a Chalice on 1 now, right? But I guess we won't have to.
No, we don't have to.
Oh, I see. The Chalice on 2 is actually trying to play around a Dress Down. I guess that's one way. That's
sure.
smart.
Dress down, counterspell, whatever. Yeah.
Just pack it in.
And that's it. Eldrazi Tron crushes blue-white control. All right, we're going to go back to Pioneer, sounds like, as the other 2 matches are shuffling, and we'll apologize for the there we go. This actually might be the correct lineup on this slide.
And this is also one of the correct selections of basic lands on Charles' side. I just love these. I think these are like East African themed.
Yeah, of course you love them. This is the kind of land you can see on a safari. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. This looks like Masai Mara, if you ever heard of it. One of the best safari parks in the world.
All right, so
dude, Joe, you told me this might be different after sideboarding, or did you? I just made that up, but this doesn't look any different at all. This just looks a repeat of the first game, except Charles this time doesn't even have any creatures.
No, well, the Mayhem Devils probably already killed everything.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'm telling you. As long as they don't errata this to be legendary, I guess it wouldn't even have mattered in this game. I don't see this deck going anywhere. It's just like the best deck in the format. Nobody knows it yet.
Well,
you're laughing. I've got this format figured out, man. I'm gonna win that Atlanta thing, the DreamHack thing for you. I hope you remember me when the interview on stage.
Even if you qualify, you have your own DreamHack somewhere else. I'm sure you have your own. Right?
I don't even know, man.
It's a regional championship. You cannot come.
I could acquire American citizenship or something.
I suppose.
Maybe I have it. Maybe I just never told you.
All right, here's a rest in peace. Rest in peace actually will have an impact. It will shut down the recursion of the Cauldron Familiar Witch's Oven stuff, which has not been drawn this game.
Yeah, we're just gonna take this one out, dude. This is almost like disgusting, and we get to draw a card for it as well. Yeah, sweet.
Yeah.
But was that a blood token, or what actually did we use there?
I don't think it was.
It was a clue token. Yeah. Because I was waiting for Ivan to discard, but if it's a clue token, we just get to keep the card.
The ones on the board, I think, are blood tokens. Here is a Gigantha, the companion from the sacrifice deck.
And we got the oven. Well, the oven.
I don't know that if I was trying to describe all the attributes of this mono white deck, I think ability to come back, it would not be one of them. This is not a deck that recovers especially well. There are things that do allow that, stuff like Extraction Specialist, but that's shut down by the Rest in Peace.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, I mean, there's a castle in play, so Charles can make some tokens, I guess, but Mayhem Devil isn't going to have any trouble picking those off. And there's the Brutal Cathar in hand, and that's just, well, I guess at the moment, Brutal Cathar actually conceivably could do something.
Yeah, we would need like something like a second Mayhem Devil or a second way to put something to the graveyard. I guess, is this a fetch land that we... No, it can't be.
All right, where are we working our way towards here? All right. So there is a bodyguard that can protect Immunavault. All right. I wonder if Charles is trying to convince Ivan to commit resources so then the Brutal Cathar can come down and snatch up the Mayhem Devil. But Ivan isn't interested.
Ivan is just like, yeah, sure, you got that. I'm just gonna get there eventually. Dude, is that just like or let's approach it this way. What is the best removal spell that mono white could actually play other than Brutal Cathar? Like an actual hard removal spell that could be a thing in the format for this deck?
I mean, game one, there's not going to be anything.
It's actually pretty wild. Like if you consider a format that doesn't have like a good white removal spell.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, they're just the ones stolen by the other colors. There's Leyline Binding. Good luck with that. I mean, we can see there's Portable Hole, Declaration in Stone. Like, I mean, those are playable cards. Those are in the sideboard. That, in fact, is probably where the clue came from. It's probably from Declaration in Stone. But here is
We have 3 copies of that. We have 3 copies of Portable Hole in the sideboard. So that's... But Portable Hole actually doesn't really deal with the devil, right?
No,
does it? Or
does
actually,
not.
how much is the devil? It's 3 mana or something?
Yeah, it doesn't do it. Yeah, here we have... So I claim the Firstborn into, I believe, Village Rites. So 1 mana, steal your creature. 1 more mana, sacrifice your creature. Draw 2 cards.
That's filthy.
So, yeah, it is somewhat one-sided here. Den the Bugbear's going to come in here, swing in, generate a token. Sure, your Univault can block my token for free if it wants to. This is just an obliteration. If one of the other matches is competitive, we could switch over, because this...
Is this how this matchup plays out most of the time, or is it just like the cards didn't come Charles' way?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's good tools for mono white to fight against this. Like we were saying, like the removal spells don't line up. Even if you can handle some of the early creatures, the claim the Firstborn into sacrifice effect, whatever you have to sacrifice it with. I mean, Brave the Elements is kind of required to combat that, but Brave the Elements is also required to break through, and it's just taxed so much. You only have 4 of them, and you probably want more like 10 in the matchup. And then, you do... I mean, we didn't see it. We didn't see Adeline. We didn't see Extraction Specialist. Some of the cards that generate advantage. But it is tough otherwise. All right, so here we are in Legacy. Zach Allen versus Rami Mansour.
And it looks like we're having some mana trouble on the side of Rami.
Yeah.
We are already by at least turn 5, only having 2 lands in play. We attempted a Goblin Engineer that, from what we see, got Hydroblasted. And now 4-color gets to just like sit back and do its thing, even though we don't really see a lot of great stuff on Zach's side of the board. I think I've seen a Dress Down in hand. We just put Yorion back into our hand. And yeah, Rami probably like has a lot of things that he could cast, but he needs the 3rd land. He probably wants to get something like a Fable of the Mirror Breaker down. What else would there be that we can't cast for 2 mana? Maybe we don't want to run out like a Naked Painter. Yeah, we're just gonna draw a card here. Just cycle this, maybe find a land, maybe find... I think a Magus of the Moon has been attempted earlier in the game from what I can see down there. And yeah, this is just a cycled Dress Down. Are we gonna do it end of turn or gonna do it in main phase? We want
Probably
to.
depends on what Zach might have to follow up, but yeah, this is. I mean, Zach's kind of just
Oh,
trying to build an unbeatable position here.
yeah.
There's no real. It
Sometimes
doesn't.
you can do it end of turn if you want to run out an Uro on your next main phase and have it stick around.
Mhm.
That's one of the small little combos that's this kind of enables in Legacy.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. Well, this is at least a card that can potentially do something, even though we're probably not going to activate it for a while. I'm not even sure if we need to deal with it.
Right. Well, Zach does. I mean, Zach doesn't have a lot of resources to play with. I think there's another dress down in hand, which isn't worth much right now.
Yeah, ideally, Zach wants to pick something up like, like Minsk and Boo, which is all. But even the Yorion, like when your opponent is this weak, you might just run out the Yorion because it's a big flying dragon. On the other hand, of course, you would expect Rami to be sitting on at least some Pyroblasts or Hydroblasts. Oh yeah, and you
Right.
got 3 mana. And here we go. Another Magus of the Moon. Maybe float one white mana and then take it out.
Yeah.
We'll
I
see.
mean, there's nothing to. I mean, Zach doesn't have very much. Okay, yeah, we're gonna see a couple fetch lands here. That would make sense. I mean, is Zach's hand just Yorion and second dress down? I don't know if he has anything else.
Guess this is actually kind of interesting. I thought when Zach was very happy to run out these Swords of Plowshares on the Goblin Engineer that wasn't really doing anything, on the Goblin Welder that wasn't
Right.
really doing anything, I thought he might have more removal spells or something to do. But if this just like resolves, I mean, he got the basic forest, he got the basic plains. Do you see a basic island somewhere over there? Not yet.
No,
And
I
that
do not.
fetchland also can't get it. Okay. Respawn cycle this.
Yeah.
This is also not the kind of matchup where you're in a weird spot against Paint. I've played this matchup many times, mostly from the Painter side, and it's a weird spot for the control deck because they kind of want some kind of like force of will effects, especially since you can produce, something like this very early on. On the other hand, you don't really want because the games usually go long and the opponent has access to a ton of pyroblast effects. So Rami often has the better stuff, but Zach has ways to deal with it. But eventually, and you know this better than most control players, right? You eventually have to do something as a control deck. You have to land your chase. You have to land the 2022 chase is called Minsk and Buno. You have to land that, or maybe get your Uro going. But right now, this is a classical game of. I'm not gonna call it, but you know the principle of how mana screw eventually beats mana flood.
Absolutely.
So
And this is, I mean, okay, this is going to be a Rami 2-for-1ing himself, but Zach Allen is empty-handed. Zach Allen has nothing. And
that's probably the best card you can draw, right? When you're,
sure. I mean,
you're
well,
empty-handed, this is exactly what you want.
It needs to hit. Life from Loam, that's not going to really do much. I mean, I suppose it's something, but I can't tell how many cards are in Rami's hand, but it is several.
Yeah, Rami should be like fully equipped to basically unleash something for the next 2 or 3 turns. Rami doesn't have the super high end that you sometimes see in these painter decks, as in something like a Karn, but yeah, looking at the deck list, this looks very close what my Callum Smith, my co-host on the podcast, plays. Yeah, this is sweet. Eventually you can also just like get there by having something like Goblin Engineer do its thing and get like twin shot snipers or even like Breyer's Apprentice. Breyer's Apprentice is one of my favorite cards to grind out these control decks when you have some graveyard interaction going on. And yeah, it looks like we just wastelanded there. Smart, since Rami was short on mana on the previous turn. So what Zach is hoping for here is just a pass back and nothing. Okay, Simian Spirit Guide into Fable of the Mirror Breaker, one of the best cards in a situation like this. And if you're Zach, you're not happy. You're very much not happy about this.
No, I mean he kept on the Ponder, but with the fetch land and the ability to dredge. So okay, it's going to be to clear the top of the deck.
Might have a Mystic Sanctuary to get something. Let me see. I don't see a Mystic Sanctuary in here. No,
He's
so
got time. Fable is not going to put pressure like Legion Warboss and such that we saw in the last round.
No, but even just like the cycling effect is
Right.
going to be big.
No,
That's
it
there's
definitely
a very high
matters.
chance that Rami's going to recover on mana and eventually maybe even find like another basic mountain, which is what you're looking for, because right now Zach has the ability to basically wasteland you every single time you find a non-basic land.
Yeah, if he
And from
chooses to. I
there,
mean, Zach can't be too excited about giving up his turn to Life in Lower Wasteland here, but you're right. He definitely could do that. And is that
I thought it was maybe some kind of Teferi. Oh, Minskin Boo.
Yeah, that's what I
Literally
thought
the
it
best card
was.
you could have drawn.
Yeah.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, well, this is gonna change things fairly quickly. There
Yeah, no,
is
Rami, you really need
Mansour.
something, because
Mhm.
this card is just gonna destroy you. This is I want to call it the best Planeswalker in Legacy, and I don't think a lot of people will actually really disagree with that. This card has hit Legacy like a truck. It took a while for it to actually show up on Magic Online, but there's even like entire dedicated decks. There's something like Minsk and Boo Stompy that I've even lost against a couple of times now, where people build the entire deck about ramping out Minsk and Boo as quickly as possible. I recently played against it when they got it in the first turn. It was disgusting.
Well, and there's 2 cards pitched, and Rami did just use a bolt and a twin shot sniper, I think, on the Yorion, so there may not be enough removal left to deal with this. And this is, I mean, doesn't take long for this to
Basically, what you want to do here
major
is you want
impact.
to get down a Painter, play a land, and Pyroblast the Minsk and Boo.
Oh, I guess that would work.
Yeah.
Since it didn't happen immediately, I don't think that Mr. Mansour here has it.
I'm trying to make out the cards in Rami's hand, but it's kind of hard to see. Apparently, I think I've maybe seen a Painter. I can't really tell you. Yeah,
Yeah, I
this is
said
going to get out of control pretty quickly. Like, with every single turn that Rami's not going to do something, like even next turn, we can just like get in there for 4 damage and then draw 4 cards. It's just like completely hilarious. The card gets out of control like nothing else in Legacy, Planeswalker wise.
yeah,
Yeah, but there's definitely a Painter there.
yeah.
And it's gonna be Engineer. Okay. So could this be a grindstone? Yeah, it's a grindstone. Okay, so we're gonna try to brute force our way to a win here. We're gonna be like, okay, we're gonna make this game as short as possible and just get you with the grindstone and the painter before Minsk does something crazy. I mean, what are you gonna do here with Minsk? Are you gonna shoot the engineer next turn, or I mean, sounds reasonable.
I mean, yeah, that does seem fine. I mean, what is I'm more thinking about from Mr. Mansour's side, like what is the I mean, you can't expect this engineer to live. And even if it does, we need
I
a
mean,
lot more mana. This is
there's a world where it kind of lives if you attack with your token there to get the token to
the treasure. I thought about
the
that
treasure, yeah.
too. Yeah.
Then you can cast Painter, and then the opponent might kill either Painter or Engineer.
Mhm.
And then you
Maybe
untap with either of those.
maybe if you attack and there's you can threaten, having a lightning bolt, but that doesn't seem
Mhm.
all that believable. I think there's a decent chance Zach would just block because it doesn't cost them a ton, even if you do have the bolt.
Dude, I love Painter so much, but it's not very good at removing planeswalkers that are non-blue. That's, I guess Fury is one way. We haven't talked about Fury yet. Fury is really good. That would have been an amazing card here to take out the Minsk and Boo. We got 2 copies in the main deck, 1 copy in the sideboard. I very much expect the third Fury to come in this matchup. But yeah, we didn't really have it here, and now too many cards for Zach. Like, this is going to be really rough to overcome. The one way you can try and win this is by having a quick combo. But this is probably going to be your last turn where you can make it work before things spin completely out of control. And to be totally honest, things already are out of control.
Right. No, this is, I mean, there's a Force of Vigor in hand now for Zach Allen that gives him a nice protection. I mean, with the Painter still in hand for Rami, I mean, drawing blasts are useful, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, at that point, you you would take out the Minsk, right? And then you hope that Zack doesn't have anything, which is kind of hard because of the blast doesn't get countered and the painter doesn't get removed in response. Then what does Zack actually have in hand? And you also have to hope that it's not going to be a Minsk and Boo. So it's really like all lands and completely crappy spells, which, you try to create the scenario in your head where you're winning and you're playing towards that scenario and have a very hard time even coming up with that scenario in the first place.
Okay, there is a hardcast Force of Air taking down the Fable that was sitting there.
And this is just like how quickly things spin out of control.
I don't know that striking down the Fable there, I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure that needed to happen necessarily right then.
Yeah, especially since the token doesn't even have haste, right?
Right,
It just
right.
comes into play. It's not actual Kiki Chiki, it's Kiki Chiki without haste.
All right, so now Zach's going to recur the Life from the Loam. Spilling over 3 decent cards, but it's no longer short of action. And Wasteland taking out Urza Saga is obviously desirable.
Yeah, we're basically gonna play the rest of the game on this 3 mana, maybe 4 at times. But yeah, things are gonna go out of control before we ever get to amount to anything big. Like it's kind of funny when you look at Rami's side of the board. This is literally the board we had like 2 turns ago. Whereas Zack has really developed like pretty far by just like having all these extra cards in hand. I feel sorry for Rami. Like this looks like pretty much a blowout, but it really came down to that one turn where Zack found the Minsk and Boo, and Rami didn't have anything to try and kill it with save Furies. That's just like one of those key interactions in this matchup where you need the Furies to take out the Minsk and Boos.
All right, so here's an attack 4 with the Haste Hamster. And there's another force. All right, get rid of Saga and Fable. No reason to commit this Wasteland when I've got this Fable this force take out both cards, and then there's just
we found a 4th land, and we still have the paint on hand.
Right. I mean, maybe if Zack has nothing and you have you draw a blast to go with this painter, you can kill the Minsk, and then you could recover. Rami still has a lot of life. But it looks like it's a mountain in hand alongside the painter. Yeah, I'm not sure that Zack has much left back, but if this Minsk lives, he doesn't need it necessarily.
Chat is actually saying that Zack accidentally put a prismatic ending in the giant pile of lands on his side of the board. Let's see if he actually ends up tapping it for mana. I actually didn't see it, but yeah, there's a big stack of lands, and apparently there's a prismatic ending somewhere in there. We will see whether it gets caught, if it's actually there. Yeah, there it is. Okay, got it. Goes to the graveyard.
That's got to be a game loss, right? You can't tap prismatic ending for mana.
EQ'd from the entire tournament.
Exactly. Yeah, your whole team wiped out. Sorry. All right, here's a Narset. Yeah, this is curtains on this one. It looks like the Narset is just window dressing. Teferi, sure, but Minsk and Boo, the champion planeswalker of this round for sure.
Yeah, we just back it in.
Yeah.
And that concludes the match, right?
Yeah, it looks like it. So the team of Ivan Espinosa, Raja Sulaiman, and Zach Allen will. Oh.
Oh, the dots were switched. Okay.
All
so
right.
Painter was actually up a game here. So we're going to the 3rd game. Okay, that's amazing. I love myself some Painter. Or maybe we're going to switch to Modern. I don't know. I'm down for anything.
All right, let's go ahead and go to Modern. The word is that it's competitive. So let's jump over here. And we've got, looks like Blue Control looking a little better than the last time we visited this match.
Ever so slightly.
Yes. So we've got Jace on 1, Teferi on 1, some constructs, and a whole bunch of land. So Green Tron versus Control, if you have this much mana available, it almost seems inevitable that you'll win eventually. Eldrazi Tron maybe is not quite as strong, but still pretty good. And these Urza Saga constructs actually play a pretty big role. I don't know if that Kahir is in play or if that's the companion zone. Maybe we could let me see if I
Kind of looks like it's in
get
play.
word from the spotter.
Maybe it's phased out. Who knows? It's kind of like an interesting. So we see that, by the way, that Teferi is on 1. So I guess that meant that he destroyed a bunch of construct tokens, because Eldrazi's, you don't really want to bounce those, right? That's usually coming back to bite you pretty big on the next turn. On the other hand, minusing Teferi to bounce one of those constructs, that feels amazing.
Yeah.
Or even like, have you bounced Urza Saga with Teferi?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, that's a really sweet play especially if you're going first and they drop Saga in turn 2 and you just reset it. That's awesome. All right, Chalice on 2 here. Okay, so the Kahir was in the companion zone, we get word, and now you can see they actually moved it a little bit. Here's Thought-Knot Seer after the Chalice. Not grabbing. Leyline Binding looks like it's being cast in response. It's taking one of the constructs. And Counterspell is removed to Thought-Knot Seer, leaving just a land behind. The best answer for these multiple constructs is Dress Down, which is shut off by Chalice on 2. So I'm sure that's played into Tyson's choice to put it on 2. As you can see, based on the mana available, he could have played the Chalice for any amount he wanted.
Yeah, and we got Solitude here. Solitude is going to take out probably something like the Thought-Knot Seer, give you another card to work with. Oh, by the way, what's going on with those dice? Oh, is this the size of the construct?
Yeah.
It's not the number of construct. Oh, I was confused there for a second. I was like, wait, did we just like randomly have another construct? It's like, is this how it goes? Oh man. I recently played with a friend of mine. He played Magic for the first time in 20 years. And when his creature's power and toughness changed due to some effects, he literally put 2 dice to represent power and toughness onto the creature, because it was so confusing for him. And he had like 7 creatures in play where that happened, and we eventually ran out of dice. And he told me, how do people do this in a tournament? And I was like, they just do it in their head. And he was like blown away, like, how is this even possible?
Well, certainly the game is a little more, it changed a lot in 20 years. I mean, wow, that's funny. So one reason I don't like using die to represent the size of the construct, for example, is it changes all the time. So like right now, it's no longer accurate already.
It's a 2/2 now.
It's a 2/2, and it's same as it's worse than the Tarmogoyf dice because it changes more often. But it's not.
Yes, something I've seen people do is like put a dice beneath the card, like on the bottom, not actually on the card. But yeah, let's see. I mean, this needs to be caught, right? It's only going to attack for 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is because this is. I mean, and both players are probably spacing on this, but
it doesn't make it easier that the Eldrazi often looks as if they were like out of
Raja needs to know how much he's actually being attacked for here and what's going on, and this is
okay. If these are the attacks, like if the construct is on Chase and Reality Smasher is on Teferi, then at least for this turn won't matter, and hopefully gets caught at some point. So yeah, well, if these are actually the attacks, so we got a Solitude, yeah, that's gonna come down, and we can actually save both Planeswalkers if you want to. We're gonna take this one out.
Yeah.
And then we can block what's actually a 2/2.
Right. So this. Okay.
Oh, and there's something else from Tyson's side in response. I guess that must be something like what's the Eldrazi removal spell called? Warping Whale?
There's Warping Whale and Spatial Contortion.
I think Warping Whale is what we see in this list.
Okay.
But that doesn't actually do it.
I didn't see one cast though. Yeah, I did to just trade off. Yeah, I didn't.
Okay, I thought he was like tapping 2 mana.
Yeah, I thought he was tapping mana also.
Dismember.
Yeah,
oh yeah, he can't cast during the attack anyway because of Teferi. Maybe actually was trying to go for something and then remembered that's Teferi.
Definitely, I saw him reach for mana and then nothing happened. But you're right, that would explain it if he tried to and then Roger was like, I have Teferi. Okay, so anyway, got that straightened out. Both Planeswalkers are still alive. Thought-Knot Seer swung through.
I'm still not used to Chase like being an actual modern card. I just looked at Roger like drawing 3 cards and I was like, whoa! Oh no, wait, you can actually do that. Such a good card. If only it was Minsc and Boo. But you know, Minsc and Boo has been so influential. People even run Hydroblasts now, like all over the place.
I know.
Everywhere.
I have seen Hydroblasts in the last couple of months more than I think I ever did before that. Yeah, I mean it's sure. Okay, we pick off random creatures, but yeah, stupid Minsc and Boo. Changing the whole format.
So what's this gonna be? 3 mana. Oh yeah. You got a big. I don't even remember the creature type. Let's call it a cat. It's basically just like your thing that you sometimes pitch to Solitude, and on rare occasions it actually comes down as a beater, or in this case probably more like a blocker.
Yeah, the Elemental Lord Cat Beast. Elementals, Nightmare, Dinosaurs, Cats, or Beasts get +1/+1 Vigilance.
I wonder how they figured out which creatures should actually like be pumped by this. Is this like all the creatures that don't have proper lords right now?
Maybe. Elementals have other lords, but yeah, those other creatures may not. All right, Dismember takes it down regardless, so we don't have to worry about it anymore. And
got a Mindstone in hand that's probably going to get cycled.
This Thoughtseize.
Oh no, we can't even cast the Mindstone. There's a Chosen 2 in play.
We gotta kill a Planeswalker here, or Raj is just gonna completely take over. Let's see.
Oh, we're gonna bounce it?
Yeah. Otawara will return it to hand.
Wait, what did we... Oh, we drew a card because it went back. Okay, cool. So now it's gonna come back down, and we're gonna take... What's that gonna be? That's a counter spell. Is that a subtlety? I can't tell.
It's Memory Deluge, counter spell, and subtlety, yeah. So Memory Deluge is out of here. Nice to exile that one, but... Well, I guess there is an Urza Saga that can make tokens, so there is some ground to be gained here for Tyson. But it's tough to fight against active Jace, which everybody knows that played Legacy, up until a few years ago when Jace became unplayable.
Yeah, you know what they say, right? If you untap with an active Jace, you just instantly win the game. The opponent just doesn't know it yet.
I don't know if it's quite that far, but yeah, Jace is obviously super duper good. Raja disrespecting Jace though by using the worst ability on the card, the 0 effect.
What are we gonna do? We're gonna bounce something again? No? Oh, we're gonna cash it in?
Nice.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, this feels like the old, bounce my Snapcaster Mage, replay it again.
Sure.
And keep drawing cards all the way. Man, this is great.
All right, so another counterspell drawn. So there's a couple dead cards in Raj's hand because of the chalice on 2.
This all chat is actually rooting for Eldrazi because they want to see the 3rd match of Painter against 4-color.
Ah, sure, that makes sense. Where are we at here?
I mean, I don't hate where Tyson is, honestly. We also have a Urza Saga going on right now.
Didn't Urza Saga... What happened?
Oh,
shouldn't Urza Saga be on 3?
Should it? I thought it was on 1 last turn.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Oh, yeah, but chat is actually saying it's 3. Okay, so it looks like we actually missed the 3
because there's
then.
a construct I think I did...
Oh, yeah, that probably just straight up got missed.
I think it did, because I think construct was just made. So then when you untap, it has to be on 3, or not untap, but when you go to your draw step, it has to be on 3. Yeah, so that's going to have screwed this up because there should be a tutor effect that should have happened. Obviously before the Karn was cast.
I was gonna say it's not gonna just sit there at 3, right? Something needs to happen.
No, yeah, because you can't. Yeah, okay, so the judge is gonna get involved here. It would either stay at 2 because it was missed, or it would go to 3 and trigger it. It can't go to 3 and then not trigger. That would not be, I don't think, a potential outcome of the ruling here. Yeah. As chat pointed out, fortunately, it does not impact the draw because you don't tutor on upkeep. So it is, yeah, it looks like they may be considerably rolling this back here because it is possible to back up because the decks weren't impacted. So, because you can see the Karn has left the graveyard and is now on the stack, I think. All right.
Joe, and speaking of backups, what's the
yeah.
furthest backup a judge has ever issued for a game of yours?
Oh, for a game of mine?
Like an attack
Okay.
step or a draw step or even an entire turn?
Well, the one that's I talked about this before. The most ridiculous, the longest one as far as time that it took was an Emrakul that was went to the graveyard and was shuffling on an end of turn and like discard the hand size.
Mhm.
And then I picked up my graveyard, did most of one shuffle, and then the opponent was like, "Wait, I have scavenging ooze. I want to eat the Emrakul." And so the judges then tried to determine how many cards were in my graveyard.
Mhm.
This was probably turn 10. And then figure out how many cards were in the graveyard and then try and guess,
Okay.
unshuffle the deck in order to put the graveyard back, in order to allow the scavenging ooze to eat the Emrakul and then reshuffle everything back together. And it probably took 12 minutes.
Okay.
And
You
it
know
had
what it
no
was for
impact on the game whatsoever. But
you
as
know what
far
it
as
was for me?
yeah, no, I want to hear it though.
This is why I brought it up. The furthest backup. I'm not even sure if you can call it a backup. It's more like a rollback. Is 3 entire turns. Like we were in turn
a
4.
lot.
We were about to begin turn 4. We backed up to the beginning of the match.
All right, hold on. What format was this? Was this Legacy?
Modern.
It was modern. All right, I'm gonna try and see if I can maybe chat. Try and as we wait
Okay,
this
we
ruling.
can have chat
How
as well.
can we guess what could have led to that big of a backup? Uh,
By backup, I don't mean we just like shuffled up again and played the match again. We literally put back the cards we drew for each turn and put back the opening hands and started again. And I don't think anybody's ever gonna guess unless they were involved, because it was actually a broadcast match, which made it a lot easier.
I
But
see.
yeah, it was one of the weirdest backups I ever experienced. It was actually hilarious.
All right, I'm gonna guess it was a Thalia that the players didn't take into account, and so they had to something got played with that wasn't taxed, and they had to back up. All right, that's my guess.
No. It's but then you wouldn't back up to the beginning of the match, right?
I suppose not. I expected my guess to be wrong. That's just what I'm going with. Tell us what actually happened.
I appreciate the honesty.
All
The
right, you know
thing
what?
that
Maybe
actually happened.
we'll hear it after the. Okay, so we got the ruling. Maybe we'll hear your story after the match is over with.
Cool.
Um,
Let's do it that way.
all right. So if we have a ruling, go ahead and give it to us. Otherwise, okay. So the Karn's back in the graveyard. Okay, it looks like the ruling is being given. All right, go ahead and tell us your story.
Okay, so the actual thing that happened is, it's my 4th turn. I'm trying to figure out whether I already played a land, because I thought I had not played a land, but it looked like if I had played a land. And I look at my side of the board for like almost a minute, which is already like not cool. And then it dawns upon me, the wrong player started the game. I had won the die roll. I had decided to start. My opponent said okay and started the game. She literally said okay and then played the first land, and then we just like played the game. And
wow, I'm surprised they let you have that back. I would think they would just rule you chose to go second and then just stay with what you had.
we both agreed that I had decided to go first, and then they were like, okay, in that case, we are gonna roll it back, and they rolled it back to the very beginning of the match. I didn't expect that to happen. I thought they were just like, oh man, can't do anything about it.
That is, I would not have guessed that, but that is funny. Okay, so it looks like this Urza Saga is triggering. A construct was made. It is now tutoring through the deck. Meanwhile, chat, if you can beat Julian's story of a game restarting on turn 4 because the players who were supposed to go first, go ahead. Throw in your experience in the chat. We'll get to it later. This Mindstone does make it onto the board as the chalice is no longer there. And bang, Archmage's Charm going to steal the construct.
So did we find something like we got the trigger of the what's the saga, right? So what did you find? Did we find like a relic of Progentus that I see there, or I feel like it might have been relic.
Maybe it missed.
It could have missed, yeah.
I mean, the relic is exiled and the graveyards aren't, so it couldn't have been that.
True.
So now we've got both players using dice to represent the constructs, even though they are currently correct. So I guess we could count our blessings. Tyson, though, now with no action at all, no more Urza Sagas. I guess the Mind Stone in play can be sacrificed.
Oh yeah, because we got rid
And
of our
we're
Shadows
in
of the Void.
turns, it looks like.
Oh, this is
Well,
interesting. So if this is in turns, then it's gonna be decided by either this or the mono red painter match, because
right.
there's the potential of one of those matches going to time, and if both go to time and remain undecided, then they're gonna win of the Pioneer result. Is that how it works?
Yeah. Yeah, you would win 1-0-2. There's another Tarn. That's not going to resolve. I guess it
that
could
actually-
actually be redrawn immediately off the Mind Stone and cast again.
Not true. Wait, no, this goes down to 1 if we sacrifice the Mind Stone. Wait, it dies now? Okay. Oh, because of the subtlety or something? Yeah, I guess.
I don't know what just happened there. Well, I don't see how the subtlety would have any impact on it.
Yeah.
It's unless it.
Maybe we went to -1 artifacts or something.
Did I miss? Oh, it was already. No, it attacked and got blocked by the other construct. So now it became a 1/1 with 1 damage on it. That's what happened.
Yeah.
All right. So then,
this is actually interesting from a strategic point of view. Like if you look over to the 4-color against mono red painter matchup,
yeah,
and you feel like they are probably gonna draw.
well, let's go ahead and jump over the right quick. This game looks like it's unlikely to finish. So let's jump over there. Okay, they're picking up their cards, which must imply, director, that painter won. Oh,
they drew.
They
okay,
drew.
so
The Legacy went through the 5 turns and did actually draw. So yeah, this is going to be a 1-0-2 win for the team of Espinosa, Sulaiman, and
no,
Allen.
that's still the okay. Yeah, I guess practically, because Tyson's not gonna win the game, and
Right, unless Tyson wins the game in 2 turns, which I don't even know how that would happen.
It's the biggest Eldrazi you can imagine.
A
Cast
big,
it now
a
and
big
try to win the
walking
game.
a big walking ballista. It could be original Emrakul Time Walk, attack for 15.
just try to take both of the remaining extra turns.
Yeah.
Is this how we win?
That would do
it. Dude, that's flavorful. I like it. Emrakul is so powerful, it just like takes over the extra turns as well. Yeah, 102. Looks like that's what it's gonna be.
I thought, I mean, we got rid of Yorion in Modern. I thought we were going to reduce the time spent in these control matches, but I guess that's not to be the case.
Chat is asking, do extra turns count towards the 5? I think they do.
They
much.
do.
Yeah.
If you cast Time Warp or something like that, if you string a bunch of time walks together, you could take all 5 extra turns. The opponent is not obligated to get any. It's 5 turns total. You take as many of them as you can. All right. So this is in fact also a draw. You can see a pair of 5s there. 2 turn 5 unfinished games, and somehow the Pioneer match that was fairly lopsided decided this match completely. So
yeah, it's just like how it happens sometimes. It's never really satisfying, right? When you feel like you could have tried to win the match. On the other hand, I mean, there's good reasons why we don't let these good matches go on forever. Remember to go very far back, Pro Tour Berlin in 2008, where they had like these AFs and AFs matches, and where people were like on, I don't know, 2,000 live, and I have like 716 insect tokens, and they kept track with like an actual calculator and stuff. Yeah, that's also prone to either like totally blow somebody out or go to time.
So way back. So I've maybe spoken about this before. You may have heard this. I remember way back in a qualifier, or maybe it was a local Grand Prix. I can't remember, where there was elves at the time. There was the combo. You could have Heritage Druid, Elvish Visionary, Nettle Sentinel, and then Cloudstone Curio, which is when you have a creature come in play, you can bounce one, right? So there's a loop. There's a loop with Nettle Sentinel, Heritage Druid, Visionary, and then there was Essence Warden in play. Is that, or whatever the elf version of is that Essence Ward in the elf version of the Gain of Life?
I know which one you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, and so the player, I wasn't playing in the match, but the player was like, here's my combo. I'm going to, in turn bounce each of these creatures and recast them. So I generate 3 mana from a Heritage Druid, gain a life, and draw a card. And the opponent's like, okay. And the player's like, and I think this is still the case, but if you demonstrate a loop, you can just say how many times you want to do the loop, right? So the player's like, I will gain 1,000 life. And the other player's like, cool, you just decked yourself.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, and that was the end of that. Anyway,
cool.
all right. Rules interactions going back through the ages. Good stuff every time. All right, that's the end of round 2. Thanks for being with us. Looks like we're going to stay in the air and just go right into round 3. So, all right. Well, I don't know how long that is going to be, but we are going to get. All right. So, all right. Future match has been picked. So this will be probably just a minute or 2.
So what are you looking forward to see here? You already mentioned you play a lot of Pioneer. Which Pioneer decks that you really enjoy we haven't seen yet?
Well, okay, so let's see. What Pioneer decks do I enjoy watching see played? I mean, there's a lot of interactive stuff in Pioneer. I mean, there's Bant Spirits sometimes has some good games. I mean, sometimes they just run over, but I wouldn't mind seeing like Black Red Midrange versus Bant Spirits or something like that. I think that'd be okay. That probably favors I would say probably favors Black Red a little bit, but something like that I wouldn't mind seeing. There's let's see. I wouldn't mind. I'm always happy to see Lotus Field play against something, although lots of the Lotus Field matchups aren't super balanced, either crushes or gets crushed. So it's maybe not the best match to watch, even though I enjoy playing it. Yeah, anything unique to the format. There are some self-mill decks on the fringes of Pioneer. I played against one yesterday on Magic Online. I didn't know what was happening at first. They're playing the Otherworldly Journey and this 2-mana mill 8 cards. I don't remember the name of it. Self-mill Narcomoeba stuff with Crippling Chill. That was
on the fringes of Pioneer. That sounds like a podcast name.
It should. You know what? No credit needs to be given. If somebody wants to snag that, go ahead.
So let's see what we got here. I don't know if the matches that we see here now, these I was trying to see the feature matches coming up, but I think they're not loaded yet.
I think it's posted. I think we got it now. So we're gonna watch. We're gonna watch Zoe Riederman, Jesse Robkin, and Skyler Warfield. That is a team of whose players I imagine chat recognizes versus Sky Bauerschmidt, Sweeney, Riley Keane, and Samantha Murphy. All right, so we'll get those players settled in, figure out the matchups, and get things rolling. In the meantime, I already got some more time to kill while the players are sitting down. All right, I have a question for you.
Yeah,
it was just announced yesterday that the regional championship, at least for America, I don't know about other places, is going to be played with open deck lists. What is your feeling on open deck lists versus what is probably the more traditional in paper is to not have access to your opponent's deck list at the beginning of a round? Would you have a preference or any thoughts on that?
So I have a preference, but that's not necessarily based on gameplay or player experience. I've ran my own tournaments, and I really, really enjoyed having open deck lists because it takes away all that problem of, if you put the deck list on a broadcast, and then some of the future opponents has seen it, it gives them advantage to them. Right. And I love taking away all of that and just trying to provide the best possible experience to the audience by giving an open deck list. And I like that. I think there's also the second argument that people often make is, they don't want to be blown out by something completely out of left field, and they could have played against it and makes for more non-games. I can also see that, but the first argument I brought up, that's the one that drives me the most. And I understand not everybody organizes tournaments, but from also like a small tournament organizer, I like that a lot.
Yeah, I agree that it improves coverage because you don't have to worry about spoiling one player's deck list and not the other one for later rounds. I think as a player, it may punish slightly players who are more prepared because they could probably have knowledge at you see a turn or two, and then you kind of are able to intuit what's most of the rest of the deck. So I think it probably punishes the player that's more prepared. I also think it benefits the player that is the better player though, because it allows more informed mulligan decisions in game 1, which I think is going to favor the better player. So I don't know. Just kind of traditionally, because the super majority of tournaments I've ever played in were closed deck list, and so that's just kind of what I feel like is the proper way. But that's not really an argument. That's just kind of a feeling. I don't have a strong stance on it either way, but I do agree with you that if the event has coverage, open deck list is more fair.
It's actually interesting that you bring it up, that you make a distinction between the better prepared player and the better player. Because I think most of the time we think of those as the exact same, but now that you put it like that, that's actually interesting, because one of those is gonna get like penalized and the other one gets an advantage, and then you would think that evens up, but it's not always necessarily the case. And I kind of feel like I very much agree with the sentiment that it feels bad when you feel like, oh, I did my homework, right? I know what's gonna be in your deck, even though you're not gonna show me, at least after your first or second turn. And it feels good when you play a match and you at some point realize, oh, my opponent didn't do their homework. They are not as well prepared, and they actually get to be blown out by XYZ that they didn't keep up with. That's a thing in my deck now.
Yeah.
And I think it's an overall minus if we take away that aspect. But altogether, especially with the tournament organizer thing, I would lean towards open deck lists, but it's not a strong opinion on either side for me.
Right. Yeah, me either. All right. So there's some issue with the players settling into the table. So they're fixing that. I don't know what it is. Okay. Sounds like we're ready now. All right. I also think they're finishing that up. There are some specific cards that are impacted by open deck lists versus not. For example, like Cabal Therapy and Legacy. If you know what you're playing against at the start of the match, okay, better card. Something like in Pioneer, the Bring to Light decks often play one main deck Slaughter Games. Better card if you're playing with open deck lists.
That's a card in Pioneer?
Yeah, it is.
Dude, I love the card.
Yeah, it is. It does see play. Okay, so looks like we are ready to go. We are starting in Modern.
We got Izzet Breach. Joe, tell me, how does Breach work these days? Now that Breach has been, well, no, I'm trying to figure it out right now. Is it still like the same thing that people used to do with Breach, or how does it work in like the posterior meta?
So this Breach deck in Modern, and Jesse Robkin is one of the people that's put the most work into this. Actually wrote an article. I can't remember what website it's on, but I'm sure if you Google it, you can find it. Actually, she's written 2 articles on the deck. One maybe back in, I'm going to guess February, and one that was probably in September. They're both excellent. If you're interested in the deck or just in good Magic writing about the construction of the deck and the options, but it's actually a mirror. Well, okay, not maybe a 75 card mirror because Jeskai Breach versus Izzet Breach, but this is a deck that's trying to have maybe 2/3 of the blue-red aggro deck with, or we're usually going to see Ledger Shredder and Ragavan, and then some interaction with Lightning Bolts and such. But then the ability to not even necessarily always at the end of a game, but sometimes it takes a while to build up, to combo with Breach using recurring, often Mox Opal, and Grindstone. I'm sorry, Grinding Station, to mill yourself and then win with Thassa's Oracle. So it's kind of a most of an aggressive interactive deck with the ability to combo finish without, so it can win late game. Obviously, it can win with the combo finish. Also, it can win outside of combat, which is a nice element for an aggressive interactive creature deck to have. So it is a very strong deck, and I think it is gaining in popularity over the course of the year. And Jesse Robkin has certainly put a lot of work into the deck. So here we see Ragavan actually connecting, and here's an Emery. So this is an excellent start, as Riley's Ragavan got nailed by Unholy Heat. And you can see, well, basically, Jesse's Graveyard now represents every element of the deck. You can see Grinding Station, Breach, Removal Spell, Ledger Shredder, Bauble. That's all you need to know.
Let's just get it all down. So how do you... Is this like a horrible position for Riley already?
It's bad. Yeah, I mean, I don't even. Yeah, so okay, Emery gets killed here. It almost. I mean, I feel like that's there's nothing criticized there on the choice, but allowing your opponent's Ragavenge free reign here, that's certainly unpleasant. Both players with a Saga, Riley with a Mox Amber that's not doing anything at the moment. That's another issue with the Ragavan being killed, is the mana has been curtailed. Meanwhile, just to highlight the other matchups that we're not watching at the moment, we got Bant Spirits versus Mono Green in Pioneer, and Doomsday versus Delver in Legacy. So we'll see what else we might see as the match goes along. But here we're starting with the Breach-ish or Breach semi-mirror.
I'm trying to make sense of Ragavan, the format. So it's not like in Legacy, right, where it's completely like busted, where we eventually had to ban it, and it's not even in the discussion for bannings in Modern right now, right? It's just like another great creature, but not somebody that people are losing sleep over right now.
I think that's correct. I don't see. I think going into the last announcement, the overwhelming opinion was that if anything's going to be banned in Modern, it's going to be some card out of the 4-color control decks, whether that's Ren and 6, Teferi, Omnath, Yorion, take your pick, but it needs to be something out of that deck. Honestly, if I was a betting man, which I'm not really, I would have said Ren and 6 is maybe the card that could have gone, but Yorion, we'll see how the impact of that plays out over the next, weeks and months.
Trying to get, because I've not played those iterations of Breach very recently. I'm trying to get a feeling like how much do you have to respect the Breach combo once you're behind, because that's traditionally always like that, like a tension, right, where you feel like, oh, I have to respect the combo, but at the same time, there's this big beatdown going on, and you just like have to throw the possibility of being just like comboed out of the window and be like, hey, you got like, maybe Jesse has like 1 or 2 cards here still in hand. I'm just gonna accept that if you can combo me here, that's gonna be it. Because right now we have to devote all of our resources to just like staying alive.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, I mean, we did see the choice Riley made of killing the Emery versus the Ragavan at the beginning, and that was kind of a choice to like, okay, I need to stop the eventual card advantage plan. I mean, to get and give up the immediate card advantage to the Ragavan. But yeah, I don't think you can sweat the combo. I think you have to deal with the board first. I mean, Riley's down to 9, and I think that's part of the strength of the deck is you give your opponent an uncomfortable choice. Do I deal with the creatures? Do I focus on preventing the combo? And then you kind of hedge both ways and you end up dying one way or the other. And it's just the capability of a deck. And it's not every day that a deck has the ability to win aggressively or with a combo finish. And that does make it difficult to play against.
It's basically my favorite kind of deck. You know, when you get to threaten 2 angles of the game, whether it's aggro and potentially running away with like grinding, or aggro and potentially running away with the game immediately through a combo. It's just, it goes back to, I think it was it Phil Ivey in poker who once said the key to poker is to put your opponent to decisions they don't want to make. And I very much feel about this the same way in Magic. I want my opponent to be constantly faced with decisions where they technically can make the right decision, but it won't really matter all that much. But if they make the wrong decision, they get like destroyed.
Sure. I don't know if it was him that said that, but I have heard that. And yeah, that certainly applies here, as we're seeing. I don't know what's going on with the lighting there in the hall, but
maybe somebody cast Doomsday.
Maybe Riley is about to have a glorious comeback, and the light is just focusing and preparing us for it.
Destroy all creatures that are not illuminated.
All right, so we have constructs on both sides. Looks like they are actually the same size at the moment. Well, that's going to change right now. Unholy Heat will take down Riley's. And now Ether Spellbomb. Okay. I mean,
Ether Spellbomb usually, like, you either cycle it, right, or you use it to take out one of the tokens, which never really feels good. But on the other hand, if you're about to lose, that's what you might be forced into doing in the first place.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a choice here for Riley. Cycling, I think this is probably actually okay. Maybe it's
It's just
lethal
straight
attack
up
anyway.
over.
Yeah, I'm not even sure there's an island in the deck. So if it's a shock land, then yeah, that would maybe finish things up there as Jesse is going to take game number 1. All right, I was told we're not going to watch Pioneer this round, but it looks like we're going to give it a shot. So let's see how things look. Band Spirits versus Mono Green. Sky Bowershit Sweeney versus Zoe Riederman. And all right, we've got well, Green certainly deploying the bodies, but no planeswalkers at the moment. Facing down, well, there's no Cavalier, so that means there's no reach.
Yeah, but isn't Mono Green able to just like sometimes steal games by literally turning your big guy sideways and then taking the game that way?
Mhm. It definitely can happen. Mono Green, actually, we just talked about the decks that like can apply pressure and they can also combo win. I mean, Mono Green, that could apply to this also, as there's certainly plenty of mana available for Zoe Riederman, just with the card drawn off the top. And Mausoleum Wanderer is not going to, while it is good against a spell-based combo deck, it's not good against the green style of combo. And with just 1 mana available, yeah, this is probably, if Zoe draws something like Storm the Festival or Karn here, we might see a lot of action.
That's basically what I'm used to. Like everything I've seen in Pioneer from like playing it, and especially like from the matches that we've seen here, it's by far the most actionful format. I feel like in Legacy, a lot of times people are, when they're not playing some super quick decks, they're more sitting back trying to figure out what's going on. And then in Pioneer, it's all just like, I got this, I got this, I got this. Can you answer it? Can you not answer it? And then the opponent also has like a bunch of amazing stuff. And that's, yeah, I gotta say, when Pioneer was announced, I thought it was just gonna be like a standard that's a little wider, but it's actually like super powerful. And I've seen some of the decks, we talked about this before, but I'm like, dude, if we took this deck and we took it into say Legacy, like especially the mono green deck, like if you play this mono green deck against control opponents, I'm not even sure if they would actually like win, but I like this deck, dude. I keep going back to I'm in love with mono green, and if I'm ever gonna play a tournament, I'm gonna play mono green, and then I'm surely gonna find out it's not as great as I think it is. But
Well,
yeah.
I think it's certainly respectable. It's certainly a good deck. It's probably the second. It's it's one of the top 2 decks in the format alongside Black Red Midrange. All right, so we see here the Oath of Nissa leading into an Elf and I think that was a Storm of the Festival into the Oath and a fresh Nykthos, which probably means that the Storm of the Festival can be flashed back, as there is, let's see, devotion count on the board looks like 10. No, I'm sorry, it looks like 12. But this Mausoleum Wonder, actually, there's several lords in play.
It's one of those tribal dual decks, elves against spirits. If I was working for Wizards, I would release many more of those decks.
Yeah,
I think these days we're doing like mostly commander, but if we were gonna do non-commander products, I would release so many of those dual decks.
Okay, so this looks like an attack in there for somewhere around 10, and that's not going to do it, I don't think. So I think Sky took that game on a swing back. I think Zoe is conceding, but I'm not 100%. It couldn't have. It was definitely not a lethal attack unless there was. All right, Desmond. I think Sky's going to win that game. All right, so we're going to go back to modern. The lighting just appears to have been cleaned up. All right, that's helpful. Well, I don't know what kind of thrown together solution they came up with on site, but I was just told not to jinx it. So maybe it's not something that we're super confident it's going to hold up, but all right. But yeah,
Probably like a bunch of duct tape and a piece of cloth.
Maybe so. Maybe so. I don't know what's going on at the site right now as we are doing remote commentary. But owner Norman Cohen, who's also a photographer, not in attendance this weekend for the first time. And yeah, without him to do the lighting setup, maybe things fell apart. I'm not sure. Anyway.
So how does this matchup play out pro sport? Like, what are you bringing in that really makes a big difference? I would guess
Well,
like something like spare pierce and stuff, like
I mean,
cheap
there's certainly
stuff.
counters could play a role. The Jeskai breach, the player with white mana, I imagine, is going to have some copies of Teferi Time Raveler, which is obviously nice to protect a combo. You know, your setup. But yeah, I'm sure there is some sort of. Let's take a look.
It looks like you got one copy of Teferi Time Raveler.
Okay, that's. Are there main deck copies as well then?
Yeah, one main deck copy and none in the, one more on the sideboard. So post board we're gonna have access to 2.
All right. I just opened up the wrong deck list there. All right, I'll let you worry about that. I'm going to worry about the game. So Ragavan swings in again for the second game in a row.
Yeah, I would think like if we had removal for Ragavan. Oh, are we actually bouncing it? That feels so bad. I mean, I guess. Actually, what happens if Ragavan steals your Thassa's Oracle? Then you're fully on the beatdown plan, right?
Yes, you are correct about that one. Yeah, or if you just no, that would definitely be true. So Spellbomb resets the Ragavan there, and it gets put back into play. And now a passable blocker that cannot die to Unholy Heat for the moment.
Yeah, it also gets the block. Ragavan keeps it a check. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I would think that having access to Ledger Shredder, or at least having it on the board, since both players are playing 3 copies, that's a big deal, right? Because in the long run, the value you're gonna get off those shredders, that's just like in any kind of mirror match. That's a really big deal. You get to cycle your additional lands away or grow it bigger to threaten like some big alpha strikes and stuff. I like being on that side.
Yeah, and it's hard for your opponent sometimes to not play into it. Although something certainly you're able to minimize the effects if you're keeping it in mind, but also just growing your graveyard makes the bigger you can make the graveyard, the better the Underworld Breach is whenever it does come down. And these Underworld Breaches in these decks are not always just the route to a combo win. Sometimes it's just,
Value
a
breach.
value engine. Yeah, if you have, if you just have half a dozen cards in the graveyard and a bauble, you can just convert a breach into a couple cantrips. We've certainly seen that happen as well.
No, but this doesn't really feel good. Like if we pass our second turn without, but I guess we got some advantage through the expressive iteration. But just like putting more stuff to the board, that would feel better.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is there no way where this deck plays something like, I mean, you want big graveyards, and that immediately makes me think of, hey, could we just like run Murktide Regent in this deck? And I guess that goes very much against the idea of using the value breaches. I just feel like if we had Murktide here and the opponent doesn't even have proper ways to remove it, that would be something I'm very interested in.
Sure. I mean, running Murktide here, then you would basically just be. I mean, you have to make cuts somewhere. If you added Murktide, you're basically become the more traditional. You become the Murktide deck in the format, and the reason why the Murktides have been cut for this package of including breaches and grinding stations is to not do that. Is to have an alternative means. The 4-color decks got better and better at dealing with Murktide regions.
Okay, so you're saying if you want to go Murktide, at least you want to be the best Murktide deck in the format, and not like the second or third best deck.
Yeah. I think that's. Yeah, I think
I can see that.
It. We have Saga here, and there's just, I mean, this. You're also, if you're gonna, I mean, when you have Shredder, obviously your Murktide is going to be, pretty castable. But without that, you're not doing much else to like freely.
True, there's no like cantripping and stuff.
Right. Yeah. So, like, if you see Jesse's side of the board, if there was Murktide in both decks, it'd be great on Riley's side. On Jesse's side, it wouldn't even be castable right now.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Jesse's side looks like pretty desperate.
It doesn't look good. But things can certainly change.
I mean, we're already at the point where I think Riley can already win with a breach here. Am I seeing this correctly?
With a Mox, a grinding station, and yeah.
And he has Emery in hand, so he can also just like unlock the Mox eventually. I mean, you could get Emery from the graveyard anyway once you have breach, I guess. Oh, that's a really good one, right? I always call that guy like Classic
Traneth?
Kenobi as a card.
Is that that's Traneth Magistrate?
Traneth Magistrate, yeah.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
can only cast spells from your hand and not from anywhere. Or rather, the opponent can only do that.
Yeah.
Which basically shuts down Breach.
Exactly. So this has probably been apparent for a long time, but I just did realize it right now that we have the archetype color associations backwards.
And that's what that was throwing you off for a moment there. But yeah, we figured it out. The white is going to be on the right side of the board, apparently.
Welcome to Rage Gaming. I hope you're having a good time. Follow if you enjoy our continued inability to have archetypes labeled correctly and players' names in the right places. This is how we do things on this channel sometimes.
Actually, to be fair, maybe it's actually even labeled correctly because both players have access to Sacred Foundry and are playing white spells. So I'm not even like what. Actually, they're playing basically the same deck now that I look at it. Anyway, so yeah, that Magistrate is gonna be a problem. But on the other side of the board, there's just like the value engine going on for Riley here. We got our Saga going, which is gonna produce a lot more tokens. We got our big bird crashing in every single turn now. And what does Jesse have to match? Like, where would you start here? I guess Remover Spell would be nice because from what I see, Riley's only sitting on, 3 cards. That's quite a lot. And a Breach in hand, that's not doing anything, but once you find Removal for the Magistrate, that gets unlocked. Yeah. Jesse is in a dicey spot. Needs to hope there's not going to be any kind of Remover Spell while we find something that's, I mean, even just like Fairy, right? You mentioned that. That would be a good start. Just bounce the Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, I mean, that's something. It's pretty tough to get this Rag. I was thinking, well, Removal Spell to get rid of the opposing Ragavan so that Jesse's Ragavan can attack, but that's not going to happen because of the Urza Saga anyway. So, and there is a Breach in Riley's hand, so you're right. This Magistrate
I think there might be an Ottawa in Riley's hand.
There is, yeah, I saw that also. So
Riley's very likely that you're going to try to bounce.
Yeah, he might be. So there's actually the question potentially here of whether Riley wants to auto-wire the Magistrate or just make a construct. But if he thinks the route to victory is there, then we may see the auto-wire just go off here.
Yeah, especially should Jesse time out. Yeah. Should Jesse tap out here, not representing something like a Spell Pierce or Mystical Dispute or something. But I guess the Dispute doesn't even do anything to Breach, depending on how much mana you have.
Right. It does take it does take mana to get going because the grinding station is not already in play. So let's see. Mox does currently tap 4 mana, so 2 mana for Breach. 3 is available for grinding station, and reset the Mox. Yeah, I think that is enough for Riley.
So we see Jesse crack the fetchland here. Oh, okay.
Jesse has got the combo covered.
No. But yeah, I guess that's gonna put us into the strategy of just like making big robots, tapping the robots and getting in there. Somehow robots did a thing in Modern. What happened to Affinity? Is it ever gonna come back? Dude, I love that deck.
Affinity, I think the closest we have, well, I mean, we have Hammer. I think that's what you have to be satisfied with if you're into Affinity right now.
That's true. That's similar-ish. I just laughed, like, when you watch people who are really good with Affinity, like the stuff that they would pull off that nobody could actually like do. I appreciate mastery and small technical decisions, and yeah, so Affinity was a great deck for that.
All right, Saga up to 3. Construct was made. So now that Riley's combo is pretty much off the table for the moment, and there goes the Crypt.
Interesting. So what's the reason to Crypt in response to the Tutor effect here?
I imagine it's because if Pithing Needle comes down and names Crypt, then
okay,
it's too late. So that does return the possibility for Riley to be able to combo maybe a couple turns from now, if the graveyard gets built back up a little bit and the right tools are assembled.
Yeah, I'm just like I'm feeling Jesse seems to be in a really dicey spot. How much out of nowhere can Breach win here? Because from what we've seen, we only have Otavara as interaction in hand, and it's not actually castable right now. I see only like one legend in play. Actually, two, right? No, it's the Mox Ember legendary as well.
Yeah,
But Otavara, I think only does it count the Mox Ember? I don't know. Anyway, so
yeah.
what I'm asking.
Otherwise, just creatures, I think.
I think it also counts. Yeah, we got it on screen. Also counts artifacts, enchantments, planeswalkers. But what I'm actually wondering is,
sorry, I was referring to the discount only counts creatures.
Oh yeah. Okay, cool. So, how much out of nowhere can Breach win? Like, how close is Jesse to just ripping the right card from the top and getting there because Riley somehow doesn't have anything available right now? Because I think that's the best bet that we have right now.
I don't think it's unreasonable. There's 6 cards in the graveyard right now. With no artifacts in play, it's harder to there's ways to get the combo running with just Emery until you find a Mox, for example.
Mm-hmm.
But with no artifacts in play, Emery isn't cheap right now. It costs 3. So that's rough. So it's more a matter of you need to cast Breach and Grinding Station. So that's 5 mana to start with. And without a Mox to be able to recur, I don't think it's particularly easy, but I am not as well versed in the deck, obviously. So Needle comes down for Jesse, and Soulgate Lantern is going to take out her graveyard. So now
Needle's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
No, because maybe we can first learn what Needle's actually going to name. Because I was wondering, like, if you want to name, say, Grinding Station, I don't know, to try and stop the combo, you're also disabling your own combo potential.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, Needle is interesting in mirrors, and I think because it's tutorable, I think you can it's a threat, sort of, in some ways. Like we saw Jesse fire off the Torment's Crypt before she probably would have otherwise because of the threat of a Needle. I think you kind of want to. Okay, well, let me throw away what I was going to say there. The Grinding Station coming down for Jesse means that she can get rid of the Needle when she wants to. So she can name something that cripples both players and then just get rid of it.
This is what I'm wondering about, because I was wondering whether the Needle is actually going to name Otavara. That's the one thing, because there's 3 mana available, and we potentially that's one way we can still keep our own combo available while trying to like progress in our position in the game, in the sense that we allow for, or at least shut off one of the opponent's remover spells. Okay, so Pithing Needle names Tormod's Crypt, we're being told now.
Mm-hmm.
Which I guess makes sense, because ours is already gone. The opponent might still have access to theirs.
Sure. Yeah. That's a good point you made, though. Okay, so let's see. Just the Steam vents open. Riley has the tools, I believe, as far as what needs to be in play. I don't know if the hand requirements are there. There's a Breach. I don't think there's a Grinding Station.
So chat is saying that Jesse actually has Pierce, which could potentially screw things up for us.
Sure.
Or for Riley.
So there might be a scenario, if the Grinding Station is already in play, then maybe Jesse burns the Pierce just to tax 2 mana. But without that, I don't know that there's any likelihood of a combo here. So this might just be a value Breach, and Jesse's just let it go, because piercing, Mishra's all being free. Piercing this when the baubles, this card is likely to be cast, doesn't even do anything.
Yeah, that's the only way we could, even that doesn't do it, no. I was wondering whether there's any value in just trying to tie down the mana, but no. Tormod's Crypt, which from what we understand has been needled, still grows our constructs, of course, so we get in for a bunch of damage. And I think this is probably how we're going to win in the end anyway.
Yeah, this is a sizable attack here. These constructs are maybe 6s.
By the way, I think I could be wrong. We see Samantha Murphy losing to Skyler Warfield, Doomsday versus Izzet Delver. Didn't Samantha actually top deck a reasonably big tournament with Doomsday the other week? The name very much rings a bell. But yeah, Doomsday against Izzet. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it, but it's the one thing that keeps Doomsday in check in Legacy. Doomsday probably maybe the best deck in Legacy if you play it well. But since I want to say for like years, Doomsday pilots have been trying to figure out how to beat the Izzet matchup, and it's just not worth it.
Okay, so yeah, the Legacy's done as you were saying, so we're going to go back to Pioneer, and we're going to see, whoa, another super late game between Sky and Zoe here. We saw Sky get the first one after Zoe's Storm of the Festival was not super exciting. And this again looks like, wow, Deputy Detention has wiped out 2 Old Girls Trolls. Spellcaller is nabbed.
You know, that deputy should get a promotion. What comes after deputy?
So it should be a Sheriff of Detention or something?
A Sheriff of Detention. Wizards, if you're listening to this, Sheriff of Detention coming up in the next set.
All right, here's Wolfalo Haven converting into a actual wolf. Most of the creatures appear to be on Sky's side of the board, and I believe this is in fact how this match is likely plays out. A good amount of time, Spirits is favored against green. Without Cavalier of Thorns, all the flyers can't be blocked. Although this is probably a record number of non-flyers in play for a Spirits deck.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I don't see all that many flyers here. It's actually gonna still take a while, right? To just like grind through the damage. We got Portable Hole. Is that Oath of Nissa that we're gonna take out?
Yeah.
Oh.
So that doing that means that off-color Planeswalkers can't be cast. I guess is the reason to choose that, because that is there are ways that can backfire. For example, if a Boseiju takes down the Portable Hole, then Zoe would get another shot at Oath of Nissa and look at 3 cards. Although a lot of green devotion decks only play 1 Boseiju, and there is one in play, so Sky may not be overly worried about that, as there's probably at most 1 left in the deck.
So we see a layer of the Hydra in play, which can turn into like a pretty big creature here, like really, really big. But does it have trample? I'm trying to remember. I think it doesn't.
No, I don't believe it has any special abilities aside from just growing into the XX creature. It is, however, keeping the Deputy of Detention and the Skyclave apparitions from attacking, so that's something. And, well, Zoe's lining up mana for something here.
So what's the biggest?
I mean, Sky is at 5.
Is this gonna be Genesis Wave? Is my wish gonna come true? Are we gonna see Genesis Wave from Pioneer now?
You're gonna see a lethal Lair of a Hydra attack, I think. I mean, it's a potential lethal attacker. It's going to get blocked, or tapped for that matter. And okay, this is 4 damage. If the life totals are correct, Deputy Detention can still block here. Looks like, Zoe is trying here, but I don't.
When we get in for some damage, right?
Yeah. If that all came through, it would have been 4. But it looks like only 2 came across. So Deputy probably did block the wolf. So the 2 elves connected there.
Yeah, and I guess we got Skyclave just taking out another one of those wolves, maybe. Like, it doesn't really seem all that exciting, like the stuff that we get to take out, but at least we get to like win the race.
Yeah, Skyclave can't kill tokens, right? I don't think.
Oh, can it not?
I don't remember now. I feel like I want to say it can't, but maybe it can.
Target non-land, non-token. You're right. You're absolutely right.
So any Lord looks like it would win the game here for Sky. So there must not be one in hand, because there's no blockers available and there's a whole host of attackers.
Yeah, this is actually, you know what, this game, when we came to it, I thought it was already over, because while Sky was a low life total, the board looked just so much better. On the other hand, Zoe has a lot of amazing things that could be drawn here, right? Just like all the high end, even like some of the flashback spells.
All right.
So what are you looking to draw here?
I mean, if you can resolve it, Storm the Festival looks
Huh?
good. This is Glasspool Mimic copying Deputy Detention to knock out the 2 elves. This is ridiculous.
Wow.
All right, so and there's another Sky in hand. So Sky doesn't have any in-hand interaction with what's going on. So yeah, Zoe is live with something like Storm the Festival to do, something, but it's gonna have to be a good one. And there's multiple blockers available for the Lair of the Hydra, so I don't think that is a route to victory.
Is there any kind of like reach in the sense of like burn spells? I mean, of course,
I mean,
not actual burn
there's
spells. Walking Ballista or something.
not that can win the game, no. Okay, there's Cavalier. That provides blocking, and if it flips over a Storm the Festival, that could allow, I don't think it can be a flashback this turn, but at some point, Sky Sovereign got milled over, which is a good card against spirits in general, but is there enough to survive here? With Shacklegeist in play, I don't think...
I mean, just taps it down, right? End of turn.
Yeah.
We're probably not going to win this game by providing blockers. We need to do something proactive, unless we had like a ton of blockers, which I don't really see happening here. Hey, what's the last cut going to be?
In Zoe's hand, I don't know, but I assume it's not anything good because the Cavalier, whatever it is, was in hand last turn. Let's see. If the Lair wanted to attack here, it would just get tapped, but at least that would prevent one of the other creatures from being tapped.
Okay, this is probably going to be a big Lair, right? Lair, okay. Move to attacks. I mean, there's also the possibility that we could just like chump block the Lair and not tap it. I don't know if that's good though.
So there's I think every one of Sky's chump blockers actually returns things to Zoe's board.
Oh, okay, so there's yeah.
Because the Deputy and the Queller and the Skyclave apparitions, there's gotta be a lethal, well, maybe not. It seems like there's likely a lethal attack. There's so many creatures, but maybe there isn't.
I was thinking maybe, we could like jump block to give the Oath of Nissa back, especially since Zoe's tapped out. If we could calculate like a winning line from that, then that would make sense.
Right.
But
this looks like a pretty confident attack here. So after two fresh creatures are played, taps the Cavalier, attack with everything. Is the wolf enough to keep Zoe alive? I assume it can't be, otherwise this attack wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, you just like you block the biggest thing that doesn't have trample, calculate the rest, and if it's 8, that should do it.
Yeah.
Okay, and looks like it's going to come down to modern, right?
Okay, yeah. So Sky, Paolercio, Sweeney defeats Zoe Riederman, and we have the Breach Mirror left over with Pithing Needle and Tormos Crypt in play, and Breach in play.
You know what I find funny about these Breach mirrors, especially if you look at this and you had never seen a Breach deck or the card Breach before, you would look at this and be like, "What are they doing?" Like grinding station, Torment script, like guys, and you needed one of those. What is going on here? I just see like a bunch of creatures and I want those to attack, and everybody has like all these weird cards.
The eyes of the legacy players.
I mean,
on the best that modern has to offer, bunch of weird cards is the estimation here. All right.
You know what I played? I played what's it called? Can't try to remember the name. Indomitable
Creativity.
I was going to say virtue, but creativity. Dude, that's some deck. Like I got totally wrecked by Blood Moon in the later half of the league, but in the first half of the league, dude, that deck is amazing. I want to see more of that. Maybe you're gonna have the next round. We will see.
All right, Teferi into play here. Bounce the construct, get that out of the way. Chat asking what needle's on. We will find out. But Grinding Station seems like a likely culprit. That's interesting. I mentioned in the previous game how a player could needle something and then grinding station away the needle later on when you wanted to win. That doesn't work if the card you had to needle was in fact grinding station.
No, that feels like one of those things that you have to do wrong once to be like, oh, it's like when you want to give protection with 2 Mother of Runes to a creature and you start out by naming white, and then you're like, oh.
There, well, the list of things that would be a fun list to make of the things you learned by doing it wrong the first time. That is a very long list in Magic. There are so many
There's an article in the writing. Somebody steal this idea.
interactions and cards that just players, and I say players, but I mean me personally, have just botched over and over and over again. So many different things. You just have to learn by doing.
You know what one of my biggest mistakes was? One of the first tournaments I played Scapeshift in. I Scapeshifted for a bunch of like breeding pools and stuff because I looked at my hand and I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna need a lot of blue and green in the following turns. So I Scapeshifted. And then my opponent was like, oh, this is like 2 mountains and a Valakut. Oh, okay, Scapeshift pass. I just use it for mana fixing anyway.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, that's the way a card was intended, probably, right?
Kinda, I guess.
Yeah, I think I'm sure it was with landfall triggers in the first place, but yeah, that's funny. All right, so the needle is on grinding station. Jesse's graveyard is gigantic. I'm informed Scapeshift actually predates landfall, so okay, never mind. I don't know what the reasoning was. Maybe it was for mana fixing.
It wasn't Morning Tide, I believe. I don't know if Morning Tide had any kind of theme.
How
of
could
like,
you know that?
I think it's Morning Tide. I'm not even sure.
I wouldn't even be able to guess what year it came out in, much less what set.
2007, 2008.
Yeah, get out of here. All right.
Anyway, so yeah.
So we have some pretty big constructs here for Jesse. The Teferi, I believe, has 1 loyalty because it bounced the construct the turn before.
What's actually happening on Riley's side of the board? Because we have a lot of cards in Riley's hand, but right now it looks like Jesse's just like straight up winning. Oh, whoa. Where did that come from? Oh, yeah, see, I'm bad. I didn't even see the Ursa Saga. Never mind. So the game is totally different now. Because Riley is also going to have more artifacts, as it seems. Or is that, what's that on the left side on Jesse's board? Is that in play? Those 4 artifacts?
So
they are, okay.
Yeah. So Jesse's got quite a few artifacts in play.
Okay, never mind then. And those are like 6/6 at least, from what I see.
Yeah, there's 6 because now
I'm calling for dice to represent the size of these things.
What? Jeez, man. We make a point and then you're just like, just pretend as long as nobody was watching all day so far, it's fine. We didn't contradict ourselves. We're just, solid, knowledgeable commentators. Anyone that's been around for an hour and a half and sees us contradict ourselves 3 times already is like, oh, these guys, how do they have a job?
I mean, it's a sign of a great mind to be able to change your mind. Always have that one ready.
That is definitely true. All right. So Unholy, he picks off the untapped construct, and Spellbomb as the tutor target for Riley means that he can deal with the other construct no problem. And all of a sudden, the 2 large constructs that have now switched sides. They went from Jesse, and now it looks like Riley's going to have his own pair of large constructs.
And as far as I can tell, there's no Saga currently active on Jesse's side on the board.
Right.
So this is a problem, and I don't know, Ragavan, not exactly what you want to draw here, right? Too smaller than constructs. So by the way, what's the thing on that's we can only see half of? Is that a Teferi? I believe it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
It's Teferi. It bounced the construct the turn it came into play right when we got to the match. I don't know how much loyalty is on it right now. This is a prismatic ending in response to
sweet,
the breach, and then a crypt to.
Yeah, that's a sweet play. We get to use our sorcery ability with the prismatic ending from Teferi. And then, basically, that should win the game.
I think we were potentially misinformed as to what the needle was naming, as it very much looks like now that it was on
Crypt, right?
crypt, and well, Jessie has packed up her cards, and yeah, and so we're done here. Riley, Keane, the team will win, and so Sky, Riley, and Samantha do win this match, giving the first loss to the team of Riederman, Robkin, and Warfield. All right, so thank you for being here. Thank you for bearing with us as we deal with sort of issues like sunlight messing up the lighting in the future match area. And
somebody's gonna clip that.
yeah, the cameras being blurry and us giving the wrong information about who's playing what and what Needle might be naming. But we hope you're having a good time as we are as well. And we'll be back with round 4 in a few minutes. All right, we're back. If you stuck with us for that wait, thank you. You must be very loyal to us, and we appreciate that. Round 4 is ready to go. Julian Knob's here with me for his last round of the day, and then we'll bring in Devin O'Donnell for the rest of day 1 of this event. Julian, we've got elves in the late CC this round, one of them anyway. And so my question is, you talked before about how there's not as many elves in the deck as there used to be.
Yeah,
How many years did you campaign for Quarian Ranger to be an elf ranger, right? And then as soon as it gets changed, you guys kick him out of the deck?
I think it's been 9 years. I'm pretty sure it's been 8 or 9 years ever since that ranger thing became a creature type. Yeah. At this point, there's actually a discussion in Legacy community going on whether this is even supposed to be like called elves anymore. Previously, the biggest difference between the traditional elf deck was the presence of elfish reclaimer or not. But if we're gonna see this over the course of the game. We are not playing Glimpse of Nature anymore, which used to be one of the things that a traditional elf deck would play. I think people sometimes call it Maverick Elves. I sometimes call it like Nickfoot Elves, because this deck, it still has one thing that it can do to get you out of nowhere, and that still is Natural Order, right? It's one of the most feared cards in Legacy. But other than that, this is really just a value engine deck. This is everything Nickfoot always wanted to be, because all the creatures are going to provide so much value. And if you look at this, and speaking of value, right, when you think about elves, you think, oh, Wirewood Symbiote Elfish Visionary. Guess what? We're only playing a single Elfish Visionary and 3 copies of Wirewood Symbiote. This is not the kind of deck that you have to be afraid of just exploding in your face on turn 2. But this is the kind of deck you have to be afraid of grinding you out pretty hard with just Fiend Artisan. That's another big addition to the deck.
Right. So against Naya Depths, which is going to be, some ability to grind, but also presenting Merit Laser as a threat, this new Elves deck is going to be probably, I would surmise, that worse off than the previous version.
Yeah, I would say against a lot of decks where the matchup is a little more on the 2 ships passing in the night camp, this is worse off, but it does have ways to fight it, right? So we see Elfish Reclaimer is able to get Caracas, which would be a big thing. You technically also have access to a position agent starting from probably turn 3. The downside, of course, is you get it through Fiend Artisan most of the time, so it's going to give it away since Fiend Artisan can only be activated as a sorcery. You have ways to fight it, and starting with our turn 1 Elfish Reclaimer is certainly going to help there. Wait, there's a... Why do we see a Lano Elves on the other side of the board?
Well, I mean...
Oh, I got it wrong. Okay, so Elves actually started with Lano Elves, and Naya Depth started with Reclaimer, which is like, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that's a little bit worse for Elves, because now Elves is gonna take at least one more turn to find Caracas. And that's also, like, of course, not all that reliable when your opponent has the potential to find Wasteland to kill it before it ever becomes active. So it's not as chess-esque as something like, Death and Taxes against these Naya decks would be, but Elves has some play. The downside, of course, is that it's very telegraphed and very easy to spot. There's almost no instant speed things that Elves can do except for Opposition Agent. And then we will see how it turns out after sideboarding. But right now, I very much like Naya Depth's position here, even though, of course, we have to see what the hand of Naya actually offers.
Okay, so we see both sides zenithing for an Arbor to go alongside a Reclaimer. And Rodney here with the the Cradle to power out the. I love. Yeah, so we cut all the elves out of the elf deck, but we added Llanowar elves in.
Yeah, we also added Every Spirit Guides.
Of course.
That's one of the most recent additions. It gets the deck further up again on the elves count. I think previously it used to play only like 12 elves at times. But we shall see. Naming conventions right now are
tribal entity. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're not going to find any Merfolk decks with 8 Merfolk in it. What is going on here?
Yeah, but the thing is, Merfolks all suck on their
Yeah,
own.
I know.
Whereas with elves, Newton Hang, he put out a very controversial statement that Twitter then quickly disagreed with. He said that Fiend Artisan is literally the best 2-drop in Legacy. Do you agree?
Wow.
Maybe we can put Fiend Artisan on coverage here so people can see it. That's quite the card.
Best 2-drop in Legacy?
I mean, my money is on Thalia and Thassa's Oracle.
Yeah, I was going to say Oracle seems. I mean, this is a nice card.
Yeah, Doomwick is saying Murktide best 2-drop. Yeah, honorary 2-drop, I guess. It even dodges Abrupt Decay.
Yeah, that's a nice feature for your 2-drop, sure.
Yeah.
All right, so we're claiming
Everyone sacrifices Flagstones of Troker, gets the double, basically 2 lands out of the deal. One of the best value plays. So satisfying to do. Proactively gets the Wasteland because well, it depends. We either want to go after the Cradle, or Devin is aware that there's a potential that Rodney could have something like Caracas that we will eventually have to deal with if we want to go the Dark Depths route. So yeah, let's see.
All right, so Boseiju in hand for Rodney. It looks like he's lining up, takes out the Wasteland, so wants to protect his Cradle then, if he's doing this preemptively.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you think the Cradle is going to do good things for you, it's hard to see how many cards Rodney has in hand right now. Then you probably need to do this. On the other hand, of course, Boseiju also a great way to try to interrupt the Dark Depth combo, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. To me, that would like telegraph that we are hoping to do something good with the Cradle next turn, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the farthest we can actually read into this action.
Yeah, so that may give the Death's deck the impetus to actually find another Wasteland here with the Reclaimer and take out the Cradle anyway.
Yeah, for example, right? If you wanted to make a really deep read, we would say something like Natural Order, even though I didn't fully pay attention whether we already had an Order mana available. Okay, and there it goes.
Yeah, Rami Excavator allows the Wasteland to replay from the graveyard, takes out the Cradle.
Yeah, and over the next 2 turns, our other 2 lands are also going to be picked off here. That's one of the downsides of this deck. Traditional Elves was already like somewhat vulnerable to having its mana attacked. This one even more so. This is actually the kind of version that people at this point also cite in like Blood Moons and stuff.
All right, second Arbor off the fetch line here. So 2 Arbors, 2 Symbiotes. Can we put together a Natural Order here? Well, there's one in hand.
Okay, with what we have on board right now. Okay, now we can. And that's an attack for 24. And that should do it, right? We got 4 points of blockers. Yeah. Unless that one has anything else, we're just going to attack for 24 here.
Oh, there you go. There it is.
Got there.
Yeah, wow.
See, this is I want to say this is one of the biggest difference compared to traditional mid-range decks. Elves can sometimes still blow you out, or at least this version, even though it's, the ability to do that is very toned down. It's still there, and that's just like what we saw in action here.
Yeah, well, it's another grindy deck that just has a combo finish. This is a theme for the day, apparently. All right, so we'll move over to Modern here, and we've got well, I don't think we have Azorius control. At least that's not what it looks like with running 6 in play and Leyline Binding.
Yeah, it looks like we're
the list here a little bit. Yeah, this looks more like I understand the confusion because George Jabbour normally plays blue light control. In fact, this does have a lot of the elements of, you know what this is? This is blue light control splashing running 6.
pretty much what I see here, right?
Actually, what the deck is.
We're literally splashing 2 colors.
Yep. This is blue control splashing Ren and 6. Okay. Versus the Yawgmoth deck, which is currently without a board presence.
So, Joe, help me out here. I was told that the Yawgmoth deck got a lot better after the banning of Yorion in Modern. Is that the case?
Well, I have not independently come to that conclusion, but I guess we could think this through. That would, I guess, depend on whether. So it's going to depend. I mean, obviously the Yawgmoth deck's not going to have changed. So that's just going to be based on the matchups and what it's good against and what it's bad against. Yawgmoth is going to be obviously happy to play against random creature nonsense, especially when blocking matters. So there's going to be, in lieu of just there being fewer 4-color control decks, which I don't even necessarily know if there's going to be fewer of them, that they're going to be.
Or maybe actually, let me phrase it this way. The way I remember it being told was that all these Cascade decks, right? Those Rhino Cascade decks and stuff, that they used to be good against the control decks, and they don't want to play against the Yawgmoth decks. I guess that makes it the other way around, right? So if Yawgmoth is gone, then the Cascade decks are a little bit worse, and they don't want to play against the Yawgmoth decks in the first place. I'm trying to find reasons why I want to play the Yawgmoth deck. I have a reasonably big team tournament coming up, and I might play the Modern slot. And yeah, you know, this is just like my kind of charm, like small little creatures that work together to produce something bigger than the sum of its parts, and that's what I see in the Yawgmoth deck.
Well, certainly I could understand how the Yawgmoth deck would have some issues with exile removal and against the control decks in general, because the 4-color decks do have a lot of exile removal. So does George Jabour's blue-white control deck here. So this then, if your knowledge is correct, then I think it would apply here as well, as this is effectively a more controlling version of the 4-color control decks.
Who out controls the control deck? Okay.
Yeah. Well, generally it's going to be whatever seat George Jabeur is playing in, as he likes his Days Undoing Narset, and they are present in this list as well.
Is that backbreaking? As backbreaking as it is in Legacy here? Like, I mean, right now we don't really see too much on the other side of the board. So if you could do something like Narset and drop Days Undoing immediately, then we're up against a Grist and a little bit of like mana, and that's pretty much it. I mean, that must win the game. I mean, I can see the allure of that, right? 6 mana win the game.
Sure. Yeah, especially when you have, well, one of the cards at least is okay on its own. I guess Teferi plus Days Undoing is fine on its own, and Narset is okay at worst. It's just, sort of an impulse. So yeah, I mean, George Jabeur is playing this combination of cards in basically every format. He's playing in Pioneer, Modern, whatever he's playing in. He's lately, the last, throughout the summer, he has been playing Narset and Days Undoing. And he's been doing well. Even though he said when he played in Pioneer, he thought he wasn't really confident, but he did well anyway. Here's Yawgmoth.
So how much do you, for example, if you're looking for a deck, how much do you trust the opinion of somebody who literally plays the same deck in every single format? But when it comes to them telling you, oh, this deck is well positioned in this format?
I mean, if they're telling me it's well positioned in one format and they think it's not so great in the other one, then I think, okay, I'll believe what you're saying. If they're just telling me, okay, this combo just wrecks everything, well, then maybe they're just obsessed with the combo and they're not rational. I don't know.
I think somebody once told me that don't trust them too much on how well positioned the deck is, but trust them on how to build the deck if you want to build the deck.
Sure. Okay.
Or maybe not trust them, but give them more credit than you would otherwise.
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty cool way to look at it.
All right. So Leyline Binding's on a pair of Yawgmoths here. Ren and 6 stands alone versus Grist. I mean, Leyline Binding is a very nice card. If you're, I mean, how much mana are we paying for it here? Are we playing 2?
At best,
I believe.
So is there any way to get a Swamp to play, like if the opponent has an Urborg at some point?
Well,
I mean,
that's
we
one
already
way
have
to
a
do it.
swamp, right? Or is it
I mean,
like
there is
what's
the leftmost land in Georgia Boers. Is that a Xander's Lounge? It might be. In which case, he's got the black anyway.
I was thinking the same. Yeah, it must be a Santa slot. There's one present in the deck list. Do we even have any black cards here? Let me check this out.
Not a chance.
No, not even in the sideboard, right? Yeah. It's literally just there to make our removal spell better. I like it.
Yeah.
You mentioned
I
it
mean,
earlier, right? How people will sometimes do that. I mean, it's a
yeah,
cycle land. There's also like a slight upside later in the game.
absolutely. I mean, you can have your splashed Xander's Lounge recurred by your splashed Ren and 6 for card advantage. Yeah, you're good. But it is kind of crazy that this Xander's Lounge is being played only for. I mean, it's a splashed cycle land that doesn't even cast your splashed card because it doesn't even tap for red and green, just red.
That's true.
I mean, I guess it taps for one of your main colors also, but still, yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. Here's with number 3 for Ash Johnson, and well, Ash looking good because the team is up in the other 2 formats, but probably not feeling great about this game itself. And here is a verdict. So the insect can be cashed in for a card. That's something.
So, is there any way that the Chakmoth deck is going to get rid of those late land bindings? Because that would be huge.
I mean, you would think that might be possible, but let's take a look. Is there Boseiju? There are 2 Boseiju.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something. That looks like it, though, because we're still in game 1.
It just feels like always when you are playing against a control deck, one of those things is if you're behind and both players are already sitting on a bunch of mana and reasonably equal cards, it's always kind of hard to get back into the match with these some bigger than their parts kind of decks.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, George right now is just like happy and like, yeah, you sure you got all these like limited cards and
right. I mean, that's the way it always looks when the Yawgmoth deck isn't winning. I mean, its cards look terrible.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I mean, the one thing that's keeping it somewhat together is the Grist, right? Because the Grist eventually can take out the Ren if needed. And now that we got a bunch of creatures to make that work. Like if the Grist leaves the battlefield here, like our entire board falls apart pretty much.
Yeah. Grist is excellent, but it's the only thing here. I mean, I don't know how many creatures are in Ash's graveyard. The fact that there's 2 leyline bindings doesn't help either. But Grist Ultimate is at 5, right? Well, okay.
Yeah,
George isn't
so
going to
much
let
for
that
that.
happen. Yeah.
It just feels like when you're playing one of these decks, that's at least been my experience. You want to put the control player on the back foot, so they constantly have to like answer one more thing that they really want to answer, so they don't even get time, to play out their planeswalkers and make use of them. And I mean, this is already like looking pretty cool. Like it seems like we have like a never-ending stream of cards to do something. And I mean, that's one way to get the control deck and hope that they like flood out or draw the wrong cards. And now we assembled.
Yeah.
But we can't say the combo, right? There's no game-ending combo in these Yawgmoth decks, but just like value engine.
Yeah, not this time around. Sometimes there can be, but yeah, here picking up this all. This is the last Yawgmoth, by the way, but this one is going to generate quite a bit of good. Ash is going to benefit a number of cards here.
The last Yawgmoth.
Yeah.
Is it gonna survive? The last of its kind.
Well, it's definitely not going to survive. In fact, but a lot accomplished there. A 2/2 young wolf. It'd be nice if it had an extra power, but that's not how it works. But Ash just picked up, I think, 3 cards.
Yeah, we're still like sitting on a full grip on Ash's side of the board. And you mentioned Boseiju, right? And there's 2 in the main deck. So that's one way to get basically our 5th Yawgmoth, kinda, into play.
Here is another activation of Grist. Apotra gets milled over. And, Ash, like, she's not totally out of this. There's an okay. That's a card I was going to mention. Jarls Messenger takes another chunk out of George's life total, and that's not one that you can Supreme Verdict very easily.
It's one of those like super sticky, annoying cards.
Yeah.
There's a second. Oh no, the Blood Artist. Okay.
Okay.
Dude, I already love this deck, man.
Well, now Supreme Verdict isn't looking super great at all, and this Renin 6 is kind of has to keep going after this Grist. I imagine that the Grist Ultimate is lethal at this point, as I think George is at 8 at most.
Yeah, there's just like too many creatures in the yard pretty soon.
And this Jarls Messenger trigger happened.
I wonder if at some point, we get to a point where we proactively just like put counters on our Wall of Fruits just to like get it to the graveyard quicker.
I mean, well, yeah, now that there's Blood Artist in play, yeah, that seems reasonable. Yeah, George's life total is at 6.
I mean, those walls aren't gonna do all that much else.
No, there's plenty of mana in play. You're right. And I mean, the reason to keep them around would be to sacrifice them to Yawgmoth, but there are no more Yawgmoths.
Yeah. Okay, what is this gonna bounce? It's gonna like bounce blood. Like there's even I was gonna say we could technically bounce off our Leyline bindings. I'm not sure what the
I thought about that too, but yeah, I don't think that can happen because then Ash would convert just into more things into cards, and Jarls Messenger gets bounced. All right. See what other plans George has here. I mean, if he can counter it on the way back down, that would be fine. Here's Narset. Okay. If there's a Days Undoing here, well, that's a very strong turn, obviously. Or maybe he's looking for one.
The thing is, if he casts Days Undoing here, do we still like win? Like we need to draw something like.
Oh, we would die to the Grist, wouldn't we? Unless if Ren 6, I don't think Ren 6 has been activated yet for the turn, but Leyline Binding can take out the Grist anyway.
Like hats off to Ash. That's a real game. When we came in, I thought this was just like maybe over at some point, but like this is a very, very real game right now. I love it.
All right, so now with Grist not a problem. Yep, now the Ren 6 doesn't have to go after Grist anymore, so Blood Artist gets nailed. So there's 3 power in play and no blockers, and that's half of George's life total. And we know the Messenger's in hand, so that's 2 more points of damage. So let's see. I mean, Jarls Messenger plus a way to sacrifice it would do it.
I mean, if we put a counter on the Wall of Fruits right now and then on our turn, that dies.
Well, we don't have Blood Artist anymore.
Oh, true. That's gone. We're going to draw another one. You know what I want to draw here? Maelstrom Pearls.
Yeah. That'd be pretty good. Okay, George's life total actually at 5. Yeah, so this Young Wolf should be untapped unless I missed something, which is, I suppose, possible.
It happens, really?
More often than I would like, yeah.
So that's an Undying counter on the Young Wolf, right? So we can attack for 3, I believe?
Yeah, so this is
lethal with the Sheriff's Messenger.
Yeah, if George has nothing here.
Oh yeah, true.
But he's got some cards. A blocker or a removal spell or a counter spell, and Ash is like, is this gonna resolve?
And that's it.
I don't think Ash had a lot of confidence there putting that on the stack, but George was like, yeah, I don't have anything. And that's it. So Ash will, oh my gosh, and the match is done. All right, so Bill Comminos and Rodney Bedell just cleaned house on Marty Slowinski and Devin Slater. And that is the end of the match. So Ash Johnson, representing the team, wins the game. And we'll see if we can find one of those players to talk to. In the meantime, while they're picking things up, that was a quick round.
Dude, so, I want to play the Chuckmouth deck. I don't know.
Well, I was just gonna say, you're already talking about you're looking for things to convince you to play or to not play the Yawgmoth deck. I mean, what do we think there? I mean, that was like you're saying, that didn't look very good, and the deck recovered.
Yeah, the one thing I'm also considering is the Andrea Mengucci put out an article about some kind of 4 or 5 color Vivian combo deck, And he made it look like really appealing. Like you can literally win out of. Have you seen that where you can like literally win out of nowhere with that 6-mana Planeswalker? You need Vivian and any 3-drop, and then you can basically go down some kind of Kiki Chiki combo. You sacrifice that with Vivian's ability. You get a 4-drop which blinks Vivian. Then you get Karmic Guide, get Kiki Chiki. And that looked really appealing. But now, after seeing this Checkmouth deck in action, dude, I just love scrappy stuff that eventually just gets there. All the more power to it if it has acceleration. I see it has like 8 pieces of acceleration. Oh, I'm down, man.
Well, you don't have to convince me. Well, I mean, Yawgmoth deck looks impressive. Anything with Karma Guide, though, I mean, I don't know how you give that up. My very first Star City top 8 was with Karma Guide.
The thing is, when Karmic Guide is playable, it's usually like super busted. Like most decks of Karmic Guide I've ever seen, they immediately lead to a ban, whether it's like Flash or what have you.
Yeah, that was 11 years ago, though. When I mean, it's amazing. Okay, so let's I just got a note from production. Let's veto that. Let's not do that. But the amount of time that's passed, like Magic has like real history to it now. I know we have MTG 30 celebration next week in Las Vegas, I think. But just thinking back on like, for the two of us who have been, and people that have been around for a long time, I mean, it's now been, a decade or more since, I really have like significant tournament memories of Magic. And I think the same goes for you, right?
Well, it depends. I kind of retired from being crazy competitive in 2018. Up until then, I literally played all the big legacy events in Europe. I think I played more than anyone. I can very confidently say that. Ever since, it's much more about content creation for me and just like playing events for fun, which is also is like its very own appeal. So yeah, I've enjoyed both sides of the life.
Yeah, no, me too. Yeah, I mean, obviously I was into the streaming thing for a while, and I kind of, obviously strayed away from that. But then now we have this Nerd Rage stuff taking up, plenty of time. But yeah, just the ability to like look back on, a lot of history, not just, for me personally as a player, but for the game. It's really impressive. Like, it's kind of incredible that, like, I mean, I feel like for 25 years, people have been saying like Magic's probably got like 2 or 3 years left, and then it's just done. And that's just been something you could say constantly.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think that's like the doom and gloom of like, oh, Magic is dying, Magic is dying. That's already a meme at this point, right? Magic is dying. Sure. What I find interesting is that we are entering the phase where a lot of people have very fond memories of not the beginning of Magic, but more like the middle years of Magic or something. And now we see formats like pre-modern, right? That's the big custom community format that took off.
I have heard, I have seen a few, like on Twitter, I see a few references to pre-modern, and I don't know anyone that's involved in it, but so pre-modern is just, it's the exact opposite of modern, right? It's everything before modern.
Yeah, it's everything before modern, and I think it also like it excludes the very beginning of Magic, so the first couple of years.
Okay.
It doesn't have fetch lands, which makes the mana basis a little bit. Actually, it does have fetch lands, but it doesn't have dual lands. I hope I'm not eating my words, but I think it doesn't have dual lands. Yeah, you play stuff like Yavimaya Coast and stuff. Okay. So it's in this middle section, and a lot of currently still active players are very nostalgic for that, and that's why they poured into modern and into pre-modern. And that's why, unlike a lot of other custom formats that take off for like half a year, pre-modern has actually been around for many years now. And I think this year has seen the biggest growth ever. And I think part of that is a lot of people just like wanting to go back to that. Just like with old school, like 5 years ago or something, when it became a thing, a lot of people were nostalgic for the very beginnings of the format, like the first couple of years. So I would guess, like, if you want to make some bets or speculate, buy stuff from the years, I don't know, 2010, 12, 13, because maybe in a couple of years people are going to be nostalgic for that and going to make a mid-modern, what have you. I don't know.
Sure, maybe, or maybe it'll be a pre-pioneer. Maybe it's
pre-pioneer.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely, yeah, I'm curious. I don't really know much about pre-modern other than that it exists, but certainly there's ample track record of kind of player or fan-made formats that like rise up and then they don't all last too long. Even not just fan-made, Wizards has that too. Like we had what was Tiny Leaders was like the Commander with like, I think that was a version of Commander, right? And that lasted. That even had official support, and it lasted for not very long.
Wasn't there a format called Frontier that lasted for like a week or two?
Sounds right. I mean, something like that. Yeah, there's been and director David was just telling us about Brawl, and that sounds like it might have been a format also. I don't even remember what that was. That a form of Commander also?
I think
Yeah.
Gavin Verhey played it with a couple of his friends.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean,
yeah, but I mean, some of them. That's actually the one of the topics for my next podcast on Everyday Eternal. We're gonna speak about what makes these formats a mainstay and why other formats were more like a fad that went away, after half a year or something.
Sure.
Just because I was so impressed by Pre-Modern this year. There was a European Championship for Pre-Modern, and I think they had 128 slots, and it literally sold out in the first hour. And they
Really?
probably could have sold like a couple hundred more. There was so much interest in that.
Wow. That's impressive. I mean, so if that overlaps, because like I have fond memories, although it may be just because that's what I remember as like my formative, like, PTQ season stuff of Extended back a
I knew
long
you were
time
going
ago.
to say that.
Yeah, right. No, I'm sure some other people did too. And so that probably lines up at least somewhat well. I mean, there probably got to be some of the same cards that were good in old Extended as are good in pre-modern now.
Yeah. I think the old extended goes back a little bit further. You also have dual lands in the old extended, even though they were like by a special admission in that. But yeah, in pre-modern you also have Oath, right? Mark Vogt, winner of the last Legacy GP, he also won the European Legacy Championships, and he played Oath. He played Parfait Oath, and that's one of the strategies. Probably the best strategy in the format, other than Oath or Parfait Oath, is elves, survival elves. There's a Spanish guy. I'm so sorry, I'm blanking on the name right now. But if you Google pre-modern elves, you're going to come across him like immediately. He plays an all foil elf deck. I think it's even all signed, and that's just like another thing what people do in these old formats, right? And he's completely destroying everything. And he was actually in the finals against Mark. I literally predicted those two guys to be the finals of that tournament, and it came true. And sometimes that speaks to the format when you can actually predict the players that make it all the way.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, maybe that shows that only a few people have experience in the format and everyone else is just learning.
That's true. There's certainly decks where I feel like, oh, well, I don't know whether I would play that.
But maybe that's just getting started. Yeah. So if you're just joining in, yeah, we're between rounds. We have fairly lengthy delays in between team event rounds anyway. And in this particular case, the round finished very quickly. So Julie and I are just basically just talking back and forth. And eventually we'll go to a break before round 5 pops up. But if you are curious, we are playing Modern Legacy Pioneer today. Devin O'Donnell will be around a little while to take home the last few rounds of the day with us. And then we'll have the end of the Swiss in the quarterfinals this afternoon. And then tomorrow morning, we'll have the semifinals and finals, and then the beginning of the Modern 5K. Let's take a moment here and go through some of the other NRG events coming up through the rest of the year. This is the first event of the season 3 quartet of events. So you can see here, we're in Newark, Ohio. We've got 2 events coming up in November, Fort Wayne, Indiana, and Mundelein, Illinois. You can see the formats there, including in Mundelein, our first 10K Pioneer event, and then the Showdown in Louisville in December, which originally was announced as part of NebulaCon. NebulaCon itself was canceled. The NRG event will go on at the same venue, and that is the Showdown. So the significance of the Showdown is that the winner goes directly into the Nerd Rage Championship to join the other eventually 15 players. I believe we have 11. Let me think about that. I believe it's 9. 9 slots locked up at the moment. There you can see the 9 players that are already qualified. I have an Espinosa who won the championship last year. Piper Powell, who won the Season 1 Showdown. The Season 1 at-large points invites went to Joseph Bernal and Andrew Ella Mogan. Season 2 Showdown was a team event. Connor Mullaly, Theo Jung, and Max Komanowski took that down. And the Season 2 points invites went to Jesse Robkin and Zach Duman. So we've got 7 spots left to give away. We have the Season 3 Showdown. We have the Season 3 at-large bids, and then 4 overall at-large entrants to complete the field. So we're excited to fill up those spots, I think, towards the end of the year. Let's pop up the leaderboard so you can see who's actually in contention to lock up these at-large slots at the end of the year. The Season 3 leaderboard doesn't exist yet, as this is the first weekend of the season. So everyone's starting at 0. But the overall yearly leaderboard, you can see the players already qualified there on the leaderboard: Jesse Robkin, Joseph Bernal, Piper Powell, Andrew Ellenbogen, Connor Mullaly, and Zach Dubin. So out of the players eligible to pick up these last slots, and there will be 4 of them. So currently, that would be Zoe Riederman, Zach Allen, Will Kowalczyk, and Will Krueger, last season's MVP, just hanging on to the last slot ahead of Max McVitie. But 4 events, including this weekend, or 4 weekends to add to that, which is 8 events total. So lots of points still to be earned, lots of shifting around in the leaderboard, and any of these players on this list, and probably some that are not even on the list. We're only, from the last current invite at 87 points to the last name on this top 20 is only 16 points. That is just over half of winning a showdown, I believe. So certainly any of these names could finish on, as well as people that are not even on the leaderboard could come up and take a spot away. We are, however, this weekend, we're playing the team event, the Team 10K event, or I believe the prize pool. If you're curious what the players are playing for, what's on the line, you can see here the money, the points, as well as all 3 players of the winning team will earn invites to the first DreamHack event of next year, which I believe the location is not yet to be announced, although it has been announced that it's going to be standard. The winner of the Modern 5K tomorrow will also earn an invite. So, yeah, the slots are available. There's the payout for tomorrow. The Julian, what do you think about this? Now, it's not, I say DreamHack, and for viewers outside of America, your regional championships aren't at DreamHack. They're at, yours is at something called Legacy, right?
Oh, don't get me started on that.
All right.
There's a tournament organizer called Legacy in Europe, which has led to some confusion because I think I think it's called the European Legacy Championship. What would you expect if you go to a European Legacy Championship?
Yeah, I would not expect Pioneer, but I bet that's what it is.
Yeah, I don't know what exactly you need to play. I think you mentioned Pioneer, but there's been some confusion. They tried to clean it up. I think they have an FAQ section, but allegedly there have been Legacy players to the Legacy ones, and they were quite surprised that their deck was legal.
Yeah, I would imagine. But this is something that is this of like well, in my community here in Southern California, a lot of the players, the former tournament players, this is something this is what they're trying to do now, is qualify for the regional championships. Is this something in Germany? Is this something that people actually are pursuing, or is this kind of off to the wayside? Not people. It's not got much traction so far.
No, it certainly has traction. They have had events all over Europe. I think there was, the last one might have been in Paris, I believe. So people are certainly pursuing that. But that's basically the crowd that already used to be dedicated to the grind, in the whole pre-COVID area and stuff. Yeah. And those people are picking up again and trying to make their way up the new ladder that Wizards has created. And that's very much a thing. The thing that we don't have right now is a tournament series like we used to have. That's third-party organized. But we're working on that. And we already have the European Legacy Masters, which is only for Legacy. The finals are going to be in Bologna by December early. I'm going to be there. I'm going to be playing in the team event. I'm going to be playing in the individual event. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah, no, that's cool. And that's an invite, or not an invite, but a qualification event by how many people per country get to play in that?
So it depends.
Is this that one, or is this something else? That was something else?
Yeah. For this one, we had in Germany we had 4 invitation slots, and we had basically the tournament organizer of all the regional tournaments vote for what our 4 representatives are going to be, and those are going to be Mark Vogt, Kai Sabatari, Jörg Heinrich, and me. So we're going to be repping the German colors there. I think most of the other countries, they already had something like either a regional championship or some other way to pick their representatives. And this year is just the I can't call it the trial run because this is the actual thing, but next year it's gonna start that we're gonna have dedicated qualifiers for the European Legacy Masters in all the countries all around Europe. So yeah, we're very excited for that, and I'm also super excited to see the one in December play out. And maybe I'm gonna win. It's probably gonna be the hardest tournament I've ever played in.
Yeah, that's very well, especially with a smaller field. Yeah, that's very cool. I don't know that it would be neat to have something like that in the US, but I don't know that there's much. Well, to start with, I would guess, although I really don't know the answer to this, I would guess that people have more pride in their country than people in America do have in their state. So,
Mhm.
like if you said, oh, I'm going to try and represent Germany at this event, that seems like a cool thing. If I was going to try to represent California, it doesn't seem as significant. But I don't know. Maybe it's the same. I don't know.
But it depends. Like, obviously, it's going to be up to the individual what you really care about. For me, it's more interesting because it gives even more incentive of viewers, right? You can root for your own guy. That's
Right.
one thing because it's going to be streamed. As an individual player, it's just going to be a tournament like any tournament.
Sure.
Because most of my friends are going to be rooting for me anyway. Unless I'm I'm up against them, then hopefully they're well, maybe they're still rooting for me. I don't know. But it's just like this added flavor of like being the European Championship, and that's kind of cool, and that's what I'm excited for. It's happening at Four Seasons Bologna, which is another tournament series. So we're piggybacking on top of that.
Yeah, cool. Just like the regional championship here is piggybacking on top of DreamHack, which is I've never been to a DreamHack. This will be my first one, but my understanding is that it's a pretty big affair for all kinds of games. Mostly
definitely
computer games, I think, not so much paper games. Magic might be.
I was going to say, don't you need to bring something like this for a DreamHack?
Yeah, I think you do. They can have they have tickets where you just like bring your own computer ticket, so you can just show up and play whatever game with.
I used to know DreamHack as like the big thing for like StarCraft events
and
stuff. I
so
think
me
you
too.
watched those
Same
too.
Thing. Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, I used to watch that also. But times change, and they are de-teching down to Magic from StarCraft. I don't know. Anyway,
I mean, Magic is teched out, very teched out. It just doesn't look like it.
Yeah, certainly not right now. It does not look like it as we sit here in pixelated our pixelated best. Anyway, thanks for watching. If you're enjoying the content, give us a follow. We are going to step away until round 5 is ready to go. Devin O'Donnell will be in here for the last couple rounds. Julian, thanks for being here. As always, you're tremendous. If you guys are looking to hear from him, you can find it's Everyday Eternal podcast. Is that right?
Yeah, it's at Eternal MTG on Twitter. You can find me at it's Julian23 on Twitter, and you can find me on It's Julian on Twitter. Dude, Joe, I gotta get a single handle for all of my socials. This is ridiculous. You can find me if you want to find me. I'm pretty sure Julian Knapp. It's Julian.
I'm sure they'll be able to. You just put his name in Google, you'll find him. Anyway, thanks for being here, and for everyone sticking around, thanks for watching. We'll be back in a few minutes with round 5. All right, we're back here at New Rage Gaming for round 5. I'm going to be joined. Julian did a great job this morning. We got Devin O'Donnell coming in now, so let's pop him in there. He's going to be with us the rest of the day. Devin, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing all right. Moving through this day. All right, so if you were playing Pioneer Modern Legacy teams, which seat would you be angling for?
Definitely Pioneer.
Yeah, same for me.
That's been my my format of choice. I don't really haven't had a ton of experience with Legacy. I think the last Legacy league or tournament that I played was probably somewhere in the range of like a year and a half ago. So haven't really kept up with the format. But yeah, Pioneer definitely for sure.
All right. Is that now you have you settled on, at least for the moment, a deck that's your favorite in the format? Because I know you kind of play the breadth of what the format has to offer. You have a favorite right now?
Not particularly. I mean, I've been messing with like the Atarka red deck over the past week and a half. I actually got lost in the finals of the challenge last weekend with it, and I think it's in a pretty good spot. It's got a good green matchup. I've been also messing. I don't know if you've seen the kind of the bigger Gruul decks where it's like they have 4 Sky Sovereign, 4 Chariot. I've been messing with those too, kind of trying to refine those decks. So I guess if I had to choose a deck for this weekend, it would probably be one of those two. Obviously, Mono Green's still a fine choice. Rakdos always a fine choice. But yeah, probably one of those 2 Gruul decks.
Red green all the way, huh? All right. Well, we got our next match sitting down, getting ready to go. We've got a Pioneer. We got a Mono Green Mirror, so we're not going to watch that.
No, you sure?
I mean, yeah, we made an executive decision. No one was in favor of it, so it's pretty easy to decide. We'll see if we end up there based on time constraints or what finishes in what order. But we're going to start in Legacy teams. We got Tom Tracy, Adam Saba, and Alex Smith versus AJ Valentine, John McKinley, and James McCory. And we're going to start in Legacy with Izzet Delver versus Yorion Death and Taxes. So Yorion no longer allowed in Modern, but you can still play it in Legacy. And here it is.
Yeah, I assume it's I've been trying to keep up, like at least look at deck lists over Legacy over the past year or so, and I believe that this is kind of the go-to for the Death and Taxes deck, at least with regards to adding Yorion to the deck. I think I know XJ Cloud's been like a really big proponent of that. I know XJ plays a ton of Death and Taxes, so I'm pretty sure this is kind of, I guess, stock, if you will, at this point, as far as what Death and Taxes is concerned.
Yeah, I mean, it allows you to. I think one of the avenues where Yorion gives you advantages is where you have, a set of tutors that you're going to play, and then you can fit in more situational tutor targets. Now, in some decks that comes with basic lands, being able to find enough room to fit all the basics and still run a full suite of fetch lands. Here we have Stoneforge Mystic, and instead of having to decide between 2 or 3 equipment that all are pretty good. When you're playing 80 cards, you can play 4. Why not? You've got room for it. So
yeah, there's a very interesting sword in here. I don't know if we want to give it away for chat yet. We'll see if maybe it gets fetched out. I don't think I've seen that card at just being cast at all ever. So that'll be interesting if that specific sword comes up. But yeah, there's some really cool one-ofs here. As you said, just really expanding the tutor package with Recruiter of the Guard and things of that nature can give you a little bit more utility with in that regard.
Yeah. If you want a hint, the place that probably this sword has seen the most work is in the MTG Rami video that it shows up in. So you can figure out based on that if you don't already know. Anyway, so things develop here. Of Aether Vial gets Force of Willed, and Dragon Rage Channeler enters for Alex Smith versus a Mother of Runes.
Yeah, you saw the Force of Will and the Aether Vial, definitely probably the best Force of Will target in James's deck, especially when James has the Cavern of Souls, which now James does have it. Now, now from now on, the Force of Wills and future dazes and things of that nature are probably going to be offline at least. We're attacking right into the Mother. Pretty telling that we have, I don't have Delirium yet. Yeah, Caverns on Humans makes sense.
Yeah, I wonder, is it even, if you want your Aether Vial to get forced, playing it off of the Cavern of Souls, I would say increases the likelihood it gets forced because the Cavern tells you your forces aren't going to be good on anything else. Whereas if you played off the plains, maybe your opponent lets it in.
Yeah, it kind of depends. Do you know? I wasn't actually quite. I was looking at the deck list. Which land did James play on turn 1? Was it a plains or a cavern
first? Yeah, I think he played
Okay.
the Cavern first. All right, so
Interesting.
Solitude fetched up by the Recruiter here, which is one of the reasons why this Yorion is nice, is it gives you an extra white card to pick up into your hand to pitch cast Solitude, if that comes up, and certainly against blue-red, it is likely to come up some point or other. Although, yeah, not being able to attack and Delver not flipping, that's not an ideal start for Alex Smith.
Yeah, Mother of Runes just basically being moat in this matchup, 1/2 that also protects itself, and you can't even attack and try to bait the Mother of Runes activation because we got 2 1/1s in the battlefield. So it's not even like where you can try to get them to tap the Mother of Runes and then maybe fire a bolt at it. It's just it just bricks both of our creatures. But flipping a Delver is definitely good here. Can maybe start to get Alex some pressure. Alex hasn't really cast any cantrips over the past couple of turns, but he did just pick up a Ponder. So
yeah, so he's got I think he's got Expressive Iteration and Ponder. So deciding what to do with first, and playing Iteration first certainly makes sense. All right, Surveil a creature down. That's valuable. Potentially there could be an attack for 6 this turn.
Yeah, we'll see what is. Looks like a Wasteland and a Volk, I think. Probably wants that Wasteland, especially if Alex has some dazes, because notice James missed the land drop last turn, I believe, because James played Recruiter on 3 and then picked up the Orion, didn't play a land last turn.
You're right.
So that might actually turn on some of the dazes, especially if you get to hit the Cavern here, which is very, very important, because that that certainly could be some of the contents of Alex's hand. We see an attack for 6 here now that the Channeler is turned on as well. So this is pretty good for Alex.
Yeah, and both players aware of the Solitude in hand, and James is not willing to run into a potential daze, which is a wise decision, as there is one present in Alex's hand. Ooh.
Interesting. I wonder now. Obviously, you don't have the information that the Delver's flipping there, but I wonder if you may. There's the sword. I was gonna say maybe if you wanted to Solitude last turn before picking up the Yorion, you can go Solitude, then pay for the daze, and if the daze isn't cast, then you can pick up the Yorion.
Sure. All right. So there is the Sword of Hearth and Home getting nailed by the days.
I gotta pull that one up here. I forget what it does. So it's
well. I don't blame
protection
you.
from green and white.
Go,
Whenever
we
it
can bring
hits a
that one up on
player,
screen.
yeah, there you go.
Yeah. There you go.
Not Days Undoing. So yeah, protection from green and white +2/+2, and then whenever it hits a player, you can exile a creature you control, kind of flicker it, and then also search your library for a basic land card. Tapped, I think. No, it's just a base land, so it comes up land tapped.
Yeah. So not a card that's seen a lot of play anywhere else. But I mean, obviously, blinking creatures is valuable in this deck as you're playing other creatures that attempt to enable the same interactions, but not this time.
Yeah, we mentioned the Recruiter of the Guard that's been cast. We mentioned Stoneforge, Solitude. There's plenty of things that you'd want to blink. So that does make a lot of sense.
Right. Now comes the Solitude, pitching the Orion. And Alex goes to his life total, so it looks like this is going to resolve.
Yeah, figures he, we already got through one of the dazes, likelihood of there being a second one, and you want to make sure if you're going to target the channeler, you want to do that before maybe Alex gets another Surveil trigger or something like that.
Mm-hmm. So Alex with about double the hand size of James here, and relatively even on the board here, so looking pretty solid. And here is the big boy, the Murktide Regent.
Yep, now that we've cleared the way, now that we've gotten the Solitude out of James's hand, get to slam that Murktide Regent. I believe Alex may have had it last turn, but obviously didn't want to run it into the Solitude, so makes a lot of sense to kind of bait that out first.
Right, and there are, no shortage of exile effects. In fact, probably every removal spell in James's deck can kill any creature.
Yeah, we're looking at Solitude.
Yeah,
oh, that's it.
He can defeat. Yeah, that's 10 points in the air exactly. And James does not have a removal spell, and he's just dead. So okay. Izzet Delver up a game. So Adam Saba, can you repeat your teammate's feat and put yourself up a game? Let's see here. Mono Hammer versus Teamer Scapeshift.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this Teamer Scapeshift deck, I think you played a lot of the Bring to Light Scapeshift deck a while back, right?
I did. Yeah. So that was Modern as a format has evolved since then. That was even kind of 4-color control existed then, but there were not Yorion decks yet at that point. I mean, I think Yorion existed, but just people weren't really playing with it yet much anyway. But yeah, the Scapeshift deck with Dryad and Ren and 6 is a super powerful engine. Well, I don't know if I can call it an engine because it basically just wins the game. But we see here an Esper Sentinel that looks like it's, well, I was going to say 11 power, but maybe a little bit more. Which
Trample also pretty massive here as well with the Shadow Spear.
Yeah.
We came into this game and there was a Colossus Hammer on the Sentinel, so I wonder if maybe potentially what happened was Ren and 6 tried to go after the Sentinel, and then in response we hammered the Sentinel. That might have been what happened.
All right, so this is a ice on the Esper Sentinel, and there's no way John's paying 11. So Adam, I'm informed by chat, Saba is going to draw a card, and Sentinel will get tapped. And so there are certainly draws here for John McKinley that, regardless of how far behind on the board he might be, he could just win the game.
Right, 5 lands with the Dryad. For those of chat who maybe haven't seen the interaction before, Dryad plus Scapeshift. If you have 6 lands in play with the Dryad, you can get that. That's basically as much damage as you can. I mean, I can't count that high, but if you get some 4 Valakuts or something, it's somewhere in the nature of maybe about 50,000 damage.
Yeah,
but without the Dryad, it's usually 7 lands. But because the Dryad's in play, we can kind of get a little bit of a discount there. And Fire Eye is just an amazing card, being able to, even in this spot, like usually a Teamer deck wouldn't really have answers to a resolve, creature that has 10 toughness, but being able to just tap it down for a turn, even cycling, very, very important for John's deck.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the equipment will move over onto the Pure Steel Paladin to make that a beefier blocker and just more likely to survive. Now the Esper Sentinel tax is gone from 12 down to 1 mana. And chat has picked up on this, and maybe production can look into the fact that don't believe these teams are actually 4-0. I believe they're 3-1. Here is the land, followed by the Scape Shift that you mentioned.
We're done. That's it.
Yeah. Upwards of 50,000, I've heard.
We have to get somebody in, maybe a math expert in chat to get the exact count on that, but it's got to be close to that, right?
Yeah. I mean, the difference is negligible. 7 land into the graveyard.
Well, it's actually funny because I remember when I used to play Scapeship, this is before Dryad, there was actually like this weird kind of interaction against Tron, for example, where your opponent attacked you twice with a Wormcoil and you just didn't have enough lands in your deck to actually kill them. But
Sure.
yeah, this kind of circumvents that with the Dryad.
Yeah. I remember there being a time when, speaking of deck size, where there was a build of Scape Shift that was running like 65 cards or something like that.
Oh, the J-Way deck.
Yeah, in order
Yeah.
to justify playing a couple extra lands.
Yep.
All right, so there's the draw from Sentinel. Okay, maybe that's an answer to the incoming fusillade of damage, but probably not. 2 Valakutes. So that's going to be...
So each
36?
one is 6 damage, right?
So the Valakutes are 3 each, and the other lands are 6 each, right?
So 6
So it's just 36?
30, 36.
So John
like
McKinley
that.
went conservative there. He doesn't want Adam to know what he's capable of.
We'll just say enough.
Yeah. All right, we're actually going to end up in Pioneer. All right, let's go ahead and look at how Tom Tracy and AJ Valentine are looking here in this mono green mirror. And if you weren't with us earlier or you're not familiar with Pioneer, the fact that this is game 2 is not really relevant.
Yeah, I mean, so that would tell me that Tom probably won the die roll game 1. That's at least my astute observation.
Yeah, that's
kind of one of the only thing that matters in this matchup.
Yeah, I guess the somewhat different builds aren't going to matter overly much. Chat
Yeah,
is
sometimes
correct about the damage. We did miscount. Those Valakutes are worth 6 because they count themselves twice. So it was actually 42 damage. Well, maybe John was having some fun there. All right, so let's talk about Pioneer Mirror and the relevance of Karn being on one side first.
So Karn is interesting because it stops the activation of both the Chain Veil and the Pestilent Cauldron. So as long as Karn's in the battlefield, it's kind of preventing sort of the infinite combo. The mirror match is really, really weird because, at least in my experience, the games either play out where, one player just has the nuts on the play, like, the turn 1 Elf, turn 2 Cure, turn 3 Cavalier, and the game's just not really close. But there's also these weird games where you Karn for, say, like a Damping Sphere and a Pithing Needle to make sure your opponent doesn't combo you. And then, but you also can't combo. So you're both kind of just like playing this weird game of limited where it's like 5/6s versus 4/4s. And the games get really weird, to say the least.
Right. All right. So we do have, I can't tell if that Lovestruck Beast at the top is in play. I kind of think it may not be, just based on its offset a little bit. But that's a card that's picked up in the last, just recently, right? As far as an alternative in these builds.
Yeah, so typically the mono green deck has about 36 slots that are accounted for. Pretty much every deck plays the same 36 cards, all 4 ofs. There's usually about 3 to 4 flex spots, and recently, yeah, Lovestruck Beast has kind of picked up in popularity as kind of the additional flex spots. And it is pretty good because the bad matchups for mono green are kind of the low to the ground aggressive decks. So giving yourself a 1/1, which also happens to block pretty well, especially the white deck. They have a lot of 2/1s, so the 1/1 from Lovestruck Beast helps a lot. And then in the red matchups, the 5/5 is close to unbeatable. They can't kill a 5/5. So in all of your bad matchups, I think it is quite a good card. So it does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and it just looks like it's waiting in the wings there, also representing a free card from Kiora whenever Tom gets around to casting it.
Yep, that too. Definitely
And
relevant.
really, I mean, with well, I guess I was going to say when you're stalled out on cards, but we're not stalled out on cards because only one player has it, which means it's kind of free reign here. You can see the God Pharaoh statue in hand and now in play.
That one's generally not the best in this matchup when you're, you both have access to Nykthos and just basically close to infinite mana. But it's one of those things where, as I talked about before, if you kind of have like the Karn plus Damping Sphere, neither of you can combo, and you just have the statue sitting in play, pinging them, you can imagine if the board's getting clogged every turn and both of you can't attack, then that is, a way to win the game. So.
All right, so Karn plus is there. It can animate God Pharaoh statue into a 6/6 blocker. Whether that happened or not wasn't clear. There's no real risk to that, is there, in this matchup? Boseiju kills it either way.
The only thing I could think of is some on a green list are playing Voracious Hydra.
Okay.
But it's not a very commonly played card, so I necessarily, I'm kind of on your side. I wouldn't really expect that card to be in my opponent's deck most of the time.
Well, the Karn plus is significant on having a 4th loyalty point because Sky's Sovereign is in AJ's hand. And that, I'm sure, has killed many of Karn's that downtick one time, but actually both of Tom's Planeswalkers at 4 loyalty. That has to be slightly irritating.
Yeah, and another very important reason, another thing that Karn does that gives you, that's very important in this matchup is when your opponent has an opposing Karn, you can still activate Sky Sovereign by just crewing it. Well, not crewing it, but plussing the Karn on it. So even through your opponent having a Karn, you can still kind of get a boat attack in, which is very, very important.
All right, so another Cavalier here for AJ. Definitely ahead. Well, I guess being slightly ahead doesn't really matter. Neither player is attacking at this point.
Yeah, I think this might be one of those kind of like weird games where it seems like neither player can combo, and this might just be kind of staring at each other. So we could beat her for a while.
Yeah.
I think AJ resolve or just cast a storm, I believe. Like he flashed it back.
Yeah. So
cool thing to note here. There's just real quick. There's a Kiora. A lot of people, maybe people don't know this, but if you put the second Kiora and the Troll into play, the Troll will look at both Kioras and you'll get to draw 2 cards. So kind of makes sense why AJ wants to grab the second Kiora here.
Yep. All right, and then I'll give him another untap on Nykthos if he chooses.
Other than the boat, though, I don't really think AJ has a ton of payoffs left. So maybe trying to find. I mean, he does get to draw 2 cards off the Troll, so maybe he can find something there.
Oh, does he? I agree with you that I agree that you're capable of, but yeah, I wonder if AJ is aware that
must have missed it.
And I think that's something where if you're not an online player, I completely understand not knowing that because I don't feel like it's intuitive that that's the way it works.
Oh, it's not intuitive at all because it's weird because like especially online, when you cast the Storm to Festival, it asks you which Kiora you want to keep before you like put your triggers on the stack. So you would think that, well, if I'm legend ruling my Kiora before the triggers go on the stack, it wouldn't see both of them, but it's just everything comes into play at once. But like I said, it's like you said, it's very not intuitive. Get a cab trigger, though, I think. I believe that's what this is.
This is another Storm the Festival.
Another Storm, okay.
Yeah. So you were dead on that God Pharaoh statue did not have a significant impact on AJ's ability to cast spells this turn, as I believe that's 4 spells, which means he's paid 8 extra this turn and still has upwards of a dozen mana just waiting to be used.
Yeah, what did AJ cast this turn? I think he cast the Flashback Storm. Were both storms flashback? They were, right?
I think they were flashback 2 storms.
24. The Cav was another 7, which is 31. So yeah, he's already used 31 mana and still has, a Nykthos activation. So
yeah, a lot of land in hand. Another Cavalier. Well, we may get to a point where even, I mean, if a bunch of Cavaliers attack, it's not it's not a terrible thing if one of your Cavaliers dies anyway.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's one of those things where if you have the Karn, or if for some reason you can't get the Karn off the battlefield and you can't combo, board supremacy, like making sure you have a better board. So which obviously as of right now AJ does have. You can maybe theorize a world where maybe AJ has to say go. Maybe Tom can't do a ton, and then you just fire up a layer attack with everything. Maybe that's lethal after through just a couple of blockers.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah. So if AJ goes boat here, we can deal 3 to the Karn. If there's a second boat, we can kill the Karn and then probably combo off from there. Although I guess AJ doesn't have a Karn yet either. So
Okay, we appear to be out of significant action here for AJ, and okay, does pass the turn. Only one of the Cavaliers could have attacked that turn, and that wasn't going to accomplish anything. So, turn is over. Tom Tracy doesn't have nearly as much to work with, but also not under the influence of God Pharaoh statue. So, let's see.
yeah, or the Karn. A lot less devotion though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think 7 after the Lovestruck Beast. So if Nykthos was floated for 6, we only have 3 floating. Untap Kiora -2 +7 is 8 mana. So yeah, if Tom does find a Storm, he could cast it, but can't get a good look at his hand. I don't think he's got a lot of gas.
No. All
And
right.
a Lovestruck Beast. I believe eschewing the token just didn't want to burn the mana, just wanted to get the card out of it, which makes sense. The 1/1's mostly irrelevant.
Yeah. All right, putting some more elves together here. All right, obviously got something else to do. Untapping Nykthos.
It's like we found a payoff of sorts. Unclear what it is. Looks like Cav. Okay. So Cav's looking to mill Storm and hit a Nykthos. There's the Storm. No Nykthos, though.
Yeah, well. Probably, as it stands, not dead on the attack if AJ doesn't draw anything good for the turn, but certainly something is going to get knocked down.
Yeah, if we just do some quick math, we got 3 6 blockers versus 4 8 attackers. So yeah, we're not even close to dead.
Yeah.
But if, like I said, if AJ finds a Karn, the second boat or a Karn which can find a boat, might be good enough, because then you can, or actually just Karn, right? Karn can animate the boat, attack, kill the Karn. Once we get that Karn off the battlefield, life's gonna be a lot harder for Tom.
All right, let's see what develops here. I know we said we're just going to duck in on Pioneer because this matchup is not exciting. However, I think we're invested enough in this game that we'll at least give it a couple turns here. And this turn, some of these turns take a long time. Some of them will not. This turn for AJ, I don't think is going to consist of very much, unless there's potentially an attack, which, I mean, actually, it might take AJ a minute just to determine whether there is an attack here or not.
Yeah, true. I doubt this game is far from over.
Yeah.
I guess I should say that I doubt this game is far from over.
Maybe. I mean, if AJ has nothing here and Tom gets to just activate Karn to wish, and then there is Storm the Festival in the graveyard, it seems like there's quite a bit of potential there.
Oh yeah, I guess Tom did mill over the Storm last turn. That's a good point. Yeah, so maybe if AJ has nothing, has to pass, then Tom can maybe set something up.
Yeah. All right. Well, both the other two formats are between games right now, we are told. So we're going to stay here for a little while longer, at least through Tom's next turn, I would say. Chat saying this reminds them of Top Miracles and Legacy. Come on. Top would have activated, 14 things would have happened between the turn. Now, I mean, it would have been the same thing 14 times, but still, it's not the same. Not even comparable. Well, now Tom Tracy's Nykthos is going to tap for a lot more mana than last turn.
3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14, I think. So make 14, flashback storm, 4 floating, still have a cure activation.
So what
Yeah.
else so that in general, you would sequence, you want to use your planeswalkers first, right? Before Storm the Festival?
Yeah, kind of depends. It's tough to say. I mean, it really depends. Like, I guess at that point you'd have to count like how many like Curious cards have I gone through. Obviously, like if you have less on your deck and maybe you're looking for something else other than the Planeswalkers, maybe you'd rather wait on them because you want to hit other stuff and don't want to take the Planeswalkers off of them anyways. But it's tough to say. It kind of depends.
Okay. That was that's a fresh one. Okay. Being cast. Consult the sideboard.
Getting Cauldron. Okay. I can't get a good look at the graveyard. Oh, do we just have enough devotion to go double card, double cure? I think we do, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we do have enough, yeah.
It's like 13 devotion, 14, I guess, with Kiora, maybe. So it's
Yeah, this if it's 14, this should be enough with just 2 cards, 2 cures, and the Cauldron. This should be an infinite loop. So basically, for people in chat who may not know, you go get back the second cure and the Karn, play the second cure, keep the new one, untap the next those, generate mana, play the Karn, downtick the Karn, get the Cauldron, play the Cauldron, get back the 2 Planeswalkers, and every single time you're not generating mana, but you're breaking even on mana. That's infinite life. Get the Cauldron, mill your opponent.
Yep. All right. And AJ Valentine understands that he's defeated, and the team of Tracy, Saba, and Smith is up a match. So back to Modern. Adam Saba versus John McKinley. We saw game 1 end with a scape shift for an uncountable amount of damage that turned out to be 42.
Yeah, we couldn't count that high. We had to get Twitch chat in on the fun. So
we're just trying to let them help us, make them feel useful.
All right, no more mono green mirrors, at least for this round. And then we got Hammer Time, Scape Shift. What do we got going on here? There's not a lot of lands on the Hammer Time player's side. Also, not a lot of action. And a Chalice on 0, Ren and 6. Looks like John's been able to hit all of his land drops.
This Chalice must be wrecking house because it's hard to believe
Yeah.
Adam. I mean, there aren't many cards in the Hammer deck that cost more than 2.
Right.
And yet there are, 6 cards in Adam's hand?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to pull up Adam's deck list. Adam's not playing the Splashing Blue, right? Okay, let's look at...
Maybe it's all Pure Steel Paladins.
That's true. Could be Paladin because there's no double white. For zeros, there's 2 Memnite. There's not a lot of zeros here. 4th Opter, 2 Memnite, and I believe that's it. It's 1 Paradise Mantle. So yeah, it's hard to say what. I mean, I guess there could be interaction like Blacksmith Skill, maybe. Trying to think of what else may have sideboarded in. Because there's not really a lot of sideboard cards that I would bring in from Tom's side.
Well, there's a main deck card, Escape Shift, and well, okay. And Adam's like, do you have enough? And John's like, we went through this already. It's 10,000.
Well, no Dryad to play, right?
Yeah.
Not quite 10,000 then.
Well, Adam's at 18. It may as well be 10,000. All right,
Yeah.
so looks like we are on to Legacy is all that's left. Alex Smith with Delver. We did see takedown. Could they? This is not possible. The players have been shuffling for that. Okay, yeah, this is game 3. That makes sense.
I was gonna say we were gone for a while. That can't be possible.
All right, so game 3 match on the line. Tracy, Saba, Valentine, McKinley are just spectators now, although they can advise and pitch in. Although even money on whether that advice ends up being helpful or not, in my experience in team events.
We got Alex in the play, right? Because Alex won game 1. This is game 3. Yeah, so Alex should be in the play. I just want to pull up the sideboards real quick. I want to see what we have from Alex's side, if there's any anti-Death and Taxes cards. What do we got?
Well,
there's an Explosives, which I imagine probably comes in.
Seems good.
Rough Tumble, perhaps Meltdown, a Braid.
Yeah, those all seem...
Would you bring in Meltdown in a matchup like this?
I think if I'm getting an Ether Vial and an equipment, I think I'm happy. Now, is that always going to happen? No. But players also don't know each other's deck lists, but they probably are pretty familiar with the format, so you probably have a pretty good idea. So as far as the meltdown question, are there useful sideboard artifacts in James's deck?
Sideboard artifacts? No, it's just the vials and the equipments.
Okay. Then maybe not. Maybe you think explosives plus a braid is enough. I mean, you're not getting Cauldra regardless. So it's just the ether vial and some of the equipment, and it's not even the ideal equipment that James is probably going to go for most of the time. So yeah, maybe you don't bother.
Yeah, because you can't really hit like if you're hitting a batter skull with a meltdown, things have probably gone pretty wrong.
Yeah.
So at that point, it's just GTA, and the Sword of Hearth and Home is probably coming out anyway. So if it's just the GTA, and like you said, you already have the abrade, you already have the explosives, and like I guess the weird part about meltdown is, I guess on the play on turn 2, it's fine. So if you let Vial resolve, then you melt down on turn 2. But if you draw the meltdown after maybe 1 or 2 Vial activations, well, the Vial's probably already done its job at that point, you know. So
Mhm.
it's like, and
Yeah.
it's sorcery speed, which makes it more awkward.
All right. So Alex Smith looking at 5 cards. I think I didn't catch sight of the cards in hand, but I think Alex Smith's 7 had Island and Wasteland as the mana sources.
Ooh,
So I wonder
yeah, that's
if
rough.
it was a potential scenario where, okay, you don't have a cantrip, so you're just gonna like, okay, I'll try and get a better hand that has both colors of mana, and then you end up on 5 cards, and that's just something that can happen, obviously.
Yeah, and a matchup like this, given the presence of the 14 planes, it's not even clear that Wasteland's going to be live in
Right.
some percentage of games, right?
Yeah. Okay, well, Delver is a good start. Flying is the way to push through against Death and Taxes, or at least it used to be. I imagine that still holds true. And
So I'm guessing that's a plow.
I believe it is.
It's hard to tell with some of these alternate arts, but
Well, it becomes a problematic though when there's alternate arts that I know I've seen before and I'm still not confident, which means I'm not actually improving. But yeah, that is a source of pleasures. All right, so functional hand for Alex, even though we're on 5 cards.
yeah, and I was gonna say, you know, maybe a show of weakness like brainstorming on turn 2 is not ideally where you want to be most of the time, but given the multi 5, it's just that this brainstorm should be able to fix Alex's hand most of the time.
Okay, Dragon Rage Channeler with 2 known cards on top of the deck. Ooh, Cavern Plow number 2.
Yikes. That one cannot be dazed. I believe Chad is mentioning that Alex did have the option to daze the plow on turn 1, chose not to. So that's an interesting decision. What do you make of that?
That's well, we'll play that for a second. As
Ugh.
Rest in Peace was the draw there. It's going to be held off for a while. So, if Chad's correct on that, which I assume they are, I saw that also them saying that. I mean, this now looked like it's a defendable play. I imagine the fact that Cavern came down kind of made Alex wince a little bit, and then
Yeah.
so I mean, you make choices, and obviously you don't have perfect information. That's what Magic's all about. This time around, boy, did that not.
Didn't work out for him.
Yeah, it sure didn't. And here's an attack with Dragon Rage Channeler into Stoneforge Mystic.
With an instant and a land? Interesting.
Suggesting, well,
I miss.
yeah, zip.
Okay, so I
So
think what happened there is that there was an attack. No, there was a no block, and then post combat we had to rough tumble.
right.
And
Well, that's definitely what
yeah,
happened. Yeah.
that's
Now
not
it's
a place you want to be in.
with the way that spells
Ugh.
resolve. If that Surveil had put the 3rd type in the graveyard, that Dragon Rage Channeler would have lived, I believe.
Is it like Tarmogoyf in that regard, where like
I
if you
think,
bolt the
yeah,
glyph?
I
I think
believe
you're
it.
right.
Yeah, I think so. I haven't actually come across this specifically before, but I'm pretty sure it would work the same way. Here's the Rest in Peace making the play, which is, I mean, okay, Delver is the best creature left in Alex's death at this point. That one of the only ones that's not completely squashed by Rest in Peace, as James is shuffling up after fetching up in Powder Skull, and yeah,
Yeah, it's got everything. Should mention real quick that the cavern is on core, so that sequence of played the rest in peace, so you can't get dazed, then tap the cavern for the stone forge. Just everything's coming up Millhouse here for James.
Mm-hmm. Here's a recruiter, and plus you can eat 5. Maybe he's just attacking for 1. Maybe he's just that stone forge is just.
I don't think that's happening.
Yep. Germ comes across. Well,
I can't really imagine a sequence of draws for
No.
Alex at this point.
no, there's.
Maybe if the rest in peace wasn't in play and you had a stock graveyard, you could maybe draw to a Murktide region. But now you know about the Solitude. It's just, I'm not even sure what you're supposed to do at this point. But yeah, very, very, very good sequencing by James. And I think that game, I don't know if it necessarily was decided by the decision to not cast the days on turn 1 on the Swords to Plowshares, but
Mhm.
that game is probably a lot different if the Swords to Plowshares does get dazed.
Sure.
And I think Chat brought up a good point where it's you're on a mulligan to 5. I feel like maybe you're kind of priced into casting the days there. Just you need to be able to trade your cards with their cards effectively when you're on such low resources at that point. So interesting.
All right, so 6 coming across here. Batterskull can actually be hard cast.
That one gets dazed though. We don't want that to get dazed.
We don't care at this point, but I guess you're right.
Not porting. Wonder why. Oh, it wants to hold the Solitude. Okay, that makes sense. Yep, so the Batterskull and the Solitude is known information. I mean, I was gonna say maybe it doesn't want to run the Solitude into a daze, but I guess you don't really care because you have the Batterskull anyways. You probably rather resolve the Batterskull anyways.
Can you?
Yeah, so chat's talking about the rough play. I believe that there was 2 types prior to the rough resolving, so the rough was the 3rd type.
That's correct.
But I believe that was the situation.
That's correct. That's what it was. Yeah, you're right. All right, so this cavern's on elemental, and this is
we're
over.
done.
So AJ Valentine, John McKinley, and James McCory advanced 2, 4, and 1. And that was that. I mean, that was. I'm sure there was some good games played in that matchup, but not that one.
That was not one of them. No. That was, mulligan to 5 obviously sucks. Very interesting decision to not cast the days in the Swords to Plowshares in turn 1. And that definitely came back to backfire. We had the Cavern of Souls and the Stone Forge, then got to resolve the Rest in Peace through a daze, and it was a snowball from there.
Yeah. All right, so that is the match for round 5, but we got some time to kill here. So I talked to Julian about this a few hours ago, but Devin, I'm curious on your opinion also. So it was announced yesterday, and for some people in the chat are probably aware of this at this point, that the regional championship in America at DreamHack next month is going to be open deck lists. And so I want to know your opinion on this, whether you feel like this is something that is positive, or you think it wouldn't be your choice, or what you just think you don't care.
I feel like I land somewhere in the middle. So I think for events that are publicly broadcasted through streams and other social medias, I think it is a good idea to have public deck lists because it's kind of an unfair advantage to the people who are in the feature match area. They get their deck shown on screen. I think it's good for those types of tournaments. I'm sure that you have this experience as well back in the old days with the Pro Tours where we had scouting teams where, scouting teams would just go throughout the tournament hall and just write people's names down and what deck they were playing. I highly doubt that there's going to be anything like that at the regional championship level. That was more of something that would happen at the Pro Tour level. But I mean, at the end of the day, I think that, like I said, I'm kind of medium. I kind of don't really mind either way. I think if I had my choice, I would, given that the event's not being broadcast, I believe, I'm not 100% sure.
Oh, what is this? You believe the event? Oh no, there is coverage of the event.
Oh, is there? Okay.
I don't believe it's been publicly announced yet, and I'm not involved in it, but I am aware that there is going to be coverage of the event, at least to some degree, and I think pretty extensively.
Yeah, so maybe in that case, in that case, I think I'm probably for public deck lists, but
yeah, no, and I think My instinct is to be against it, just because I'm from the old days. That's what I'm used to, But I do think, especially if it's something for players who are, and there's been a couple year gap since we've had big important paper events, and so there's gonna be players that are qualified for this that haven't qualified for previous big events. This will be their first time, and if your first experience is, even if it's unlikely, if some players coming around just writing your name on a list, checking down exactly what you're playing, that doesn't feel fun. That's not
No, it doesn't.
You're not happy about that, even if it doesn't matter. So it's nice to get rid of that. Someone in the chat, I didn't think of this, but someone in the chat just mentioned about partial or open main decks and closed sideboards. And I do remember, I don't remember if it was a Grand Prix or a Pro Tour, but I remember playing an event years ago where main decks were public and sideboards were public, but not with numbers.
Okay.
So you would know your opponent had a braid, but you don't know how many they have in the sideboard. And that was interesting. It was not executed well because they just posted all the lists in one place. And so at the beginning of every round, everyone ran over and found it was a disaster because we didn't have, mobile data for everyone to, just go look on their cell phone, their smartphone. But just in principle, I think I would prefer that to fully open deck lists. Now that we have the capability of doing that.
And actually, I saw a pretty good take. I think it was Sam Black on Twitter who had suggested that maybe X amount of cards are not publicly available. So, like, let's say the number is 15, right? You have your 60 card deck list. You can hide, quote unquote, 15 of those cards, and the rest are public. So,
Okay.
if for like situations like that where you're playing
Sure.
maybe more of like a stock archetype, but you're playing some different slots of the last couple of flex slots or something along those lines, maybe like partially open deck list. That was another something that people were discussing on Twitter as well.
That's interesting. I did not see that. So you can, so you can't hide the archetype, but you can hide. And really, that's all. I think you want to encourage people to innovate and to put work in. And while open deck list isn't necessarily going to discourage that, it doesn't incentivize it either. So I think that's actually a cool idea. I don't hate that. Anyway, the way it is open deck lists for everybody, which probably hurts and helps different decks, obviously in different ways. I think if you're playing, I think it benefits better players who are going to make better mulligan decisions against specific opponents. I think it probably hurts. Now, I haven't put a lot of thought into this, so you tell me if you agree or not. I think it hurts aggressive decks.
Yeah, for sure. Because if you know your opponent is playing something like a mono red or mono white, you're more likely to mulligan to a hand that has a fatal push. Or like
Right.
if example of a Rakdos hand is something along the lines of like Bone Crusher Giant, Graveyard Trespasser, Harvester, 4-drop 3 lands, you're less likely to keep that on the draw against the mono red deck because you're just going to get ran over.
Mm-hmm.
And those are matchups where you really need to have fatal push.
Right.
So yeah, I think it definitely does hurt the aggressive decks, favors the mid-range decks because they have a much wider range of cards and hands that they can keep. One thing I will say is it is kind of a feel bad for maybe some of the newer players who just kind of won their local RCQ and they haven't played on the pro scene before, and their first experience is, oh well, my opponent knows what I'm playing. That's not normal, or that's not common. So like I'm kind of with you there. I think it does kind of suck for the newer players a little bit. But yeah, that's something to think about as well.
Yeah. I don't have strong feelings either way. I can see argument. I feel like this is a scenario where I am persuadable to either side if someone makes a really strong case. But I do like the kind of the hedging options, like Sam Black's idea, or the numbers in sideboard. Those seem preferable, even though that's not going to be the case. Anyway, DreamHack Atlanta, or at least the American Regional Championship is DreamHack Atlanta next month. Winners.
I'll be there.
Yeah, so will I. Yeah, we'll run into each other.
I'm playing LCQs though.
Oh yeah, well that'll be exciting. Maybe I'll come by and watch. I actually was thinking I may be more interested. I think a lot of people would be more interested than normal to watch because the new cards will be legal, which is going to be something else. But yeah, the winners of our team event today, as well as our Modern 5K tomorrow, earn invites to the first regional championship next year, whenever that ends up being. So That's what's on the line today. In addition to the money and the prize points, this is the conclusion of round 5. Devin and I will be back in a few minutes. Stick around. All right, we're back. And, it just doesn't seem fair, Devin. Like I see on the preview monitor, this like crisp camera of both of us. And then I look at this and I see you look fairly good. And I look just distorted to anything, but whatever. Anyway, Devin and I are back. This is NRG Gaming. Thanks for being here. We got the last round of Swiss coming up. We're going to be starting with Legacy, where we have Doomsday and Painter.
Joe's just over there in the Minecraft server,
It's not even me. Yeah, I'm not. I'm just. This is someone else sitting here. We just distorted it so you wouldn't be able to tell. All right, here we go. We're underway.
Got some action.
Yeah. So we got a welder off of a great furnace with a pedal. So this welder has got all kinds of food to play with here. And this Doomsday deck.
See a pedal and a ritual from David's side. So I'm assuming that this deck can kill on turn 1, right? With like pedal or like ritual, Doomsday plus Street Wraith. And then I'm sure you can probably kill from there.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. I don't know. The Doomsday decks in Legacy over the years have become less and less all in. This one is actually more all in than a lot of the ones I've seen recently. I think Cabal Rituals have kind of waned in popularity in the deck, although I'm not an expert. I haven't played the deck in a very long time.
Yeah, every now and again I see some posts on Twitter from people who play Doomsday and Magic Online, and there's always sometimes there's some Monastery Mentors, sometimes there's some Murktide Regions, Channelers. So I agree with you that it does seem like the Doomsday deck has gotten almost more of like a mid-range kind of like Inverter, space when it was good in Pioneer. It's like a mid-range combo deck, but this one is for the most part issuing pretty much all of that. We're basically all in at this point.
All right, so Underground Ponder, Pedal, Personal Tutor for Doomsday, and there's a Dark Ritual in hand, so that is definitely coming off next turn. As far as interaction from Andrew Wolteis, there are 3 copies of Karn, which do interact with the mana artifacts, but there's only a few of those.
You know what I'd love to see here? I'd love to just see Grindstone activate, even if it's not under the combo, just milling the card from the Personal Tutor.
That would be pretty sick. There is also Pyroblast, which could have an impact. And here's a Karn, I think, not a version of artwork that I'm used to playing with.
Yeah,
but
that's Karn.
And that's has potential to disrupt things in addition to its static ability. There's Graveyard Hate potential and Tormod's Crypt.
You gotta force this, right? I can't imagine not forcing it.
I mean, there's not a ton of interaction even in the deck, so yeah, I think you might as well, even if you're unsure, because there just Andrew may not have anything else.
Oh, very heads up play. So with the Force of Will on the stack, we're going to activate the Welder to weld out the furnace for the pedal and then use the pedal to Pyroblast. Very, very heads up play from Andrew.
That is disgusting. And David Delgado gets felled by that, so okay. And Andrew's going to tutor up.
Is it a 3-ball?
Okay, if it is a Trinisphere. So he's counting on... I guess you would get that if you're worried that the Karn doesn't live.
Otherwise, well, I mean,
or maybe he's playing. Okay,
because I'm trying to think of what zeros he could get here.
Yeah.
Like the Tormod's Crypt isn't doing much, and that's the only 0 he could get. So I guess maybe Andrew just thinks the Trinisphere is his best card, and he just wants to get his best card just in case.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense.
But it is also kind of awkward because the Doomsday deck does sometimes have Duress and Thoughtseize, and if we look at the Doomsday deck here, I think there was 3 copies of Duress in the main deck, so as well as a Thoughtseize. So if you could run into a discard spell, that could be pretty awkward there, getting your best card and then just suscepting that to the discard spell.
Yeah, and like we said, Call Rituals aren't as common, so there's no real reason to assume that Tormod's Crypt is going to shut off Threshold and make a difference. So here we go. Doomsday from David Delgado. Fetch land uncracked, so that can take 1 card out of the pile, meaning he only has to get through 4 cards instead of 5.
Interesting. Now, there's a Ponder left over in David's hand. I'm trying to think if he can set up a kill here. Because, So you put a land in the pile, you crack the land to fetch you crack the delta, fetch the land out of the pile, 4 cards left. What are your 3 cards? See, I don't think there's a kill here, right?
Well, I don't think you can have the ponder into a random 3. I imagine you need to set up, so you need to know for sure the order. So that would mean that either is the ponder the only card left in hand? Or is that you're just saying there is a ponder in hand?
No, I think ponder's the only card. Tunneling Chat brings up a good point that we can't even kill through the Karn, because the only way that we could potentially cast the Oracle is with LED, and Karn shuts that off. So it's a good point.
Well, then it's going to have to be. I mean, there's no real threat here as long as David can assemble. No, I was going to say as long as David can assemble 3 mana.
True.
That might be enough.
Yeah, that's a good point. You basically just play Draco until you find the Oracle, and then just play land, play Oracle.
Right. And at that point, you'd probably have to do it with no cards left, because you can't rely on it not getting pyroblasted. So we did see the cavern.
Interesting that we didn't crack the delta, though. I wonder. So I guess the theory is you maybe put the Underground Sea as the last card. I'm looking at, okay, there's the island. I was going to say, so you put the island on the bottom, which makes sense. That's the last card. So on the last turn, you fetch for the island. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, so it's cavern, island, Oracle, and then I didn't see the rest, but wouldn't be surprised.
Cyclers, right?
Street Wraith, right. And then
so if you just put, let's say you just put like cavern, so you go Cycler.
Yeah.
Then Cycler, Oracle. I'm trying to think if you can then fetch to 1 card.
Well, did you say the island was the bottom card?
Yeah, I think you put the island on the bottom.
So he would have the option then, conceivably, if Andrew tapped out and there was no threat of Pyroblast, maybe he could do it a turn earlier. Otherwise, he could just draw it and then have the. No, that doesn't.
Well, he put a cavern in the pile, so we can play the cavern for the turn.
Right.
So we go Cycler into the Oracle.
It doesn't seem like this is a win next turn. Oh, he's just going to fire this off immediately.
Just going to fetch, okay.
Okay, so he's definitely just planning on drawing through all the cards. And he has the ponder.
So he's going to ponder here. Okay, that makes sense. I guess there is a chance. I'm trying to think if there's like a chance where like the bottom card is something you need in the top 3 or something. I can't imagine. So is that Island, Oracle, Cycler. So I imagine the last card's the other Cycler.
Right.
Well, that's actually kind of awkward, right? You really can't afford to have the Cycler be the last card, because you kind of need to go cycle, I think, right? Interesting.
That's only a problem if Andrew's not tapped out. And he's probably going to tap out for Trinisphere. Maybe he will realize that it's not actually of tremendous relevance. I mean, if he just gets a grindstone here, we could conceivably just be done.
Yeah, that's true. Because I was thinking that maybe, like, even if you play the cavern and you have a card left in your deck, you can still just, if you have a card left in your deck, you can just get Pyroblast in response to the trigger when you don't have enough devotion in play. But if we're going to tap out here, we don't even need the cavern, so we can just go, cycle, play land, Oracle with 1 card left. That should be game.
Yeah. And actually, it's not even a matter of him tapping out, because with the Trinisphere down, I mean, no matter what he does, he's bound to.
Yeah, the Trinisphere makes it so that he can't even cast the Pyroblast if he had it.
Yeah. So, maybe some communication issue here, but
I don't know.
Andrew's like, Trinisphere, you're screwed. And David's like, well, I kind of planned for that.
Yeah, there's the land, play the Oracle, and that'll do it.
Yeah. So as long as there's no Pyroblast, the Cycler being on the bottom doesn't matter at all. All right. So David Delgado picks up game number 1. Moving to Modern. Larry Fields already up a game.
Yep.
Wow.
So this is the Rakdos Evoke deck. Some people like
Mhm.
to call it Scam, which is, I would say a fairly good name for the deck. And we got 5-color Indomitable Creativity on the other side. I feel like I've seen this matchup play out quite a bit, and I do think the Rakdos deck is quite ahead. You have a lot of discard with Grief and Thoughtseize. You have Blood Moon, which not only just makes obviously Blood Moon very good against 5-color deck, but it also shuts off Dwarven Mine, which is very important for that deck.
Mhm.
So
Yeah. Okay. So Vinny Fino from Southern California. So Ivan Espinosa had some friends travel with them over to the event, even if they're not playing together. I wonder if they've got another stop on their way, or maybe they're going to MTG 30 on the way back.
oh, Vinny's deck list. I want to see. Yeah, there are 0 copies of Leyline of Sanctity. Vinny does have Leyline of the Void. I don't know if that's a card you'd want to bring in. I mean, it shuts off the Undying aspect of the Rakdos deck, but I don't know if that's quite enough. Leyline of Sanctity is the card you would definitely want to, stop
Right.
the Grief, stop the Thoughtseizes, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's is actually something that came up recently in Pioneer discussion, as to, okay, someone says like, all right, I think we can fit in some ley lines, and the other person's like, okay, cool, but they weren't talking about the same ley lines because white and black both viable in the format, same as here, I guess.
Yeah. All right. Well, Vinny is going pretty okay. Vinny's going really deep. I think we're on
5.
at least 4, right? I think
Oh.
4.
4 cards is not very many.
Well, with red and 6, you could just keep 2
True.
lands, red and 6 plus some card, and then red and 6 gets you almost undoes all of the mulligans by itself.
Yeah.
Unless it gets Thoughtseize, then we're probably done.
Well, okay. I mean, if you're keeping 4 cards, 2 land, Veil Summer, Ren 6, that would work.
Yeah, true. Yeah, turn 1 Veil your Thoughtseize, turn 2 Ren.
Okay, there is there's in fact 2 ley lines in hand. So one of those is going back. Veil of Summer still in hand.
I think it's a Shadow
It
Prophecy.
is a Shadow Prophecy, which means we're looking at just 1 land.
Yeah, so it looks like we're thinking about land, Leyline, Veil, Shadow Prophecy. Which does make sense because you do expect to get, to get discarded on turn 1, so.
Right. And even if you don't, this is still bad. You could cantrip off Veil of Summer probably based on anything that Larry's going to do. 2 ley lines on a mold of 4. Holy crap. So he...
Okay, I guess he didn't have a green source.
Yeah, so he put the Veil back. That's amazing. If you're
I don't think I've
Larry,
ever seen Leyline of the Void, Leyline of the Void, Dwarven Mine.
half of your hand is on the table. Sometimes that's
More than
really
half.
good.
75%. Around 4 cards, right?
I meant before he started the turn.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
a pregame. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, keeping 2 ley lines is
Okay, drew land.
Wild. Yeah, sure, that helps. I mean, green would be nice, but we don't have a red 6 or a fetch line anyway, so.
You find a black source to cast this prophecy, we get 2 cards out of that. I mean, it's realistically doable,
I mean, what do you do when you like you keep your opening 2, put 2 ley lines into play, and you look at your teammate glances over and you're like, it's under control. We got it. Here's my opening.
Chat does bring up a good point. I'm a little surprised that we kept both ley lines against the Rakdos deck. That one,
I know.
Might have rather kept another spell.
Yeah.
Maybe the Veil, even though you can't cast the Veil. Oh, he didn't keep the Shadow Prophecy. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I would have rather have kept land, Leyline, Prophecy, Bolt. Right?
I mean, I'm sure Vinny has a reason, but it's a questionable, at least in my mind, and I imagine everyone that's watching, is how are you anticipating your opponent's even going to get rid of the first ley line?
Yeah.
What does the second one do? And you're on 4 cards. Even if you're keeping a near blank, I mean, leyline seems like it's an actual blank.
Right. Yeah, the second one doesn't accomplish that much because the first one's not going to get removed. I believe we're casting. Oh, we're not going to go for. Okay, playing around Spell Pierce. That makes sense because I think you only have 1. Oh no, you got 2 Blood Moons.
Wow.
Oh, the classic.
So All 4 ley lines were in like the top 9 cards of the deck.
Yeah. There's actually only 3 in Vinny's decks. That's all 3 of them.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought
that's
we
all
put one
3
on
of
the
them.
bottom. I guess we didn't. So right, we didn't put one on the bottom. We just kept both. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, the deck is showing Vinny what it feels about his decision. It's like you like ley lines. All right, eat this. Here's the third one.
All right, that I think we're probably done now.
Yeah. Now the Veil of Summer is drawn, and yeah, well,
Could sack the Voidwalker for a ley line. Just saying. Never know. I mean, I guess Vinny does have 3 persist, so I don't think there's a basic swamp though. No, there's no basic swamp.
all right. There's no swamp. All right. Should we make the decision here and just go to a different game?
Legacy just started. There we go.
Legacy's just starting. Let's go to Legacy. This is.
I was gonna say if it was mono green, maybe not, but
I mean, if Vinny comes back and wins this game, this would be like a historical comeback. But
yeah, we're gonna get laughed at for not watching it.
I mean, we've got our we've got director David. He can keep his eye on it, and if somehow Vinny gets back in that game, which if he does, these players will probably stop and watch the next game anyway. Watch the game next to them. So
true.
We'll probably be tipped off. Anyway, here we go. Doomsday versus Painter, game 2. Opening on his
So
thought
what do we have on turn 1? So that is that the card in the graveyard. That's a grindstone, right?
I mean, that would make sense. It looks like an artifact, and it got forced
Okay.
a little pitching Hurkyl's recall.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's probably all right.
And then
Thoughts
he's taking out Trinisphere.
I think so.
Too many fancy arts for me. I'm not good at this game.
Ooh, well,
Okay.
Goblin Welder is not going to make it into play, which is good for David, as that would undo a lot of the work he's done so far this game.
Yeah, Welder would have been backbreaking. That was a really good draw step for Andrew.
Yes. All right. Well, we have it here officially. One member of chat has volunteered to eat a sock if Vinny comes back and wins game 2. But
well, we're gonna hold them to it.
Yeah, you can keep your socks on your feet as Vinny is already lost.
Oh, darn it. Okay, never mind. The
All
sock dream was alive for a brief moment there.
All right. So brainstorm into, let's see, there's a surgical in hand for Andrew Woltice, and it's going to fire off right now. Reset the top of the deck.
And I believe I think David put a fetch land and a Doomsday back on top. So
David didn't even want the top of the deck.
Yeah.
Maybe David wanted
the land, yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
But obviously wanted to keep. I guess you could have kept Ritual Doomsday land, but probably better to keep Force, because that's better if you draw any blue card, because then you could just go Ritual Doomsday with Force back up.
Yeah. Well, it's also that, or if you have, if you end up with a pass the turn Doomsday pile, you might be able to just draw into a blue card from the pile that you then going to convert the Force.
Yeah. And I believe the card that was pitched there, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's a Hurkyl's, right?
It was.
The whiteboarded card?
Yeah, it was.
Got one of those in the sideboard, which I imagine is part of some Doomsday piles. I didn't even notice this. Did you see the creatures in David's sideboard?
I did not look at the deck list very carefully. No. What do we got?
Got 2 opposition agents and 2 Shieldreds. That's kind of hot.
Right. Yeah, that's pretty sick. I don't know that we're going to see it here. Okay, well, something we did see and that Andrew's familiar with is Doomsday with a fetch land on board.
Yeah, interesting that we're not cracking the fetch land again.
Yeah, so but
I wonder if that's like a strategical thing.
I mean, it pulls a turn out of the drawing cards clock, as we saw last game. The opposition agent Shieldred as the cyborg creatures in a Dark Ritual combo deck. That's slightly better than Freaks and Gators from 20 years ago that people used to play at sideboard.
Oh yeah, I remember
Tricks
that.
decks, or 15 years ago, whenever that was. Yeah,
I feel like people played Nantuko Shade at one point too.
Oh, that I don't remember that, but that makes sense. I mean, lots of things would have been better than the Gator, even though that got the job done sometimes. But opposition agent Shieldred, those are, well, not for this matchup, but cool stuff.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a very similar pile.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really know. I highly doubt Andrew's anywhere close to comboing, so have to imagine this game is probably just about wrapped up.
I get firing off the surgical, but I also could have understood waiting on that for a while and seeing if you could accomplish something later on post Doomsday, although that doesn't seem even just a shuffle, even though you're not going to be able to ship anything relevant out of the deck probably, but just forcing a shuffle at an opportune time may impact Doomsday progressions once in a while. Although David is clearly
Potentially.
proficient with the deck. David is making these decisions quickly enough that he obviously knows what he's doing. So that may be something that you just isn't effective at any point. And
Yeah,
David
and
knows it and doesn't care. And Andrew may know that as well.
yeah, and we even saw game 1, which
Yeah.
is pretty much the exact same thing happened where, Doomsday was cast and then the fetch land was cracked, and at the end of the day that didn't matter too much. So shuffling maybe does matter sometimes, but especially when you're this far behind,
Mhm.
and maybe only in rare circumstances is where shuffling comes up.
Yeah. And just playing a card out of the deck is obviously valuable. This Force of Will in David's hand is probably, well, we'll see. Likely a useless this game. There's Edge of Autumn, so one cycler drawn. Can Andrew cobble together anything relevant?
Painter. I don't know if we're
All
getting
right.
another turn, but I
Well,
want to pull up the painter deck list. I want to see if there's any moons. I don't think I saw moons when I was looking over the first time. Yeah, not really a lot that Andrew can really put up here.
yeah. So here's, well, and this Mox isn't even active.
Yep.
And so fetch the second land, 2 cards left, 2 cyclers in hand. So David can draw the deck.
Yep. Cycle.
Yeah.
Sack to cycle.
And Andrew knows it. 2 cards. So
Yep.
Cavern and so didn't actually have force backup, but didn't need it. And that will do it. All right. Well, we know you were all asking for another mono green mirror in Pioneer, and we have got it. Nerd delivers.
Saved it for the finale.
Yes. Last game of the Swiss. Keep in mind we have, I will say this, at least one more round tonight. We're going to play at least the quarterfinals tonight. So we got Cure on both sides. We got a sizable creature on both sides. We have identical devotion, but we have Karn on one side, and that tips the scales probably.
Yeah, as we saw earlier, Karn being able to shut down the combo aspect of the deck, also shutting down the crewing of Sky Sovereign, which means that you need your own Karn to be able to kind of make it into a creature. Yeah, that's pretty much what we're looking at now. I have to see if Benji can potentially set up a combo here. There's a lair. Not exactly what Benji's looking for.
No. That seems like, let's see if Cura's, okay, it doesn't look like Cura's been activated, so.
Oh yeah, there's also a very good point chat brings up. There's only one person that has a Nykthos this game, so I have to imagine that person's favorite. If you have both Nykthos and Card, and your opponent has neither of those, that's
good for you.
that'd be a pretty good spot to be in.
All right. You guys heard it here. Devin O'Donnell dropping knowledge on the format. Have the best cards.
We got a good question for Joe. Joe, what do you think? Which basics do you prefer, Benji's side or Kwong's side?
Well, Benji's side look like they're from the correct set. So, Kwong's, those are, there aren't many basics where I would just know the set they're from unless they're old, and these look old. Are these the first unset?
Unglued, yeah.
Yeah. So I do recognize those, but
I know you're a big fan of the white bordered lands.
yeah, revised forests. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
What better lands could you ask for?
Oh, we're getting out the mana counter.
That's a bad sign for Kwong Vu.
Yes.
But he's up a game, so
Yeah, good news is Kwong gets to get to play game 3, and that's pretty much the only thing that matters most of the time.
Well, while we're waiting for this to play out, so what else can matter? The Voracious Hydra. So if you go first for 3 mana, you can kill their elf, right? If you have your own elf.
Yeah, so Voracious Hydra is very, very good on the play. Now I'm looking at deck lists. I don't think either player has it. So it looks like David's on the Lovestruck Beast, and then Kwang is on the general, like 1 boat, 1 carried, and 1 Teferi. Those are like
And
the 3 flex spots, yeah.
sure. Okay. So yeah, and even then,
Yeah.
but even then, even if you have the Voracious Hydra, that doesn't help you if you're going second. Because
Correct.
what you need
Yeah.
is something to try and even give you a somewhat better chance when you're going second. And there's just nothing, is there?
No, I mean, I feel like I might have seen people play Hunt the Hunter at one point, which is the 1 mana, give your
Yeah.
green creature +2/+2, it fights for the green creature,
Mhm.
where on the draw you can just like well, I guess not even on the draw, you can't kill their elf on turn 1, you can kill it on turn 2, I guess.
Right. I mean, that's still before the flashpoint of the really nasty stuff happening. So that's something.
Something. But yeah, there's just not a lot in
Yeah.
green to like steal the playback. It's not like where you're playing a black or a red deck where you can play a Fatal Push or a Wild Slash or something
Mhm.
along those lines. You don't have access to that in green. So when these mirror matches are just so very,
Right.
very predicated on the die roll because of that.
Yeah. And even then, you're actually just like if they play elf, you kill the elf. You're not gaining anything. You're just
You're just not
both,
dying.
yeah, right. You're not playing your own mana producer at the same time, which is what you would want to be doing. All right, so here is Meteor Golem that killed something. I don't remember what it was already. I wasn't paying attention, but it's gone.
Yeah, I
So
don't
I
know.
guess just by virtue of searching up Meteor Golem, that would suggest that Benji's not planning on winning this turn.
Did get the Chain Veil though. But yeah, looks like we're passing.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a storm, but there's only 5 lands, and I don't believe there's a land in Kwang's hands, so I think that's a storm. Yeah, okay. We're going to game 3.
Okay. So 1 game left to decide who moves on. Benji Solomon, Vinny Fino, David Delgado, or Kwang Vu, Larry Fields, Andrew Waltice.
And
Thanks
it's
for
everybody's
watching.
favorite matchup.
Yeah, I know. If you're enjoying the coverage, if you're enjoying the matchup, remember to follow. We got a moment here. Let's pop up the rest of the schedule for season 3 while these players shuffle up, because for the first time today, we don't have another game to go to. There you can see it. Next month, there are 2 events. First one, same as this one, except the Sunday event is a Pioneer trial instead of Modern. End of the month, we have our first 10K Pioneer event and a 5K Modern, and then the Showdown in December, 15K Modern, 5K Pioneer. So lots of Modern and Pioneer. That seems to be what players are interested in playing. Legacy, a little bit falling to the wayside. No primary Legacy events this season, but it does show up twice in the team events. So if you're a fan of Legacy, hopefully you got some enjoyment out of today's coverage. Let's head back to the table and see if the green decks are ready to go.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take a quick look at. I know sometimes people play like an extra Sky Sovereign in the sideboard to like to board in, but I don't think we got any of that here. Yeah, just all one of. So, I mean, that is the nice thing about playing mono green is you never have to sideboard. That's
I know.
Don't
You just have
think
to remember
about
the
that.
D sideboard.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we had someone in chat mentioning about, was there discussion about Karn being banned in Pioneer? There was, leading into the last banning. I didn't personally expect anything to change in Pioneer, but I think there were arguments for Karn and for Fable. Were you in favor of something changing or keeping it the way it was?
It's kind of tough. I think that my general stance is I think the format's okay the way it is. I do understand that maybe there's a lot of people that really dislike the way this green deck plays out, and I kind of understand that.
Mhm.
As far as its power level is concerned, I think that there are things that you can do to kind of hedge from in the matchup. Like I think that there are a wide variety of decks that have a good mono green matchup. Like a lot of the more aggressive style decks, like mono white, the red decks usually have a good matchup. The Rakdos decks are sideboarding somewhere between 7 to 10 cards, so you can give yourself a good green matchup. But it's a lot. It's definitely a lot. This deck does provide a lot of pressure. It puts you on a very fast clock. It makes you have you have to have the removal spell on turn 1 or turn 2, and sometimes that's not good enough. So
man,
well,
that was a very a good start accelerating mana into play for both players. And Kwang Vu going first, Storm the Festival, and hits strong with Sky Sovereign and Cavalier, which hits Nykthos. All right, sir. Benji Solomon, what do you have for us?
well, I told you that Kwang was in the play, and I told you that Kwang was going to win. So I think
did.
I think I like my prediction. I mean, what's Benji's best play here, Cav? Cav's not even close to good enough.
Probably. And hope you don't die. I mean,
it's just not even close. The boat's going to kill the elf, so you have to hit back-to-back land drops in order to have your own storm, and that's also predicating that your storm even is remotely close to as good as Kwang's was, which it's probably not going to be. And then obviously you could just die this turn. You're actually probably pretty likely to die this turn.
All right. Alternatively, if you're a fan of Benji, Vinny, and David, the sunlight that was streaming through the window before could come back in force, vaporize the other side of the table, and Benji, Vinny, and David win by opponent, being unable to continue the match.
Yeah, the cards just all vanish.
Exactly. All right. Nykthos
for
resets. Yeah.
7. Untap with Kiora. That's 5. It should be 12 mana. -5 should be 7 left. Oh, we haven't activated the Nykthos yet, so 2 floating. Very, very heads up play. Trigger the stack. Yep. Okay. Yeah. So for those of you who maybe not know what's going on, you play the Cavalier with the trigger on the stack. You float mana with the Nykthos because that gives you more devotion off the Cav, and also is better if you hit another Nykthos off of the Cavalier. So just good sequencing.
Mm-hmm. Land drawn off the Kura, misses a land there, so that didn't work out well. And I think
missed on Nykthos.
Benji's going to get another turn. Yeah, drew the forest and then missed on Nykthos. See, that's a problem. Kwang Vu sequence sprung there. He obviously did it backwards. Should have Cavalier first, hit the forest, and then drawn a card. But no.
Yeah, Kiora untap Nykthos, and there's 2 storms in the graveyard. I'd be pretty shocked if Kwang didn't have lethal this turn.
Yeah. Okay. Well, here's storm number 1 with at least 5 mana floating, unless there's another dice over there, which there might be.
We get Kiora Troll, draw 2 cards. Let's see if Kwang notices it.
Yeah.
Remember how we had the last one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what Devin is referring to there, if you just joined us, we had a player earlier today not realize they could take advantage of the double draw there, but no, Kwang's all over it, picks up the 2 cards.
Yeah, and as we talked about earlier, it's not really the most intuitive thing, but
yeah.
Right. Watching this game, maybe I should just play mono green at the RCQ tomorrow, huh? What do you think?
I mean, it's making a convincing case. However, the problem is that you can't control the die rolls, and you're bound to face some mirrors. I think you told me you played 5 green decks at a previous RCQ.
Yeah, that's true.
So
I did beat all of them.
Do you want? Okay, well, yeah, but you weren't playing the mirror. I mean,
no, I was not playing the mirror.
Do you want to play 5 mirrors of this? Where, I mean, if you win the roll 3 times, if it's that hard to win going second the mirror, then you're just at that point you're just done.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And this is something that frightens me as far as the DreamHack event goes. Is like, do I want to play a deck that everyone knows what you got, and that you have these matchups that you just can't do anything about? It's not even a bad matchup. It's just predetermined almost. All right.
Right.
And that
it's just the match is over when you roll the dice, you know?
Yeah, and that's no good. Kongvu, Larry Fields, Andrew Waltice, take it down. So, yeah, exciting match there, but well, overall match anyway. We did see some Doomsday doing some cool stuff, and all right, so though the team advances through. All right, now I will tell you because these breaks have been lengthy, and generally the break before top 8 is not any less than the other ones have been. We are going to play the quarterfinals tonight, so you can stick around for that. The players are going to be asked if they want to complete the tournament tonight. So if all 8 teams that make top 8 want to continue playing today, then the top 4 in the finals we play tonight, and we won't be getting up super early tomorrow morning. If any of the teams don't want to do that, then top 4 in the finals we play tomorrow morning like usual, leading into the modern 5K. If we do play tonight, the modern 5K will still start at the normal time tomorrow of 10 Eastern. So I guess it's an hour different because we're in a different time zone this month. But yeah, so the modern will start tomorrow at 10 Eastern. Whether we start with coverage of that or we're already in the process of covering the finale of the team event remains to be seen. Either way, when we come back from the break, we're going to have the bracket and then the top 8 round from this event. If you're enjoying the coverage, please follow. And let's see, what have we not done? Let's put the leaderboard back up there because points are on the line on these team events. And some of these players are trying to earn invites into the season-ending champion or the year-ending championship. You can see there the overall leaderboard. The top 4 players on this list at the end of December will qualify for the championship. Right now, that'd be Zoe Riederman and Zach Allen. Zoe with a decent gap over Zach Allen, although 14 points can be made up easily within one really good weekend or over the course of several events. And then Zach with a decent cushion over Will Kowalczyk. And then things tighten up considerably. And you can see on the screen there, Will Krueger would be in, Max McVitie would just miss, and you can see the rest of the players there who are certainly within range of making it into the championship. And let's go ahead and put our qualified players on the screen for you. You can see who's already earned a slot. And you can see them and how they qualified there. So those players will be at the end of the year championship who will join them. Maybe some people you saw on the screen today. We know Zoe Riederman is close, but 4 events to go. Anyway, all right. So we're going to step away. We will be back for the top 8 round in maybe 15 minutes. So hopefully you choose to stick with us. Thanks for being here. This is NRG Gaming. We'll be back. Okay, we're back. Devin and I are here for NRG Gaming. We've got the quarterfinals coming up. Thanks for sticking with us. We got the pictures taken. We got everything all situated. The players are now discussing how many rounds they're going to play tonight, but we've got at least the quarterfinals coming up right now, and I have a hunch we're going to have the rest of it, but we'll see. Anyway, we've got a bracket, so let's go ahead and throw that up. You can see who all advanced, and you can see there all the players that are through. We're going to be watching the 4-5 match, which is Derek Davis. Give me a second here. Andrew Brandom and Drew Myers playing against James McCory. I'm sorry, it's AJ Valentine, John McKinley, and James McCory. Yeah. So that's the match we're going to watch there on the bottom left of your screen. And now, so let's go ahead and while we have a minute, because they're still getting things situated, Dev and I are going to go through a little bit of the metagame of what we have in our top 8. So this is just our top 8 metagame. And it came out, well, fairly interesting. And Pioneer, Devin.
Pioneer, maybe not so much.
5 green decks.
Yeah, I think Pioneer is maybe the part that's maybe not so interesting. But yeah, 5 green decks. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, am I surprised? I would say probably not that surprised. It is, yeah, I would say it is probably the most powerful deck. It's going to be the most represented, and yeah, 5 copies.
Yeah, no black-red mid-range makes it through. We got 5 green decks. We have 1 black-red sacrifice, 1 Bant Spirits, and 1 blue-eye control. Nothing on there shocking, but green clearly dominating. In Legacy, And we have surprises all over the place. 5 green decks, I think, is surprising in Pioneer. Legacy, 3 Doomsday decks. So you combo fans can be happy with 3 Doomsday decks. We have Elves, which is no longer a combo deck in Legacy, but it used to be. So that kind of counts.
You can't even call it Elves anymore. You really can't.
Yeah. We have Painter, which is also less of a combo deck than it used to be. It's kind of a prison deck now. We have Death and Taxes, which is still very much Death and Taxes. And we have 2 4-color control decks. So, okay, a decent spread of stuff, I would say, right?
Yeah, and then as I think one of the Doomsday decks had kind of the more mid-rangey stuff with like Murktide Region and that kind of stuff. So yeah, very even across the 3 Doomsday decks, there's a wide variety of different things going on. So yeah, and also very notably 0 Delver decks in top 8, which is this is the first time I've ever seen a Legacy top 8 with no Delvers. So
yes, indeed. All right, then we've got Modern. Now I'm going to try and take a deep breath here and read off the Modern archetypes because there are 8, which is, I mean. Is that ideal? I think it is, right?
That's how they go with that. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So Modern top 8 decks. We have Yawgmoth, Izzet Breach, Blue-White Hammer, Blue-White Control, the Rakdos Scam deck, Green-White Heliod, Teamer Scapeshift, and a 5-color Creativity deck. So a good mix of the field, I would say so. Again, no Murktides.
Yeah, green-white Heliod. Did we travel back in time a year?
We may have. I don't know. The annual turnover got all screwed up with coronavirus. I think we lost a couple of years along the way, but things are certainly different. All right, let's go ahead and go down to the table and see. We're going to start with Modern.
Starting with Heliod.
Yeah. Well, why not? We haven't seen one yet today. So you can see here, we're going to watch Andrew Brenham and John McKinley to start with. Production, maybe we can, if it's possible, we can change that to Yorion, like D&T or something instead of what's currently on the screen. Might look a little sharper. And we even found a match for Pioneer that's not the Green Mirror. There's guaranteed to be one Green Mirror, at least in this top 8. We couldn't avoid it, but not one here. And yet we still have a Turn 1 Elf. Different format.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
Slightly different elf, but funnily enough, that's a Horizon Canopy with Arbor Elf. So that's, obviously not the best start, but I'm sure that I think there's a forest hanging out there. Yeah.
Yeah. So for if John McKinley's paying attention, that seems fairly likely that forest was the draw for the turn.
And I mean, this Heliod deck is, I mean, if you took a Heliod deck list from, a year and a half ago before Modern Horizons 2 came out, this is basically, I think it's almost the exact same deck list. I don't even think there's really much that's changed because there's definitely there's really no Modern Horizons 2 cards. This is pretty much just the standard deck that you would see before then.
If there's no Modern Horizons 2 cards, how can it possibly be a playable deck? How could it be
that's a good point.
That's impossible. All right, so we have Conclave Mentor here. There is a collected company in hand for Andrew, but a mana short to being able to cast it here after the Ren 6. Actually, 2 mana short after the Ren 6 picked off the Elf. And okay, gaining life equal to its power, not too exciting.
Yeah, Ren and 6 picking off an elf and no third land here for Andrew. So you probably correctly identified that the forest was probably off the top. Maybe, well, no, because I don't think you would keep a Horizon Canopy plus Arbor Elf hand. But I think the reason that Andrew wanted to do that is in case maybe he drew like a basic Plains, then he could potentially deploy like an Auriak champion. So wouldn't be surprised if there's some double white cards in Andrew's hand.
Yeah, no, that would make sense.
But yeah, this Heliod deck is basically what you're used to. This Arbor Elf Utopia Sprawl for Mate Acceleration, the full combo package, Heliod Spike Feeder, Ranger Captain to search for Walking Ballista, which also combos with Heliod, 4 collected companies. There's a Giver of Runes, 3 Auriak champions, just pretty much the exact same deck list from a year and a half ago. Kind of wild.
All right, so we saw Ren 6 uptick there with no land to pick up. And then Mentor attacks and runs into a lightning bolt.
Yeah, I think we tapped 2 mana to give it lifelink.
There we go. Okay, I didn't pick up. I knew the mana was tapped for something. I was trying to figure out what it was, but you were correct. That's what it was. And then, okay, Bolt picks it off, and Heliod gets a counter for Andrew gaining life from Mentor dying, right? Yeah.
Yep. Mentor dies. Heliod triggers, get a counter. Still missing land drops for Andrew though. This is getting tough. I mean, so Here's a question. This the Teamer Escape Shift deck. Now, we talked about before how if you have Dryad plus Dryad plus Escape Shift, you can deal upwards of 50,000 damage. How about Infinite Life? Can we beat Infinite Life? I feel like we probably can't.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, this Infinite Life doesn't require you to deck yourself like the Elves decks we talked about with Julian earlier. So yeah, that's problematic. This is a matchup where even if the Scapeshift deck is all ready to fire, if Andrew Branham can collect the company into the combo, he can just get out of range.
Yeah, and with the Heliod being on the battlefield, if Andrew draws a land, he might even have a Spike Feeder rolled up. So, given the presence of no red mana, you could just see land Spike Feeder. And I mean, I'm gonna take a look at the deck list for Scapeshift here, but I don't really think there's any chance we could beat 5 trillion life or whatever number that Andrew would decide to go to.
Gavany Township into Spike Feeder.
There it is.
There's an ice in hand. Did we miss an opportunity? No, it's a remand.
Okay, remand. Yep.
All right, remand Spike Feeder back to hand. However, let's see. I don't think John's winning this turn either. So
well, now that John has access to red mana, you could keep up something like a Fire Ice or a Lightning Bolt, because the way that the Heliod stuff works is if the Spike Feeder's a 2/2 and you remove a counter to activate the Spike Feeder, if a removal spell is played in response, there's only one counter left. So then if you remove the counter, the Spike Feeder dies before the Heliod triggers. So removal spells do break up the combo.
So that brings up an interesting question then. If you're John McKinley, do you ice a land on upkeep because Andrew does not have another land in hand, or do you hold it in your hand in case you can try and pick it off like you were just saying?
If Fire Ice is the only piece of interaction, I'm holding it, because if you ice upkeep and then Andrew just draws a land, then you're kind of screwed. But if you have something like Ice plus Bolt, maybe you can ice a land upkeep, and then even if a land is drawn, you still have the Bolt to not die, or to not get comboed, I should say. So with Ice being the only interaction, I definitely like just not casting it here for sure.
Okay, well, John agrees with you.
And this does kind of open you up to maybe collect a company into double Spike Feeder, but I think you just have to take your licks if that happens.
Okay, Spike Feeder in play. So Andrew Branham would be well advised to not pull the trigger, and he does not.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if John makes a move, which also John does not. And this is pretty easy for John, right? You just go tap 4 mana, play Escape Shift. If you could even float 2 mana off of the Escape Shift, get all the Valakut triggers, then the Spike Feeder activates in response. You fire this Spike Feeder. Should be pretty easy from here.
Right. Yeah, this is this is one of the times, and I feel like a lot of times floating mana off Escape Shift really doesn't accomplish a whole lot because you're just not going to do anything anyway. This case, it does actually matter.
Oh yeah,
because your land coming to play tapped would be significant. Also, it could be Escape Shift and then just keep the fetch lands in play. Would that make any sense?
Escape Shift for 4.
I mean, or 5 in this case. I mean, it's still going to be plenty of damage.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's probably maybe slightly better to get more triggers. I don't know if it matters too much in the end.
All right. Well, there's 2 more lands. So now there's so there we go. There's a lead off with Reign 6. That's nice play from John.
Yeah, that forces it out too.
Yeah. That allows him to leave up the most mana possible. Probably had this wrapped up either way, but that was a nice way of doing that. Andrew being tapped out. It's not going to be much to it here. Gains 4 life.
Up to 20, but as we talked about before, the 20 is not 50,000, so.
Not quite.
All right, how much damage? 3 Valakuts. Let's do some quick math. 8 lands? 3 Valakuts, 8 lands. Each is 9. 9 times 8 is 72, I think.
No. Andrew's not interested in counting. He knows he's dead. 1 breath away from infinite life, and instead, negative 10,000. All right, so 1 game up for John McKinley. So question in chat for explanation. So, if a damage is allowed to go through on the Spike Feeder, and then you take a counter off to try and combo off, your Spike Feeder will immediately die. Before
one with
Yeah.
Yeah, 1/1 with 1 damage marked on it. So
Right. So so it was kind of if if he doesn't do that, then the Fire Ice kills it anyway. So you may as well force it right there and see. All right. So in Pioneer, we have Blue White Control versus Mono Green. We have Wandering Emperor. We have Omen of the Sea and Mono Green. Not doing a ton right now.
yeah, this matchup is actually pretty interesting. There's a lot of so obviously the green deck has a lot of access to a lot of threats. You have the
Mhm.
Old Growth Trolls, Cavaliers, Planeswalkers. So there's some, some kind of dancing around trying to like jam threats into counter spells. Which threats do I expose to counter spells? Do I like just jam my best threat first and just so there's a lot of there's that to think about. Then there's also the Wandering Emperor, which we see in play. Very very frequently you'll see there'll be like a situation where do I want to play my spell pre-combat, get a counter, then not expose myself to Wandering Emperor in attacks? Do I just not attack and don't get my Troll or Cavalier Wandering Emperor? Because if that stuff gets verdicted, it's a lot better for you. So a lot of things to think about in this matchup.
All right. So Wolfwillow Haven comes down. So AJ's lands make a lot of mana here, but I think the last card in hand is another Nykthos. So Wandering Emperor, I mean, puts out a pretty consistent pressure. It doesn't take too long to kill opponent from 20 here, even if you're starting with just a Samurai attacking for 2.
Yeah, that card has been really impressive for me. That's one card that when it first got printed, I knew it was decent, but the more I see it in play, it's just been so impressive. Just being able to like hold it up the turn that you're holding up a counter spell. If they don't play into your counter spell, then you get to play a proactive threat. It's hard for them to attack into it. It's life gain. It's just it's worth so many cards.
All right. Well, I was going to ask the question why the Wandering Emperor didn't feel the need to do anything first, but here's temporary lockdown to clean up the tokens and everything. There are actually 4 copies of lockdown in this deck. So here is Omen of the Sea tapped out. So if AJ can, find that's nice. Yeah, Wandering Emperor. Yeah.
Yeah, Wandering Emperor with Yorion's really nice.
Yeah.
Very, very, very cool combo.
Yeah, comes
Right,
into play and activates instant speed, and
couple
AJ draws
lands in
land.
hand.
Yeah, so
This is a spot that I'm sure you're very, very familiar with playing various control decks over the years.
I am, and my experience is the reason why people dislike Miracles is because they never concede in this spot. They never concede when their counterbalance locked when you have Jason play, and they're just like, "Oh, I have a chance," and then they lose 5 minutes later. It's like, no, you were already dead. But
Drew Llanowar Elves, though,
here you're more live. You're not locked out. I mean, there are one card, single cards that can win the game. Maybe a good Storm for green.
Yeah. If Storm the Festival did resolve, there is a chance that AJ could win this game.
Mm-hmm.
It would have to be the best Storm imaginable, but
we saw one of those already today, hitting Cavalier and Sky Sovereign, a situation where it was a nice setup here. Here, if you hit something like Karn,
I'm trying to think of what's best possible here.
Yeah, I don't know. It would
not
be
Forest.
No. All right. So Derek Davis takes down game 1. So 1 game each so far. Let's see where we got. We got Legacy on tap. Wherever
I think we're going to Legacy. Yeah, we are. Now I want to take a look at the deck list. I want to see if this is the more mid-rangey Doomsday deck.
Well, I don't think this is going to last too much longer. Regardless, because Doomsday only has 2 cards left in the deck.
That is true.
All right. Things made slightly more difficult because of Thalia being in play. Here's a fetch. After 1 mana was paid for the Lion's Eye Diamond. Swamp. Who wants a swamp?
Yeah, to make sure you shuffle and cut the 1-card library, though.
Yeah. All right. Lion's Eye Diamond for blue.
So we went cycle Edge of Autumn, hold priority, crack the diamond, play the Oracle.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And game.
All right. I'll do it.
Okay, back where we started in Modern. Let's see if Andrew Branham can even up his two teammates did pick up game ones, and this timed out well as we're at the beginning of game number 2.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if Andrew can kind of have a little bit more of a better mana draw. You know, a lot of the problems that Andrew had in game 1 was just due to the fact that missing that third land drop, getting the Arbor Elf killed, just not being able to set up the combo quick enough.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if we take a look at the sideboard for the Scapeshift deck, I don't. Sometimes you see an Emrakul in here, but I'm looking at the sideboard and I still don't really see a realistic way to beat Infinite Life. So, I think the combo's still good enough.
Okay, well, this is not a combo that's particularly hard to assemble either. Although, granted, we didn't even see it in game 1, but still, when I think of difficult to execute combos, this isn't the one that comes to mind. No play on the first couple turns here for Andrew, though.
I don't know about you. Every time I see that land, it looks like a Temple of Plenty. I just
Yeah, it
get so
doesn't-
confused.
I don't. Yeah, it does not look like. Is that? I don't know. Is that Temple Garden? It is, right?
Temple Garden, yeah. It's
Yeah,
the
no,
new.
it's-
It's one of the promo ones.
That is not something that is not a piece that I associate with Temple Garden. Not even close.
Well, we got
Who
the
decided that, being able to express yourself and have individualism with your different cards was a good idea? Come on.
I know, right? Looks like we got the lighting back. So this is. Are we going to have one of those try to card evaporation games?
Oh, exactly. Oh, I was talking about it was going to be player evaporation. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. The force of the sunlight. The sun is powerful. If the full force of the sun comes streaming through the windows right exactly into Andrew Branham's play area, he might just be completely just, I don't know, destroyed.
There's gotta be something against TOS for
Incinerated.
that, right?
Crisp. Yeah, I mean, you're playing Unholy Heat. It's like Unholy Heat, except it's to the player.
Unholy Heat target you.
Exactly. Except the sun is doing it, not your opponent. Anyway, no plays on either side for the first couple turns this game.
Yeah, very interesting. No elves, no 2-drop, no Oriox. And we're starting off with the captain. I'd be surprised if there wasn't a remand. Because we also didn't cast Ice Upkeep, so.
Mm-hmm.
That's a spot where I feel like you almost want to ice there. If there's no play on turn 1 or turn 2, you have to assume that there's a 3-drop, right?
Right. I mean, what else could there be? Just mono collected
Yeah.
companies. I mean, yeah, I like ice preemptively quite a bit. Not just here, but just in general as a card, because it's not something that's. I mean, it broke up the combo last game, but that's not always going to happen.
Yeah.
And also, if just with no plays, yeah, I think it's great. Plus, I mean, this range. Well, now this ranger's here. You're going to bolt that, take care of that, because that's kind of a must. You don't want that sitting around.
Yeah, Ranger can also protect your combo, right? If you have,
Yeah.
let's say you have like a Heliod and a Ranger in play, you can just sack the Ranger, then play the Spike
Mhm.
Feeder, and then kind of off to the races there. So
Yeah. All right. Well,
like an iteration, looking
Yeah.
for really just lands, right? There's really no 1-drops that we could play off the iteration here. There's
No, I
no
think it's
like
just bolt. There's nothing you can even threaten here. Yeah, it's just going to be Triumph.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
so
land.
Andrew could company into a game win here. I mean, that's possible.
Yeah. Company into Heliod plus Spike Feeder. I think 2 Heliods, the Giver, a Path in hand. I think that's what I saw. Yep. Can't get a glimpse of the last card, but there's definitely a Heliod and a Path in hand for sure. Path is an interesting one. I wonder why you would want to go towards Path. I guess because, well, it's kind of weird, right? Because so Pathing Dryad does kind of theoretically mean that John needs more lands to go off, but you're
Mhm.
also giving John a land when you're pathing them. So it kind of defeats the purpose, right?
That's true. That's true. I'm there could
I guess
be,
if there's no scape shift involved, it like breaks up the natural, just Dryad Valakut stuff.
I mean, you could end up in a scenario where it's fairly specific, where if there's a Dryad and John scape shifts on 6 mana, then you could, and doesn't get,
True.
enough
That is a
mountains,
good point.
then you could let it come into play and then path. But that's fairly specific. I don't know that that's something that's going to happen consistently on how the games are going to play out. All right, if there was company, I would imagine we might have seen it in response to iteration there.
Yep. So iteration, I think there's a Fury hanging out there in the 3. I think I saw a Fury. Looks like we have, I think it was a Fire Ice, Escape Shift, in hand at least. Endurance being brought in. Interesting.
Well, let's see. What does that?
Okay, we must have the deck list wrong. I was looking at the deck list and I don't see Endurance, but there's also only 13 sideboard cards, so we must just be missing those.
All right, so here is a company.
All right, let's see if we hit the combo. I mean, we have a Heliod in play, but there is red ban available, so.
But it's something that even then, if you find it, then the red man is taxed for the rest of the game, basically.
No combo, but some pressure, and Heliod getting turned on with Devotion could maybe give us a 2-turn clock, but not likely to happen in the face of the red man available.
Well,
so Spike Feeder's good. I wish that we were able to attack with the Heliod here, because then we'd be pressuring on 2 fronts here. Like we would just have a 2-turn clock and then also have the combo set up. So we're kind of putting John in the squeeze there. But the Heliod itself not being able to attack this turn doesn't really present enough pressure to be able to like force John to use a removal spell on our random beats.
Yeah, I mean, if there was another Giver of Runes in hand, Andrew could have played that out first, probably drawn a removal spell on Discalculated Evaporation or something to turn off Devotion, and then one with Feeder post combat. That would have been pretty cool. As it stands, this is...
No, I thought about something. The Conclave Mentor actually makes this fine, right? Because you go Spike Feeder into play, Conclave Mentor trigger on the stack, gain a life, Heliod trigger, put a counter on the feeder.
Okay,
if then John responds to that with the red removal spell, then you just go infinite, right?
Yeah.
So this actually should be good enough. Yeah, the Mentor makes this pretty easy. Assuming the trigger's remembered, which...
Yeah, it's just straight up 3 counters. Because
I always forget the Mentor has another ability too. Yeah, okay.
And yeah, okay. So after attack there, and then we see it tick down, and yeah, that's it. Okay, so Andrew Branham will win game 2. And we have a match on our hands. Okay.
Yeah, I always forget that Mentor is also basically like a hardened scales kind of thing.
Yeah.
Whoa, is that a turn 1 opposition? Opposition agent, not opposition.
It is in fact an opposition agent in play off of Ritual, and then Surgical on. So this must be in response, right?
Otherwise, probably in response to the agent.
Otherwise,
how does that work?
Well, Drew, if the agent was in play, or wait, no, I'm sorry. Opposition agent was your opponent searches their own deck, right?
Is it their own deck, or if it just an opponent searches a library?
I think it's their own deck.
Their library, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say that would be kind of weird if you like let the opposition agent resolve, go to Surgical the Dark Rituals, and you actually was just like, nah, I'm not gonna remove my own Dark Rituals.
Well, isn't this going to be interesting though? Yeah, so this Batterskull here, actually, it's definitely in play because that Batterskull is in play.
This was in response to the Stoneforge. Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, so this was quite an unpleasant start there for James.
That's a beating. Oh boy.
So the Batterskull is not going to be easy to get into play, especially without your Dark Rituals. Wouldn't that have been something? Another Dark Ritual get Batterskull into play right away.
Maybe that's why James felt pressured into surging the Dark Rituals. He didn't want to just hardcast the Batterskull.
All right. So opposition agent in play.
This is like a cube game.
Yeah. Fetchland's not really an issue here, but Stoneforge obviously blanked for the most part.
Yep. Yeah, what else do we have that searches? Let's pull up the I can't talk. Death and Taxes deck list.
It doesn't appear.
So
okay. I think it's
Recruiter.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Stoneforge, and I think that's it.
Timeless Dragons, I guess.
Oh, if we land cycle it, yeah.
Sure. All right. Well, here's Calder Complete from hand. That's pretty good, and
I just want to see this Batterskull cast.
The hand gestures from James. This feels like what happens when something. Oh, we're just waiting for the germ. I see. So something.
Oh, we just had the Cauldron in hand. Oh,
yeah.
That's rough beats.
And in fact, empty-handed now for James. And this opposition agent, I mean, yeah, it's not. I'm not really going to question bringing it in because Stoneforge and Recruiter are good, but yeah, it doesn't do anything else. And Drew's here now with his opposition agent and way behind on the board.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we basically kind of put all our eggs into this opposition agent basket, which we kind of had to do because otherwise we would have just 100% lost to the searched Cauldra. Well, the problem is what happens when they draw their Cauldra, and that's just that's just it's kind of a beating here.
Yeah. Now Drew is definitely not out of it. This Doomsday deck can win from a lot of ugly scenarios, but it is much harder to cast Doomsday without Dark Ritual. There are still Cabal Rituals in the deck. I believe there was 2 copies as well as some Lotus Petals, but right now only 2 black mana sources in play. And here comes the Cauldra.
Yep, Caldra's still getting in there.
Stoneforge Mystic, are we sure about that?
Well, Stoneforge is a May. Which actually, chat brings up a good point because you could just choose not to search after getting opposition agented, right? Well, what I'm saying is Stoneforge might be a May, though.
Right,
Is it
so
a May?
Let's
actually check.
We were just told by the director that yeah, it does say you may search.
It's a May.
All right.
Yeah. So you can just decline. If you get opposition agented, you could just decline, and then you wouldn't even get the batter skull out of that.
So would this be a scenario where once you announce the trigger though, and then they respond, you've committed? Because normally, if you acknowledge a trigger, it's going to happen.
Well, I'm thinking that because the Cauldra was already in hand, maybe you just wanted the batter skull out of your deck because you just didn't want to draw it because it's kind of a bad draw. Knowing that you already have the Cauldra,
Yeah. All right, so 2 Edge of Autumn cycled there, and then the term is passed. That's a bad sign for Drew.
Oh, cycle 2 Edge of Autumns. Jeez.
All right.
Yep. Just go black. And that should be good enough, I assume. I don't really think. I mean, so we have life totals correct.
Yeah. No, I think it's all right.
Okay.
Drew may have something.
We're still playing.
There's still a Mother of Runes untapped. I don't know what this is going to be.
See if I can grab the deck list here. What could this possibly be? Could be a chain. Oh, Chain of Vapor on the not on the Germ, but on the Cauldra. That could buy a turn.
Nice. That would do it. Yep, you are correct. If that's what it is.
Gotta target the Cauldra here. Can't target the Germ, yeah.
Yep, Drew does that. Caudra's, yeah, I guess it can just come back down from the Stoneforge, but it does by a turn. You're right.
I don't know what we can do with that one turn. You can get a good glimpse of Drew's hand if we have any. I guess without Dark Ritual, it's probably going to be pretty tough.
And having to win on this turn.
Yeah. Guess might as well put it in now. Not really a lot of reason not to. Yeah, and then port the island upkeep. Yep, see a port activation. And I'm assuming Drew's drawing pretty thin. I think I saw a second opposition agent.
I did.
Yeah, I don't know. Man, I guess maybe on the draw, the theory is you just want to make sure you have it for turn two Stoneforge. I feel like on the play, that's something you definitely don't want to. You want to go towards though.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're gonna shift back to Modern. But yeah, I feel like it's debatable. I mean, Drew probably knows better than we do, but it is. I mean, it basically did what you wanted to do, and Drew still got crushed.
To be fair, it was a little unfortunate that he just drew the Cauldra anyways. Like, if that game's a lot different if the Caldra's just not naturally drawn. But yeah, I agree.
Absolutely. All right, so no problem with mana this game for Andrew. In fact,
all of it.
Yeah.
Perhaps too much of it.
Maybe so. I mean, you're not thinking through this. If it's a remount and collect a company, recast company, same turn. Good luck.
That's true.
Although I guess Ranger Captain shuts that down anyway. So
Yeah. With the Arbor Elf, we got 3, 6, we got 9 mana. We're almost
Yeah.
at what? Ballista for 5 territory. What are we playing? Eldrazi Tron over here?
Let's go. Yeah. Well, in that case, we may just have Ulamog. We saw a Kozilek cast today out of Eldrazi Tron.
I don't. Something tells me there's no Eldrazi in this green-white Heliod deck,
probably
though.
not. All right, here's a Fury. Hard cast.
Can't go into that thing. All right, Fury, doing Fury things, entering the battlefield, killing 2 creatures. I don't think I've ever seen a Fury not kill 2 creatures.
Oh, come now. I'm sure you have. I'm sure you've seen it kill Planeswalkers plenty of times.
Well, if it kills a Planeswalker and a creature, that's the same thing.
Yeah, sure. All right. Let's see it. I mean, this is 1, 2, 3, 6 mana.
It's a Ballista, right?
It's a Ballista, yeah. Okay.
Let's go. This is like Plan Z. You do what you got to do, right? So there's some amount of fancy lands in play. I'm going to assume that at least one of those full border expeditions has got to be a Horizon Canopy, right? I assume so. Looks like there's 2 different ones. I imagine the one that's tapped is, and the other one's probably a Heath. Question is, do we fire off the Ballista here to kill the Fury? I mean, expecting, that John has 4 bolts in his deck, that this Ballista's probably not living anyways. Maybe it's just good to trade it off here, especially if you have nothing left over, and if you let the Fury, if you take 6, then you end up having to kill the Fury anyways. Maybe that ends up being bad for you. I don't know though.
I mean, but
if
you take 6, you can keep you can kill the Fury and keep the Ballista. Also, if you draw Heliod, you're live for everything. That gets defeated by a bolt, but still, you're at least force your opponent to have it. There's a Spike Feeder in hand. I mean, now it's going to eat a potential bolt.
It's weird though, because the scape shift is usually when you're dying to scape shift, you're dying. It doesn't matter whether you're at 12 or 18 or 25,
Yeah.
So I guess the theory is maybe you're worried about Andrew, or maybe you're worried about John having Dryad because there's a Valakut in play, which, okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Because if you take 6 from the Fury, then you're a lot more in range of just this, which is just natural Dryad Valakut.
Plus one of those triggers just picks it off anyway. You just took 6 damage for nothing at that point. Okay, so with Foothills on the board as a potential trigger, this is going to be tricky for Andrew.
Yeah, normally you could just, company into the combo, but we can't really do that because of the Foothills in play. If we company for the combo and go for it, then Foothills get sacrificed, blow up the Spike Feeder, and I don't know. This is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, we do know. Didn't we saw Path a different game, right?
We did. Yep, we saw Path game 2.
All right, there's a feeder.
Okay, well, I imagine no Heliod because you probably would play the Heliod first. Maybe you wanted to sacrifice the Canopy first in case you drew Coco.
Yeah, that's pretty deliberate though. So Andrew probably has a plan. I think there's a Boseiju in hand.
Okay.
And John.
I wonder if he thought that John was going to fetch EOT, and you could just respond and kill the Dryad.
Yeah, I mean that would have been nice. John is not tempted though. And with Scape Shift in hand, with Ren 6 in play, there appear to be a couple avenues to victory here for John. He just has to commit to one, and then we'll find out if Andrew's cards in hand are enough to defend.
Yeah, smart to leave at the Foothills if you expect Boseiju, because this is going to bait the Boseiju out, and then you can just Scape Shift for 7, and that should be good enough.
Well, there's Path in hand also.
Oh, okay. So we're going to kill the Valakut, and then we have Path for the Dryad.
Okay.
But neither of these beat Scape Shift plus 7 lands, so. Yeah, so we'll go float a mana, let the Valakut die. You could even pick up the Valakut with Ren, because we haven't used the Ren yet.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't this isn't poor decision from Andrew. It's just there's a lot to have to play through here.
Yeah.
And yeah, but Seichu plus Path seems like, oh, this is a decent amount of stuff. I can probably break through at least and survive the turn, but yeah, actually you can't.
I wonder if I feel like if you expect if you're assuming that John doesn't have scape shift because you're dead regardless, no matter what you do. If you assume that John doesn't have scape shift, I wonder if it's better to path the Dryad and save the Boseiju. I don't know. I'm not sure what the difference is there. Maybe it's irrelevant regardless.
I mean, like as you pointed out, the Ren 6 being able to recur the Valakut is not great.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, no. So here comes the Valakut back into play. John's like, I tapped all 6 mana, but actually that was an accident.
He would have hit himself a little bit, but
shoot Spike Feeder, and then here's the path. And then sorry, Andrew Branham, your teammates are gonna have to carry because this is just too much for you to overcome, it appears.
This maybe would have been okay if there was no scape shift, Boseiju the Valakut, Path the Dryad. But yeah, the scape shift is just too much to overcome. The only thing I could think of is maybe there's not enough mountains. I find it pretty unlikely that that's the case.
Yeah.
But...
yeah, and I mean Andrew's only at 10. Well, I guess 14 potentially from the Spike Feeder. And there's how many in play? 3. I'm not sure what those lands are next to the breeding pool at the bottom.
There's 11 in the deck, so if there's only 3, he's got plenty. Yeah.
And there's a Bolt in hand too. But I mean, people have messed things up before. Okay, those are all. So there's 4 in play now after the mountain.
2, 3, 5, right?
5, you're right.
I think.
Yeah, you're right.
But yeah, that should leave 6 in deck, so that should be plenty.
3, 4, and with no cards left for Andrew, so 1 Valakut and 3 mountains. That is plenty.
I remember you talking with Julian earlier, and I think Julian was saying that the first time he ever cast Scape Shift, he just got a bunch of breeding pools.
Yeah.
Gotta fix my mana for next turn.
All right, so that looks like 18, and that looks like more than Andrew's life total. So, all right. First match is decided in Modern. We're going to move over to Pioneer. See Derek Davis and AJ Valentine. And how are we looking here? Well, there's more stuff on the board for AJ than the last time we were here.
This definitely looks a lot closer than game 1. There's a God-Fearer statue and a Cavalier of Thorns. Cavalier of Thorns kind of staring off at a Yorion. Not a lot of gas left over, but, already has some stuff in play. Looks like Derek's on 12. So I have to imagine... is there a layer too? Yeah, we get a layer, but I think there's a field.
Yeah,
it's hard to see, but I think there's a field of ruin.
I think there is a field, yeah.
Yeah. So we kind of got that one checked. So yeah, I mean, I guess you just go tag with the Cav. Derek probably doesn't block, goes to 7. I guess maybe you're thinking about trying to protect the Kiora, but no, that doesn't really matter.
All right, Director David. If Legacy looks like it's going to determine soon, we can shift over there. Otherwise, all right. Well, okay. So Doomsday has been cast. If Doomsday wins, then this match will. Okay, Doomsday just won.
All right,
so
Doomsday
this match
won.
is still live then to finish, as we are now at 1 match apiece.
The decider.
Yeah. Doomsday has looked good today.
I know, right? We've seen it on camera quite a bit.
Yeah. Okay.
It has looked quite good.
All right. So the lair does come in. Field of Ruin does dispatch that. Both players will find a new land. And I haven't gotten a look at Derek Davis's hand, but AJ's doesn't seem to contain much.
I think it was just a land.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Derek's got a supreme verdict, a veto, at least. So definitely plenty of tools, and it's gonna go ahead and block. Oh, because it's a supreme verdict, I suppose.
I mean,
Maybe?
probably just wants to preserve his life total, especially with
Yeah.
with how much gas he has.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily want to verdict the cav. I guess if
I
you have a counter
know.
spell, you
Yeah.
can like verdict the cav and then counter whatever gets put back on top. So maybe it's fine.
Yeah. Perhaps. All right. So that's Scry from Owen and Sea Sacrifice. Did reveal a Teferi, Hero of Dominaria.
Yeah, the one thing I guess you're worried about if you're Derek is the statue pinging you for one, but at 12 you should be able to find an answer to it within the next couple of turns. Like I see, what's that? Multiple verdicts, an Aether Gust, a veto, and something. I think it's a white card, maybe a farewell.
All right. So the business.
Farewell would
of
be pretty
Derek.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, farewell. If that is a farewell, that would certainly seal this up. He's tapping mana pretty quickly. I think it might actually be a farewell. Oh, just a fairy. Okay.
Fairy. So Derek would be at 11 now. If we the Godfrey statue triggers at the end of the controller's turn, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, at the end of your turn. So unless the trigger was missed, maybe.
Maybe, or we maybe just didn't update the life totals yet. Anyway, Teferi's in, draws a card, untap a couple land. Okay. Teferi facing down a lethal attack on itself from the Cavalier, so I'm sure AJ expects there to be something here.
Yeah, this is this one almost feels. I'm almost ready to call this one. We got 2 Nykthoses in hand and just a bunch of gas for Derek over here. Notice that Derek also, there's a card in Derek's hand we brought in Rest in Peace, which is a card that I don't actually see a lot of people bring in against Mono Green, but I think it does make a lot of sense. Just being able to stop. It allows you to trade 1-for-1 with a card like Cavalier and a card like I guess not Storm the Festival. If it resolves, it gets 2 cards, but it allows you to trade 1-for-1 with these cards and not, feel like you're. The problem with the matchup is you just run out of counter spells eventually because all their cards are required two answers.
Yeah.
And Rest in Peace kind of stops the other half of that.
Yeah. Boy, it would have been something there if AJ had drawn for the turn a creature that would trigger a draw on Kiora and allow the Cavalier to come back this turn.
Yeah.
That would have been exciting. As it stands, I think you're right that Derek is looking pretty safe at this point.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a Tuck the Godpharaoh statue. Because you have the veto for it and Lloyd back down. Yeah, I like that. And then if you Rest in Peace, you don't really care about the Cav that much. Also, the funny thing about casting the Cav is if you cast the Cav,
you lose
you
the
mill over
Godpharaoh.
the statue.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then you could just 1-for-1 the Cav because you have the Rest in Peace. With the 1-for-1 the Cav with the verdict, I should say.
Okay, so sacrifice the Element of the Sea. So we're going to farewell, including enchantments. Lockdown. Okay.
Okay. For the flawless victory at this point,
Yeah, I see that. And there's the Rest in Peace. Fairly picky, but I'm not sure I love sacrificing the Element of the Sea there. If you leave it under the temporary lockdown, Roman also, or your oath.
True.
The oath, yeah, that's fine. The way it is fine.
It sucks for AJ too because he's in a weird spot where you kind of don't want to cast the Cav because you really do want to draw the statue. You're just doing nothing for the next 2 turns, so you can't do that in the face of the Teferi.
Yeah.
So you could draw a spell off of the Kiora draw. It's kind of a spell. It's a 2/2. Not sacrifice. Yeah, guess didn't matter.
He knew it was coming.
Oh, maybe did he know about the verdict? Okay, maybe he knew about the verdict.
No, I don't know that he did.
Even if he didn't, you probably have to assume it's there.
But if it is there, I mean, I guess there's no. I mean, this is the last game, so there's the the
That's a
troll.
start.
That would have been nice to draw earlier. But yeah, I mean, there's still Cure in play.
Chain off a couple of big creatures
Okay.
here. There's the
All
Oath.
right.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's probably gonna get vetoed, right? You have to assume.
No,
Not gonna
it's in
veto.
there.
I guess worst case you Oath into a creature, then you have the Verdict to clean it up anyways. Because you can just if Oath hits like a card or something, you just counter that. Found an elf. That's probably not going to do us a lot of good here. Gonna do some amount of Nykthos mana. Make a 2/2.
Well, they couldn't possibly have another Verdict, right?
That's when we start saying 80 cards, by the way.
It's just rigged? Come on now.
It's always rigged. Whenever there's a Yorion involved, it's always rigged.
All right. Wolf in play, elf in play. Draw off Teferi, draw a replacement Teferi. Obviously not rigged there. We never draw a blank like it's extra Teferi. Who wants that? And yeah, I mean, AJ has probably had the feeling for a few turns that this is not looking good.
I would like to say that I would like to call this game over.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but yeah.
And that's it.
And there it is.
You're at alongside the two Nykthos in hand and one in play, and the team of Derek Davis, Andrew Branham, and Drew Myers will advance to the top 4. All right. And now momentarily we will find out whether the top 4 is going to be played out right now, forthcoming, or in the morning. So the other matches are still in progress, so we'll have to wait on that for a moment. But let's go ahead and celebrate Davis, Branham, and Myers advancing through top 4. Good for them. Let's go ahead and bring the bracket back up so if we can see where they came from and where they might be headed next.
That was the 4-5, right?
Yeah, it was the 4-5 matchup. So they're, I'm sure, rooting for the 8 seed to win so they can go first in the next round. What's your feeling on, I don't know if we've talked about this, you and me, before. I feel like in a team event where the higher seed gets to go first in all 3 matches, I feel like that's all. I mean, I understand the impetus to try and have the higher seed have some advantage, but that's a lot, I feel like.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a way to track it. Maybe this is just too much tracking where you kind of track the individual players' records and like, or maybe it's not feasible, but like have a, like top 8 Pioneer based on breakers, top 8 Modern based on breakers, top 8 Legacy based on breakers, and have those higher seeds go first in their respective matches. But then I don't know, that's probably just too much there.
Yeah, and then another idea would be like, well, the higher seed gets to pick 2 of the 3 matches to go first in, but then that just gets messy, even though it doesn't seem. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's not even too much of an advantage, but it feels like a lot.
For sure. Yeah, when all 3 get to go first. Yeah, that is a massive advantage for sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, we hope you enjoyed that quarterfinal. Let's go ahead and jump back to us then, and we'll hit one more time on the upcoming events and a few other things. So let's go ahead and, for the afternoon, evening crowd, show the season 3 schedule, which we're beginning with this weekend with the Legacy Modern Pioneer Team 10K. We have Modern 5K tomorrow. 2 events in November. We have another team event, just like this one, except the Sunday trial is a 5K Pioneer. Back home in the Chicagoland area at the end of the month, at the end of November, we have our first 10K Pioneer and a 5K Modern. And then the Showdown in December, 15K Modern. That winner of that event gets an invite. Winner of all these events gets invites to the regional championships. The winner of the December Showdown also gets an invite to the Nerd Championship, and then a 5K Pioneer. Also, points on the line. Out of these 4 events, the top 2 achievers in points who are not already qualified will earn a spot at the end of your championship as well. So that is going to wrap the Magic coverage up for the day. The top 4 and the finals are going to play out tomorrow morning, as they usually do. You can look for that at, 9 Eastern time. when the top 4 will begin. We'll have Anurag and Julian will be here to take you through that and the finals in the first couple rounds of Pioneer, and then they'll be back for the rest of the day. I'm sorry, did I say Pioneer? I meant Modern. The 5K tomorrow is Modern. Devin,
Yeah,
I don't know.
it is modern. It's late, Joe. It's late.
Yeah, it's not even late. It's just that we started early, and that's basically has the same effect. Anyway, so that is going to conclude the Magic action for the day. Thank you for waiting through all the breaks. Those of you that did, I know it was a lot. Next year, potentially, Nerd Rage will work on adding more camera feeds, more tables, so this isn't quite so much of an issue. But we're working with what we're working with, and we're doing the best we can, and we hope you enjoyed it. Devin, awesome having you here. Thanks for your insights.
It's a blast as always. Thanks again for having me, and we get to see a lot of sweet Legacy, and just all 3 formats have been pretty sweet today. So
yeah. I mean,
we had a blast.
Doomsday kind of cleaning up, taking names. That was fun to watch. You all can find Devin on the Doomwake channel, which is on Twitch. I don't know if you're on YouTube as well, but
Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, all that stuff. Same handles. So
I figured as much. Yeah. See, the people who have a different name for the different channels, it's like, no, what you're not understanding. I know nothing about branding, but even I understand that much. Anyway, all right. Thank you for being with us. We'll see you again tomorrow morning at 9 Eastern time. Good night.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the NRG Series trial here in Ohio. My name is Rakdos. Today, we have an incredible show prepared for you, and I hope you're excited to watch the conclusion of our team's event here. We're going into the top 4, and I'm going to be joined here first by Julian Knab, and then later on, we'll have Joe Lissette with Becky Bell and Drake Sasser. So without further ado, Julian, welcome to the broadcast. Are you ready?
I'm ready, Anurag. I've been ready all day. I hear you had to get up at 5 in the morning, but I've already been up for many hours, and I'm looking forward to this, man.
Yeah, so I'll tell you the full timeline here. I went to bed at 2 a.m. trying to fix my computer, woke up at 5 a.m. and now I'm here and I'm just so full of energy. And my secret was I took caffeine before I went to bed and I'm just like wired now and I'm so ready.
You learn from the best. Before you go to bed, have like a bottle of caffeine and get up a couple hours later. Is that how you do it? Is that how you become a commentator?
Something like that. For the people that never sleep, you know. All right, so we've got the top 4 match. It looks like the players are ready and we've actually got it's a pretty stacked table here that we're going to go and see for our feature match here. We've got Ivan Espinosa's team against Mack Enderss's team, and it's a little bit crazy. So the Espinosa team features Zach Allen in the Legacy seat, Raja Sulaiman in the Modern seat, and then also Ivan in Pioneer. And then Mack Enderss is playing alongside Harrison Fang in Modern, and then Tim Hatch in Pioneer. So we're going to start with Modern first. The matchup is going to be, I believe, Azorius Hammer against Blue-White Azorius Control. So we've seen Raja Sulaiman play Blue-White for years and years and years. I'm sure just the master of the craft here. Harrison Fang, also no one to be very shy about either. Very well-known name on the circuit. This is going to be a pretty incredible battle here. Julian, walk me through this matchup. What should we expect for fireworks in the first match of our top 4 series?
Well, when you say fireworks, I mean, Hammer always gives you the opportunity that you can completely blow out the opponent, right? We've sometimes even seen super early kills if the blue-white control player isn't prepared for that and doesn't have the right cards. But the beautiful thing about Hammer is, even though it's supposed to be an aggro deck, it can also like grind reasonably well, right? It can get to a point where it just like navigates the game to a point where you can get there with, let's say, I don't know, like even your man lands, Inkmoth next is getting and eventually poisoning the opponent. So I'm curious for that, and yeah, it's gonna be super interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Cards like Urza Saga just lets you play very, very slowly. You get to choose when. I mean, obviously against the control deck, you don't necessarily want to go all in every single turn 2 or 3 that you possibly can, because one of the new cards that has already made a very, very solid home here in the Modern format is Leyline Binding, right? We've seen this card since it was printed in Dominaria United absolutely take over. We've seen it in 5-color or 4-color control, or what once was with Yorion. We've seen it in Indomitable Creativity, and now we're even seeing Blue-White literally splash 2 extra colors or a couple extra colors to get access to a 1-mana flash enchantment. So it's going to be pretty close here. Looking at some of the other matchups too, though. This is sweet, right? I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Mack Enderss against Zach Allen is going to be a matchup that is near and dear to my heart. It is a 4-color control mirror match in Legacy. And I have a feeling that will be the final match we'll be watching in this top 4 series, because that one is going to go very long.
Yeah, that's going to be a big thing, right? And looking at the deck list, we see plenty of Minsc and Boo timeless heroes in those 2 deck lists, and that's going to be a slugfest. So I'm pretty excited to see how that's going to go down. I've watched you play decks like this on Magic Online for many years, and yeah, you seem to make it work very well. I'm curious to see how it's going to work out in the semifinals.
Yeah, I'm happy that Four Colors is going to one way or another make it to the finals, but the question is which pilot is going to be able to showcase that expertise, because as far as I'm aware, it's a very close 95. That's right. Companions banned in Modern, but not in Legacy. So we'll see how that goes. And then the final matchup that we have is going to be Tim Hatch on Mono Green in Pioneer against Rakdos Sacrifice. And these are probably the 2 of the most tried and true decks in the format. Mono Green just being the powerhouse that it is, Rakdos being the sort of Jund deck of the format, if you will. That one's also going to be pretty exciting as well. We're going to start with Modern. I believe players are actually ready to go, so let's just dive into the feature match area, why don't we?
Okay, it seems to be deck lists are exchanged. No surprises to be had there.
Roger Sulaiman on the left here with Azorius Control against Harrison Fang with Azorius Hammer on the right.
Yeah, Azorius is pretty popular. But I guess I don't have to ask you which side of the board you'd love to be on.
I'm not biased, I promise.
Is there actually, are you actively playing Modern right now? Is there any tournaments that you're trying to play in?
I am in the process of learning another deck that you might expect me to play, the Breach deck that Corey Baumeister won yesterday's challenge with. It's just Breach. I mean, I love that card to death and back. So learning that one.
That seems pretty good. I actually have to learn Modern because we have a team tournament coming up in Europe in December, and I'm gonna play with Kaiser Vatari and Callum Smith, and we decided that I'm actually gonna be in Modern, which obviously is the most important slot, and I'm not yet decided what I'm gonna go for. So I'm gonna take some inspiration from this.
All right, looks like Harrison's on a mulligan here to 6, and honestly, I quite like that. I like to see Hammer players who know exactly what cards matter in the matchup, because like you mentioned, Hammer has to have a very specific plan, knowing that you're playing against Control. You mentioned it, right? Can you go a little bit more into detail on what the game plan will be for this game 1?
I mean, when you play against Control, there's always this tension between you want to present enough of a threat that your Control opponent never really feels safe to, say, tap out for a chase or do anything with their mana on their main phase. They always want to be on the back foot and trying to get back into the game, but you also don't want to overcommit too much to get blown out by something like a Supreme Verdict, and that's usually like a pretty big tension. A really convenient way to play around that is to use manlands, right? As we mentioned, that allow you to present a threat that can't really be blown out by any kind of mass removal, and that's also like pretty good at attacking something like a Chase or a Teferi, because most of the time those lands probably won't be bounced. And yeah, that's what we're looking for with Hammer here, right? Ideally we'd have a pretty threatening opening, forcing the Control player to have answers that they might not have. But yeah, for Control, it's all like react, find the sweet spot. I mean, I don't think we're gonna tap out for a Chalice of the Void here on something like the second turn. Even though now that we have Solitude and Subtlety in the format, I mean, that gives Control a lot more leeway, right, with their early turns.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side, Control, I see at least one copy of Chalice of the Void here in Raja's hand here. So we're going to get started with the turn 1 Colossus Hammer. Any key cards from the Control side that you're interested to see in the early game?
In the early game, not so much really. Like in the early game, there's really only like lands and maybe... I'm not even sure if we're running any 1-drops. I'm looking at the deck list right now. There's no... I guess Prismatic Ending. Yeah, I guess that would be an okay play.
Yeah, 1-drops, Chalice of the Void, generally not a good plan. So I like that I'm seeing that this, it's kind of weird because I'm so used to I mean, look, I'll spoil this completely for the audience that are watching. Julian and I have an extensive history and Legacy. So you're going to get lots and lots and lots of just like analogies back to like Legacy from like 10 years ago. maybe Julian actually, he dates me. He's a little bit older, that kind of, not as old as Joe. Nobody here is as old as Joe. All right. But Julian's been playing Legacy for much longer. And so like when I see this matchup, I like when you made that analogy about how like Hammer has to like develop slowly, I think back to literally our matches where you're like, all right, here's an elf and here's a Wirewood symbiote and an Elvish Visionary. Nice Terminus on top of your deck, you know?
Yeah, it reminds me, we sometimes have matches, right, where you had to surgically extract the Wirewood symbiote because you were so annoyed by that card. But yeah, this is a pretty slow start from Harrison's side of the board. We're just gonna add an Inkmoth Nexus to the board, Springleaf Drum, and I guess Roger's maybe gonna get one of those Trihomes now. Make it easier to get one of your Leyline Bindings down later on, as you mentioned. I guess there's not really a way that Hammer actually punishes those lands. Like, well, when I played Modern, I actually played Modern quite a bit lately. I got blown out left and right by Blood Moon because I just like, unlike in Legacy, I play the greediest decks that I can find in Modern, and yeah, Blood Moon, pretty good matchup against me there.
Yeah, so in this deck, I think the Triumphs are really only here to facilitate Prismatic Ending and Leyline Binding, which is, again, it's funny calling this a 2-color deck when it really does leverage the power of 4 colors to a degree. But like you mentioned, Inkmoth Nexus on the other side of the table here, potentially setting up a turn 3 kill.
Yeah, it's going to depend, right? One of the ways we can make it work is something like Pierce Paladin. But I think we might... Actually, if we have a land drop next turn, right, we can get the Paladin down, but then we might still... Oh, this is cute, right? Can we get the Paladin down next turn and then use it to generate mana to activate Inkmoth Nexus, which is going to give us our 3rd artifact, and then we can equip the Inkmoth Nexus. I mean, that's pretty all in, of course. On the other hand... your hand might just like dictate that pattern of play, but we will see. We need to see what Harrison has. Can you make out any of the cards you see at Aaron Mesa? I was going to say there's a Twin Cast in hand, but that's certainly not the case.
Yeah, just turn 3 Twin Cast. Yeah, why not? Judge, hello.
As you do. Maybe we broke the form and we just didn't know it yet.
Yeah. All right. Looks like Aaron Mesa is going to go to the graveyard here. We'll see what the follow-up play is. Now, what's really interesting is earlier I mentioned there was a Chalice of the Void in Raja's hand. Raja electing not to cast it on turn 2. That's a big deal.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? Maybe you just like want your mana available. I believe if you fetch a Trihome and then the corresponding fetch land, dual land, you can actually cast Leyline Binding on turn 2, right? You get a discount for 5, and then you could just like get it in.
Yeah, like a Zagoth Triumph, correct? Yeah.
Let's see. Maybe it's gonna be like 1 piece of poison here.
The super slow battle.
Yeah, I kind of like poison as a mechanic in a way, right? It's like dealing 2 damage, so they have to balance everything around that. And of course, like the older the format gets, the more broken this interaction gets. But I've also had a soft spot for any kind of poison deck. I also really like Infect and Legacy. Going back to Legacy, I wonder if they're gonna bring it back at some point, like in as a bigger mechanic again. It's really hard to balance
too, right?
Yeah, that's so flavorful. I mean, that's basically what they do. I mean, they would need to like rebrand it as Phyrexianize you. Once you get 10 Phyrexian tokens, you're complete or something.
Ooh, okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah. So Nexus comes in for 1 point, and we'll see what the follow-up play is here for Raja. I mean, if we're holding a Leyline Binding or something like that, this might be the window to actually play the Chalice, but looks like we're doing something else this turn.
Yeah, I guess we're just gonna take out the hammer here, right?
That would remove the threat of, dying potentially to the Pure Steel Paladin, like we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I hear control decks are pretty interested in removing the threat of dying.
Yeah.
Please subscribe to our Patreon.
You can see it on the screen right now. Leyline Binding, the new, in air quotes, Dominaria United card, has kind of just like, taken the format by storm, but reasonably so. 1 mana for a Flash O-Ring, super, super powerful. And has found a home in even this 2-color deck, which has now you might be looking at the board and be like, wait, what are these? These aren't dual 2-color lands, like they're tri-lands. Well, Rogran Triumph, Zagoth Triumph, they help reduce the casting cost for Leyline Binding. Very important in a format with some of the most powerful cards like Modern.
So what is Harrison thinking about here? There was a decision to be made, right? Are we sitting on something like a Spell Pierce? Let me look at the deck list right now. There's 2 Spell Pierces in the main deck, so maybe we at least are trying to represent a potential Spell Pierce, even if we didn't have it with that like slight pause in response. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe like set up like a tap you out, then untap and kill you kind of combination. Oh, and there's the Pure Steel Paladin.
Yeah. And now if we have another hammer, maybe we got the...
Yeah, very heads up play here by Raja taking care of the Colossus Hammer.
This could be beautiful. Like seeing Raja fetch here makes me think, oh, this could be a counter spell, and then Harrison would have the spell pierce that we were thinking he might be holding.
Okay. Shields are down, and so this must be what Raja was holding up on turn 2 instead of playing the Chalice of the Void earlier.
Oh, and this is a spell pierce, right? There's
Wow.
so many different artworks these days, but when I look at just like the play pattern, this must be a spell pierce. Okay, we got the Paladin down, we got our Inkmoth Nexus down. The only thing we're missing is power. We need more power.
Yeah, that's actually kind of incredible. Like there was a turn 3 protected kill, maybe turn 4 protected kill here from the Hammer side, and Raja fortunate enough to have the removal, to have the counter magic to survive, and it looks like now we're going to take care of this Pure Steel Paladin with that is incredible. Is that blacksmith skill?
It should be, right? That's gonna give your creature indestructible. But is it? Oh, the hexproof is gonna do it. Yeah, I was gonna say the indestructible is not gonna cut it, but hexproof is definitely gonna do it. But that one didn't work out.
Yeah, a second counter spell here is going to cause a couple problems as Esper Sentinel being the follow-up play, also punching in for 1 infect damage, now up to 2. Tick-tock goes the clock.
Esper Sentinel would have been amazing on the first turn here, right? It would have taxed Raja's mana a lot more, or in turn given Harrison a couple more cards to work with, because now we're really only playing from the top because nothing on the board is anywhere close to threatening. We probably want to draw something like an Urza Saga from Harrison's side of the board. That's maybe the only card that Raja really cares about all that much here. Is this safe to... Do we see any Planeswalkers in hand? I think I see a Teferi. Is that actually 5 mana Teferi? Is that...
I think so. Yeah, I think I see a Teferi here of Dominaria, and it's interesting here. It looks like Raja's fetching, maybe trying to cast that into the Sentinel.
Oh, and just giving the opponent, yeah, an extra card. I mean, it might be worth it, right? I like this is pretty safe-ish to deploy here.
I would say depends on the context of the hand here. Looking at the rest of the hand, I think I see a copy of Polluted Delta and a copy of Chalice of the Void. This Chalice of the Void, a card that we have not cast yet since the start of the game. It was in our opening hand. Raja just playing super patiently with this haymaker of a card in the matchup. And actually, let me double check that. Is it even, Julian, is it even that good in the matchup here? Because I would imagine so. Chalice on 1, Chalice on 0 doesn't actually do too much. Chalice on 1, maybe in a world, Chalice on 2. Is that? Oh, that's what's happening. Okay.
I guess Chalice of 2, the idea being that we turn off Stoneforge Mystic, we turn off PSD Paladin. Those are the big ones. I think there's nothing else that really matters here unless I'm missing something big. But yeah, those are 2 of the cards, especially Stoneforge Mystic, right, that would allow Harrison to get back into the game. And we've completely shut that one off. And now we're really drawing to probably like Urza Saga. And yeah, this 5 mana Teferi, we're going to give you the extra card. And when you look at it, yeah, we might be giving the opponent the extra card, but on the other hand, we also get to use Teferi a turn earlier to draw a card. So in the overall card economy, it's not that bad, really.
Yeah, for sure. I think here Raja's choosing battle. And we've seen Raja play very patiently this entire game, holding up the counterspell on turn 2 instead of playing Chalice on 1. So I could totally understand. This line is very consistent, playing the Chalice on 2 through the Esper Sentinel, denying the resources with the extra draw. Pretty solid, consistent game plan here as Raja's trying to turn the corner, stabilize.
Yeah, and it's also pretty beautiful. We already used 2 of our counterspells, so we really only have like 2 or 3 2-drops left in the game, left in the deck, counting like 2 more counterspells and a dress down. So we already made good use of our 2-drops. So now we're blocking out all the other 2-drops for the rest of the game, most likely. And yeah, this is just like not the spot you want to be in. You don't want your control opponent to untap with a 5 mana Planeswalker while you're not presenting any kind of like real pressure. Oh, and there comes the super friend. Oh, you must be very happy when you're sitting on the left side of the board, like, oh, let me do this, let me do that. And yeah, from here on out, I mean, there have been comebacks, and we have seen some pretty incredible comebacks yesterday in the stream. I'm not sure if this is going to be one of those games.
Yeah, it looks like Raja's going to pick up a copy of Archmage's Charm, or is it Archmage's Charm? Off this Jace the Mind Sculptor's activation, put 2 cards back, untap 2 lands in the end step, and then you're looking pretty good here. So let's see what happens here. And yeah, Archmage's Charm, you can see on the screen. Pretty staple card in Modern here. It's like the new Cryptic Command almost, which is kind of a sad thing to say, but also cool. Very, very cool.
Dude, I love the card. That card actually makes me want to play any kind of deck in Modern that has Archmage's Charm.
I know. Yesterday there was a Doomsday deck in the feature match, like the top 8 matchup or something like that, and Archmage's Charm does pretty well against Doomsday.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna and looks like the 2, 4, and 5 mana planeswalkers also do pretty well against a rather empty board. We're gonna go to the second game or maybe another table.
Yeah, let's check out the Pioneer matchup. So this is Rakdos Sacrifice at the hands of Ivan Espinosa against Mono Green, piloted by Tim Hatch. So, this is a complicated board here. Looking at what Llanowar Elves, I think this is a Cavalier, Skyship. The boat is in play as well.
The boat. I actually played against this yesterday in Legacy quite a bit. I don't know. It's people seem to really like that one as a removal spell to collect their oof. And over here, it's ready to crash in, right? I mean, this is exactly the kind of board that I'm used to seeing in Pioneer. Pretty complicated from both sides. And it feels like when these two decks clash, sometimes it's about who can go over the top. And I mean, not gonna lie, having a 5 mana flying, well, not spaceship, but skyship, that seems to have done the trick here.
All right, I hear for the producer. Pioneer game 1 going to go over to Tim Hatch, so we get to watch the Legacy now. Yes, you can't keep it away from me. And oh my goodness, this is we're just in the dead of it, right? Still developing land drops here. Both players, Zach Allen on the left, Mack Enderss on the right. 4-color control, the soupiest of soup battles.
This is exactly the kind of board you would have expected, right? When you tell me, oh, we're going to cut to Legacy 20 minutes in, yeah, I think we're going to have like a couple of lands on both sides, big graveyards, big hands, and that's pretty much it. So, Anurag, walk me through this. What is it about on a very level 1? What are these control mirrors, especially in the first game, about? What are you trying to do?
Design mistakes. Draw the good cards. Play the good cards and win with the good cards. Yeah, you can see both players have Uros in exile. I think Mack is just fresh off of resolving an expressive iteration, and I think you just want to use those kind of cards to slowly pull ahead. And ultimately, the payoff is going to be a 4-mana design mistake. No, I'm kidding. Minsc and Boo, Timeless Heroes. That's the card that we want to see in play, because once you untap with Minsc and Boo in this format, you cannot lose. It is just that good, at least in this matchup.
So how hard is it actually to untap with Minsc and Boo? Because especially in the first game, right, there's going to be Force of Worlds, there's going to be prismatic endings to try to get rid of it. Some decks might even have Caracas to basically disable the entire card. Has it happened to you that people actually decked each other in these first games, where the mirror match basically worked out that everybody ended up just having their basic lands and trying to get an edge that just wasn't there?
It's funny you say that. I feel like with 60 cards, I've come very close to decking, if not actually having decked. I don't think I've ever come close with 80 cards. Mostly because I probably just like concede or am conceded to, just out of like pure delirium / like, boredness. Because I mean, what's going to end up happening here is one player will eventually snowball. One player will find an expressive iteration off of an expressive iteration, and the extra cards do matter, right? That's what the companion's for, and you can see that here, right? Like I really like this Force of Will on the expressive iteration by Mack, understanding that probably nothing in the hand right now that's super scary. So let's cut off the development here and try to pull ahead our own.
I guess it makes sense when the opponent doesn't really have a lot of cards, right? And you are ready to untap into like 2 or 3 bombs, ideally, or even just like your own expressive duration. So you can start the big snowball that we're trying to assemble here. Narset, pretty good, right? Looks like that one resolved. We're going to minus that to find a couple more cards. Also cutting off a ton of cards that the opponent could have. What are we seeing on Mack's side, or rather in hand? I see a Swords to Plowshares. I see an Ice Fang Codal, probably some more Uro.
Yeah, that's what it looks like here. And Icewing Quaddle, fortunate enough to get around Narset's passive ability, but you have to play them pretty slowly. Uro, just kind of a brick here. But Force Will, very big pickup, yeah. Like, if you just imagine this as a control mirror match, then yeah, like this is exactly, sort of the position where you want to be with counters in hand. And we're going to see a lot more of this in post-board games as well. But right now, it's going to be getting through. Oh, wow, this is powerful.
Yeah, we're not drawing a card. We're not putting any lands into play because we don't have any in hand. We are just going for the 7 mana mode on Uro. Like we're straight up just like paying 7 mana to get our 6/6.
Hey, wait, well, we do get to gain 6 life along the way.
Oh, and it looks like Mack actually likes gaining life, right? We're already up to 30, while Zach is sitting on just 9. Like this could actually become one of those games where Mack just plays the tempo game, almost like sitting on the Force of Will. Maybe we're just going to Force of Will a removal spell. And then we try to ride Uro to victory, like many of us have done before, and many of us will do after.
I have bad news for Mack though, because it looks like Zach actually has a copy of Caracas in the hand. Can't force a will that one.
Yeah, but that's really only gonna be like a road bump, right? We already have the Wasteland ready, and I don't know whether Zach has something like Life from the Loam available. I guess this actually becomes like really weird. Once both players have like Caracas and Wasteland available and trying to get their Urus to stick, you could like end up in a spot where you deadlock each other, where everybody just like tries to loam every single turn without drawing extra cards. And then you really have to use your Force of Will to like maybe even twice force their loam to get in there. That's like a really awkward spot that I don't think we'll end up here. But yeah, I just like, I like these game ones like with control decks where there's still like some dead cards, not so many really in this one, but where people have to work with what they have and they can't rely on the extra uber broken stuff that's going to come in from the sideboard.
Yeah. Interesting here. It looked like Zach was about to tap 3 lands for a prismatic ending, which honestly, if Mack is casting the front half of Uro and buying it back, Mack's probably trying to protect this Uro with the Force of Will that was freshly drawn for the turn, and that's not going to be good for Mack in any capacity at all because of the Caracas that we know about in Zach's hand.
Yeah. Did you see what Zach was able to pick up here of the Narset?
I did not. I know we put a prismatic ending back into the deck off of a brainstorm.
Okay. So...
I'm not answering your question, but I'm hoping that I can sidestep you with the irrelevant data. Maybe that'll get me somewhere.
Give me all the irrelevant data that we can have. Maybe this is just going to be one of those spots where Zach uses the turn for a setup, and then next turn a big whatever. Hey, man. Oh, this looks like to be Minsc and Boo, right? 4 mana. That can only be Timeless Heroes.
Planeswalker.
And that's certainly worth Force of Willing over.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And especially when it looks like you don't have an answer to the Planeswalker in your hand anyways, I would 100% right click, pay 1 life, exile a blue card, and continue.
Interestingly though, we see that Mack has a Caracas in the graveyard, and there might be a Life from the Loam in hand or second card down or something like that. We will see it. That could be the play.
If it's
by the way, which Pokemon is that? Help me out. That we have a Pokemon on the table. Oh no, it's an actual. Okay. Mudkip I hear from Produce. Thank you very much. I only know the German Pokemon names.
What's the German name for Mudkip?
Dude, I don't know. I know like 3 or 4. I know like Bisasam, Shiggy. Shiggy, by the way, is the best. Shiggy is amazing. Shiggy is not Blastoise. I don't even remember. Don't put me in the spot like that, man.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I was like, I don't know what these cards are either. Panic. No, but it looks like Mack also pulled out a Pikachu too, so that's kind of funny. That's interesting. Okay, cool. So Caracas gonna bounce the Uro down. Minsc and Boo gonna put some counters on the hamster, and we're going for the eyes.
Have you played Baldur's Gate?
I have not played Baldur's Gate, but the 3rd one has come out, and my wife has played it a little bit, and she's been like, it's so full of bugs, and it makes the game even more enjoyable to play.
Yeah, to be fair, I think the open beta is out, right? I think the full game is still going to release next year, and I'm super excited for that. And yeah, it looks like what we predicted is going to happen. There's a Life from the Loam being dredged, and we're going to get back our Caracas to basically pretty much turn off Minsc and Boo, right? There's, still some minor stuff that we can do. Maybe we can just like fling an Uro later on if we really need to, but with Mack at 32, I don't know about that. Maybe we have any other hamsters in the deck that we can cast. I wonder how many, chat, help us out. What is the biggest hamster in Magic other than the Boo token?
Oh, I know the answer to this question. I'll see if chat can figure it out.
By the way, changelings don't count.
Oh, I take it back. I don't know the answer to this question.
Me neither. I'm curious. Dude, we need Bill Murray in here, by the way. Look at this.
Oh. Yeah. I actually think Boo, there are no other hamsters in all of Magic besides changelings. When they printed the first Boo, they literally like upgraded changelings so dramatically. I think there was a time where I was talking to Caliber. I was like, you know what? Let's just play Minsc and Boo in that Magna deck that had like Moth Dust changeling and all that stuff. Yeah,
the Grist Dwarven deck and something.
Yeah. The cannon.
Is that what's called? Amazing, dude. But this, I don't know, man. I was predicting maybe we're gonna see a deck out here at some point, and I'm still not convinced that it's actually gonna happen. Maybe I mean, we have 2 planeswalkers on Zach's side of the board, but they don't do all that much right now, and Mack is sitting on a full grip, but not really sure what to do. Is that...
Yeah, I think the actual answer is going to be just like play very, very, very slowly, get draw steps in eventually, and you will find like a copy of Endurance. You will find, something to sort of break that loop, right? So like level 1 is like you put the Planeswalker in play. Level 2 is you answer it with something like a Karakas. Level 3 is you wasteland the Karakas, and then level 4 is you have Endurance for the loam that buys back the. So it's like there are actually, yes, this is a very Onion-esque. There are layers to this puzzle, but the problem is like finding the cards and the sequencing and all that sort of stuff. So you can see like Zach is picking up, his graveyard. Oh, and there's a loam in there as well. So looks like we're already at level 4. Oh, someone's gonna have to find an Endurance or a Force of Negation or something.
Yeah, dude, the Endurance could actually make it so that games like this could go on forever if both players are like well equipped with the cards in their hand and nobody's actually really able to break through. I wonder if any of the other matches is going to conclude before we're going to finish the first game here.
I'm pretty sure. I wouldn't be surprised if both matches actually just finished.
I played quite a bit of Painter this year, and every once in a while, I would actually mill out these decks completely. I would just have like natural grindstones in play, and I would just like keep activating my grindstones to mill them for like 4, sometimes 6, sometimes 8, depending on how I hit. And I would eventually get there. And the second game, they literally went after my grindstones really hard because I felt like they couldn't beat that.
That's hilarious. I think now I've actually never seen this before, right? When we're talking about like control, like nuances of playing control, there's a lot of stuff that I've just like not seen before, including this, where like the stage of the game. Where the other thing that happened to me recently was I was playing the control mirror, and somebody played an expressive iteration against me and exiled a surgical extraction, then proceeded to wasteland my Tundra and surgical extract my Tundra, and I was like, "What is this timeline? What is going on?" Like.
I mean that's the old technique, right? What people used to do in the Canadian threshold mirror. You would go after the green, the tropical island, then you would surgically extract the tropical island. And back then, before the times of the Era of Secrets, they literally couldn't win anymore because they couldn't cast the Tarmogoyf, they couldn't cast Nimble Mongoose. I guess sometimes they are one of Vendilion Click and technically 20 points of burn in the deck with 4 Fire Eyes and 4 Lightning Bolt. But yeah, that also made for like a pretty cheesy tactic that actually was surprisingly good.
Yeah, that is. I've seen Pro Tour champions, pursue that line before, even as recent as like this year. But looking at the board now, looks like Uro is in play. Karakas is bouncing the Boo token on Zach's side of the battlefield. Ice Fang Quaddle coming into play at the end step, and I think Zach's strategy is just either A, to overwhelm Max Karakas, or B, to just keep digging to find the copy of Endurance, perhaps?
Endurance would do it, yeah. I mean, you're right? This play of putting 2 legends into play on the same turn, that's basically designed to overload the Karakas. One thing that Matt could do technically is to use the Karakas to bounce the Uro, then Wasteland. If you had Wasteland in play, I guess your own Karakas, loam it back and replay it to have it available again. But in order for that to work, you would of course need the Wasteland in play already. Can't play 2 lands a turn. Except for, I guess with Uro, you can play 2 lands a turn. Oh, dude, there's so many layers. I love this.
Yeah. One I think one tool that these decks don't have access to that I find is absurd is Mystic Sanctuary. That card is so ridiculously good. But yeah, at some point you can even, like, if you're playing Mystic Sanctuary in these style of decks, you can start looping it back every turn with Loam and Uro and putting multiple lands into play in the same turn kind of deal. It can get very complicated. As complicated as, like those old puzzles that people would post online that's like, here's 50 steps to win the game on turn 0 in EDH featuring like Chancellor of the Tangle. Yeah, you could do that with like this deck, that kind of thing,
Yeah, it reminds you of chess, right? When people are like, oh, this is easy, this is made in like 68 moves, how could you miss it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like it's kind of funny, right? When Zach passed the board or during Zach's turn, he had basically everything you would want in that matchup, and now we go back to Mack, and it's all gone except for the best planeswalker in the format. And I feel like this keeps swinging back and forth for quite a while until, like you mentioned, the first Endurances are going to be fine. I wonder how many of those have actually already been milled or exiled. There's going to be 4 in either deck. I would actually... Yeah, there's 3 in Max deck, I believe, and 4 in Sax deck. So both a reasonable amount, I guess.
Race to the finish. We'll see who can find it first. Yeah, you're right on the numbers there. 4 and 3. So that'll be the key here, getting rid of Loam. And I believe there's only 1 life from the Loam in both decks. So if you are able to snipe one of those with the Elemental Cow, then you will be fine.
The Elemental Cow. Oh, I also see Force of Negation, right, in Max deck, in the main deck. So we could technically Force of Negate one of the Loam that's here.
Yeah.
Both the players actually have access to Force of Negation, so that's another way to get the upper hand eventually.
Ooh, and I like this. Yes. All right. Boo going to be sacrificed to the Minsc and Boo down tick here. Going to take care of the Icewind Quaddle. Just, cycling through our deck here, drawing 1 card, powerful, but also clearing the board here. That's part of the reason why Minsc and Boo is probably one of the best cards to be printed into Legacy for Control as of late, because it does it all. It puts a scary creature into play with haste and trample. It draws cards. It literally is like a 4-mana lightning bolt in certain situations. Or I guess technically not lightning bolt, but you get what I'm saying, right? It does so much for the deck. It does so much for the deck.
I mean, there's a reason this Planeswalker has inspired an entire deck around it. I've played against Minsc and Boo Stompy plenty of times in Magic Online by now, and I think no other Planeswalkers, not even Chasers, inspired a deck dedicated to casting this as soon as possible. It just does it all, and it also conveniently buys steps by Pyroblast, right? That's just usually the best card you could have against any kind of 3 or 4 main phase drops. But here we are like, you know what? You need Hydroblast, and I don't think Legacy is ready for main deck Hydroblast yet, is it?
I think Harlan Fear, who is a very veteran Legacy player, all around player, actually at the last event that he was in, was actually bragging to me. He's like, yeah, I'm playing 4-color control, 2 Pyroblast in the main deck, 1 Hydroblast in the main deck as well. And I was like, what are you doing, Harlan? That's not allowed.
I mean, it kind of almost, or maybe it already makes sense. I'm not sure. With Dragon Stompy, right? All those Moon Stompy aggro decks that we have in the format, it's probably also one of the best cards you could have against those to just buy the time that you need to not be overwhelmed by the early Goblin War Chiefs. And not War Chiefs, yeah. Though we see Goblin War Chiefs in other kinds of decks, but not today. And yeah, as I mentioned, it keeps swinging back, right? Now we have a reasonable board on Sax side again, and now it's Mack's turn to deal with it and present something of his own. Sylvan Library there, it's probably going to make it a little bit easier to try and find the endurances we keep talking about, maybe also some Force of Negations. There's also a world where at some point maybe all the Euros have been exiled to Swords to Plowshares, in which case Caracas becomes somewhat less relevant. It still deals with Minsc and Boo, I guess, but that's pretty much it.
I'm going to ask production in question is, so it looks like I'm looking at the info on the screen right now. It looks like Pioneer is going into game 3. Do we have an update on Modern in game 2? If not, because I feel like this match is going to go on for a while. It may be even worth catching up on game 2 of Modern and then wrapping around. Okay, looks like Modern is actually going to be going to game 3 soon, so we're going to check that out in a little bit. As players continue digging deep into their decks here, Yorion in the Yorion Mirror to find a couple of the cards that we've talked about. We're going to do a little bit of a tech here and try to fast forward and find out who's going to pull out ahead here. But at this point, I think we've finally seen the interesting portions of this game specifically, identifying what cards are important, what play patterns are important. Now it's up to the players to dexterously maneuver into those cards. And yeah, you can see Uro coming back into play right now. I'm pretty sure at this point the exile zone for both players is actually larger than their libraries, at least for Mack, because that is piling up aggressively.
They've basically exiled already an entire 60-card regular deck, and they just keep going. Dude, also, this is a testament to how good basic lands are, right? Yeah, I mean, you've been a big fan of basic lands for a long time, but I think recently I've seen you play almost all non-basic lands. Is that the new anorak that has been invented? Just all non-basic lands all the way?
It's the evil me now. Yeah, no more basics. Duels are my new best friend kind of deal. Well, I just like casting my spells. Okay. Actually, it looks like we're going to be defaulting to Pioneer game 3 to see who's going to be able to take the first game here, the first match of 3 in the team's event here, the team's top 4. All right, Fatal Push going to take care of a Llanowar Elves here for Ivan Espinosa, and Thoughtseize is going to reveal a Nykthos, a Kiora, and 2 other cards that I can't quite see.
Yeah, that's really hard to tell, but I guess we're going to know in a minute. By the way, do you think those are Summerland wives? I don't know. I want to believe those are Summerland wives. Maybe chat can actually tell. It's a little bit too hard to see, but I think this is the yeah, but that would be quite something. I guess Summerland wives like probably like a 4-figure card. I want to believe. So yeah, here's Kiora. Gonna make it easier. Dude, I usually have Joe here to explain to me how the combo works, and I think I reasonably well understand how the combo works, but I guess we'll walk through it once it actually becomes a thing.
I will try my best. As a legacy player who has learned Modern and is inching into Pioneer, here's how I would say it. You have Karn, you have Kiora, you have Nykthos, and a lot of Devotion, and then you use, what is it, the back half of Pestilent Cauldron?
Yeah.
Restorative Burst, right? To keep buying back extra copies of Karn and Kiora, and then using Nykthos to cast your spells over and over again. And
yeah, and basically using the chain whale to use your planeswalkers like all over again.
That's another tool too, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
The joke here is two legacy players walk into a bar. There's a Pioneer match on coverage. Nice.
I keep saying I want Genesis Wave in this format. This is just like my all-time cube draft favorite. I want to go to like Nykthos for, I don't know, 17 mana, Genesis Wave my deck into play. I've sometimes accidentally killed myself in cube with like really big Genesis Waves because I decked out.
That's
gave me like so many draws.
Speaking of, looks like a creature land layer of the Hydra coming into play here for a couple points of damage. Ivan slowly developing his board. I have to wonder what we're playing to here, or if Ivan's on a mulligan, because it doesn't look like his hand is very only 3 cards in hand after we play land for the turn here. And with no permanents in play, we're adding Giganta to our hand. Okay.
Yeah, and here comes the Familiar. The Familiar probably not like I've seen the Familiar do some pretty disgusting things yesterday with the Oven against the mono white deck, where it felt like the matchup was nearly unwinnable for mono white because the Familiar just kept sitting there generating value. Mono green very much able to go over the top, so I would think that but yeah, we need to make use of our over the top ability, and I like tapping for 5 mana here. Oh, is it just gonna be a Lay of the Hydra? I thought there was something like some fireworks, dude. I was ready to cast like something, but we're just gonna kill the Familiar.
Yeah, it looks like actually Tim is empty-handed here after the go blank that was cast by Ivan, and that's kind of an interesting thing to think about. Is that in a battle that is, in a matchup that is very about playing on the board, surprising to see that Ivan is boarded in go blank here. Maybe just saying that you have very few resources that actually matter, and so once you deploy your mana dorks and your mana and all that sort of stuff, I'll just snipe the cards that are left in your hand here. Do you think how do you feel about that approach?
Well, it depends. Sometimes you might see some rather weakish cards post-bot just because you have something even weaker in the main deck. So you have to, exchange like a power 2 card for a power 3 card. I'm not sure if that's the case here, but this could be something like that. And also, there's sometimes game states where Tim puts a bunch of stuff, like a lot of mana to the table by turn 2, and then just sits there with something like, 2 or 3 really big haymakers. And if you get to take care of those with just 3 mana, I don't hate that. Of course, pretty bad draw in the late game.
So I'm trying to figure out how we actually got rid of the Llanowar elves here. I did see oh wow, Thoughtseize taking care of the boat. Wow, so getting rid of stealing the Llanowar elves this exact turn was kind of insane here as you see Giganta coming into play. Okay, Ivan, all right, maybe we are turning the table here in this game 3. Had nothing for the first 4 turns, and now we have a moose in play. Or an elemental elk, rather.
Elk? Deer? I don't know, man, how that works.
I actually never saw this, but if you look at like the scale of the cards in the artwork, Giganta is huge. Oh my goodness.
Or those are really, really tiny deer next to it. could be either of those. But then that's also like a really tiny tree next to it. So Tim is in the tank right now. Which card actually puts you in the tank in a situation like this? Is it gonna be like, I'm trying to... We also have our Planeswalker still available, but I'm not sure that's gonna do too much. Okay. Is that Karn?
It is. It is a very unique art of Karn here. And this is something that is interesting that you'd want to be in the tank for, right? Is it worth it here to play your most valuable Planeswalker into, a board of creatures? If we're factoring in the Den of the Bugbear also hiding in Ivan's mana base. And Tim says, you know what? Holding it's not going to be any good here. But it's kind of weird. Ivan definitely in the driver's seat right now. What do you think you'd fetch up here if you're in Tim's side?
Yeah, it looks like Tim isn't sure either. Ideally, something you can cast for 2, right? You have 2 mana available using the Kiara, and I'm going through this. I mean, if you can't find anything for 2 that really does the trick, like what do you see here? Like Heart of Kiran, Ratchet Bomb, and stuff, like none of that really excites me. Then maybe you go for something really big, hope that the opponent doesn't have another discard spell, and then you land your hopefully Haymaker next turn. Like, what is there? Like,
I see a copy of Transmogrifying Wand. That's a card that I have never heard about before, and probably closer to stock, I guess. Mono green is almost exactly the same through and through, but that's one way to maybe get the Giganta off the board, although it will take a while, a long, long while, so, or a lot of mana at least, so maybe that's not actually the move either. What are we getting here?
What's this? This is another. It looks like it's something that we can't cast at least, or we don't want to cast right now.
Doesn't matter what it is. I've been flipping the other last card in hand. It was a Thoughtseize.
Sweet. I don't have to deal with this anymore. Yeah, let me grab that, put it in the graveyard. Let's do that again. And now we're going to take out both of the Planeswalkers pretty much, right? Yeah.
Yeah, which is kind of absurd here because now thinking about this, I don't know what top decks Tim actually has. Nykthos has no devotion to no mana, devotion and play to generate mana with, and it has to be something crazy like, I don't know, like something to stabilize the board first, maybe like a what is it called? Cavalier potentially.
Cavalier of Thorns, yeah, that was the
yeah.
first thing.
That's the first card that I'm looking at, and then after that we have to just run heater into heater into heater.
Yeah, something like drawing an extra land, storm the festival or something. Maybe that's one way to get back. I mean, 16 life is still okay, even though we're taking. I think we're taking 10 damage right now. Yeah, this is going to be over pretty quickly.
So 2 updates. First off, the card that we got off of Karn the Great Creator was Asika's Chariot. Thank you, Twitch Stats. Second update, Legacy. No updates really. One player's Minsc & Boo is now gone. The other one has a Minsc & Boo gone. We're still in game 1 there, but we will. Okay, it looks like, and also Modern Blue-White takes the trophy in that match. So potentially, like you mentioned, Julian, both of these matches will finish before game 1 in Legacy is even over, which to me is quite hilarious.
And I think we're using untimed rounds, right, in the playoffs. I'm pretty sure.
It should be that way, yeah. So
that's gonna be. Oh yeah, I think if Tim doesn't draw anything here, then the game could actually be over before anything happens in Legacy, and that's quite hilarious to me. But it's gonna be really hard. We got 3 mana, probably not something. Yeah, it's gonna allow us to untap one of our lands, get to 3 mana again, but that doesn't do it. And Tim's still sitting. Yeah, I was gonna say it didn't seem right that Tim was sitting at 16. Now we're down to 8, and we pretty much have 8 damage here. That should do it.
Yep. This is crossing the finish line.
That's probably going to be a handshake a couple seconds from now. No, we get 2 mana. Oh, we got, of course. I guess we get to, jump block here. Just take 6 damage down to 2, I believe. And now we better find something really good.
I don't think it exists. I think
you know what we need here? We need something with lifelink here to stay alive in the first place. And I don't think that's what this deck is doing.
Yeah, exactly right. I think the board has already gone a bit too wide. There's Oath of Nissa.
I'm not even sure there's hope. Oh, there's another Nissa and Nykthos in the basic forest. I mean, I love those Urza Saga basic forests. Those were the first basic forests I ever played in my life. But that's it.
There it is.
Ivan,
There's
Roger,
the
and
handshake.
Zach move on to the finals.
Congratulations. Yeah, that is incredible. And yeah, I mean, seeing the team of Ivan Espinosa, Raja Sulaiman, Zach Allen all win here at the hands of the Pioneer and Modern matches. Who knows what would happen in Legacy, honestly? I mean, they were still in game 1, and we'd probably have to tune in next week's broadcast to figure out like what the conclusion of that match would even be, because it's very grindy and it takes a while, and so I'm glad that we got to check out some of the other matches in the meantime. Do we have any word from the other semifinal match as to who may have won? Because then we'll have. Okay, so I'm getting an update. It looks like the second semifinal match has just finished, and we are getting an update on who won there. But yeah, that was pretty exciting. I was really happy to see. I don't know, a couple things that at first didn't make sense to me, but then sort of did. So the go blank strategy that Ivan had in that game 3 was kind of interesting, sort of just depleting the mono green deck of its resources, and then saying, hey, look, I have some standalone threats here in the form of Den of the Bugbear. I've got a 5/5 elk that I can put into play here and just start swinging with. Like, you've got nothing, you won't be able to set up. Very akin to like those the old days where Hind the Torok would just like deplete you of resources and you'd have nothing left to do, right? Go blank. Powerful stuff.
Yeah, definitely. And it reminds me a lot of how it worked in Limited, when I learned Limited. Like these discard spells, the best spot to play them was when the opponent had 2 cards left in hand. Not only because he would get like 2 cards for 1 card, yeah, 2 for 1, I hear that's good, but you were almost guaranteed that after the setup of the initial turns, you're going to hit something good. Because in the long run, your opponent probably kept that hand for a reason. And the reason is going to be in their hand. And that's what you're trying to. So I think that's a pretty smart approach. Yeah. Also, speaking about Legacy, I'm just getting an update, and Google is actually simulating the rest of the game on a supercomputer. So you might actually get the result next week. So they're feeding it into their deep AI, whatever they have.
Yeah, and then also for Modern, just as a recap too, Raja Sulaiman winning that game 2-0 against the better blue-white player, I suppose. I was really pleasantly surprised to see how Raja was playing here. I'm kind of curious what the matchups will be in the finals. We'll probably get that in a little bit. And in fact, right now, what I am getting word from production is there are 350 players in the chat right now, and I believe we're about to get 350 new follows to the channel here. If you appreciate the content that's going on here at NRG, please consider hitting the follow button. It does help the metrics, and it does help just making the next show even bigger and better. You are the reason that we are here today, to provide you with some sweet content. Let's take a look at some of the future NRG events coming up too, if you're interested in playing at one of these near you. Yep. So the first event we have coming up is a $15,000 weekend here. And I believe this is in Fort Wayne. Yep. November 5th and 6th, the first weekend of November, featuring another team $10,000 trial and a Pioneer $5,000 trial on the next day. Other upcoming events include a $10,000 Pioneer trial in the Chicagoland area, followed by Modern 5K. I believe we have one more event as well coming up to the December 10th Showdown. That is a $20,000 weekend event, and the format yet to be decided, but that's going to be in Louisville. So if you are nearby, consider showing up. Paper Magic is coming back, and it is hot. It is great. NRG is bringing you some of the best content. So also be sure to follow all the socials to find out, any updates and things like that. I think we also have a couple more graphics. I want to take a look at maybe the qualified players for, what are these players playing for? What's the importance of these events here? And you can see here, congratulations to all the people on the screen here who are queued for the 2022 championship. I think that's in January of next year. Putting a pin on the date here, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more slots to award here, 3 of which will come from playing in Season 3. So look forward to that as we round out. This is a stacked list of players, by the way. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Excellent. So why don't we take a quick little break here? It should be about 5 minutes, maybe even less, before players are ready for the finals of this team's event here. I'm excited. You're excited. We're all excited. We'll see you in just a little bit. Welcome back, everybody, to the NRG Series trial here in Ohio. My name is Rakdos. I'm here with Julian Knab. Julian, we just watched a slog of a match, and I've got a spoiler alert for you regarding the finals. So we just finished the semifinals, and the finals actually have been drawn. Both teams have decided to go and play in the Modern 5K that's happening today. So, they're going to figure out, prize splitting, and with all the points and the invites for the championship series coming up next year or early next year. And so that is that.